In front of the divine clan army, the divine king's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as crimson energy radiated from his entire body, shielding the army behind him. Though he managed to block most of the scorching heat, the divine clan army still felt as though they were trapped in a sea of flames. Even their divine helmets couldn't withstand it. From beneath Li Hao's feet, the entire void turned crimson red. An unmatched blazing sun rose slowly from below, like a scorching morning sun ascending, carrying boundless majesty and searing energy. The star saint froze, his pupils subtly contracting. Bam! The blazing sun roared upward, colliding with the sky sun star. Compared to this divine blazing sun, the sky sun star paled in comparison, its size only a tenth of the divine sun. Li Hao wasn't painting the sky sun star but the divine sun that illuminated all heavens. With a deafening crash, under the violent shock, the sky sun star shattered, leaving behind remnants that the divine sun carried as it moved to suppress the star saint. The star saint's long hair quickly turned brittle and yellow, and all the blood in his body seemed as though it would evaporate. His eyes flashed with shock. Li Hao could actually harness the power of the divine sun? He had cultivated for years, only a single step away from becoming a supreme saint. That missing step was the inability to integrate the divine sun into his star domain. Such power seemed not to belong to a mere star. Break! The star saint suddenly roared, his star domain becoming dazzlingly brilliant, with countless starlights igniting. On the sky above his head, numerous stars appeared to awaken. Suddenly, one star after another descended like meteors toward the divine sun, constantly striking against it. Boom boom boom, the sound was dense like torrential rain, and the void trembled repeatedly. Each collision caused the outlines of stars to shatter with an explosive roar that echoed like immortal divine beings smashing iron hammers into the earth, immensely awe-inspiring. However, the scorching laws surrounding the divine sun burned these star outlines, significantly reducing their impact. Moreover, the divine sun was indeed a true star among all heaven's stars. Unlike the vast starlit rivers, which were mere artistic creations. As a result, the divine sun Li Hao painted contained authentic stellar essence. Moving too quickly, growing too large, in the blink of an eye, the earth-shaking collision sounds faded as the divine sun enveloped the star saint's figure. A burst of iridescent, hazy light appeared, and the star saint's aura suddenly vanished. At the Demon Slaughter Conference, many saints abruptly rose, staring in shock at the scene. Even though it was separated by millions of miles, the light and majesty of the divine sun seemed almost within reach. The star saint is dead? Impossible. This is too outrageous. Isn't Haoshan Venerate renowned for his swordsmanship? How can he also wield stellar powers? All saints felt their hearts pound with fear. The divine sun's dominance was overwhelming. It seemed capable of obliterating swaths of saints. If such power was unleashed against the Holy Land, the entire region might turn to ash. Its range and destructive force were proportional, terrifying to the extreme. On the other side of the battlefield, the Netherworld Saint and Food Saint, who were grappling with the Dragon God, couldn't help but glance sideways as they noticed the ferocious energy from afar. When they saw the divine sun engulf the Star Saint, the Netherworld Saint's expression subtly shifted. That young man, said to have risen to fame within 60 years and not yet fully developed as a saint, already possessed such battle prowess. And his opponent was a prominent saint, artistic path leading to sainthood? Beside him, the Food Saint's eyes showed surprise and contemplation. Having achieved sainthood through the food path, he believed himself an outlier among all heavens. He hadn't expected to encounter another individual on an unconventional path. Moreover, he had heard before that this person excelling in sword Dao, could he perhaps be mastering both artistic painting and swordsmanship simultaneously? Previously, when Li Hao severed the Netherworld Saint's destructive energy in one strike, it was evident his sword Dao was indeed remarkable. Now, Li Hao gazed at the place where the Star Saint's aura had disappeared, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't pause. Although the opponent's aura was gone, reduced to vapor, traces of divine blood still lingered outwardly. The opponent had also achieved Universal Force Ultimate Realm. Annihilation. Li Hao manipulated the divine sun, causing it to implode inwardly. In an instant, the divine sun's radiance intensified several dozenfold, followed by a sudden explosion. Not good. Many saints' expressions changed, hurriedly deploying Saint Dao power to shield themselves. Even though they were separated by millions of miles, the shockwaves were still potent enough to pose a threat. Over at the void sky abyss, The Divine King's face darkened slightly. This was his first time witnessing this prodigy's battle, and Li Hao's power exceeded his expectations. It was hard to imagine that the other had just recently attained sainthood. His crimson cloak unfurled, spreading into a wall stretching millions of miles, firmly protecting the Divine Clan army. At the Demon Slaughter Conference, the Source Ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his figure abruptly vanished. Before the void sky abyss, the Divine King seemed to notice something, giving a faint cold smile. He had done this deliberately. Swoosh! His figure disappeared instantly as well. As all eyes remained caught by the fearsome shockwaves from the Divine Sun's explosion, a fissure even deadlier emerged above the Divine Sun's detonation site, dissipating its energy instantly. Soon after, the rift widened, seemingly threatening to tear the entire sky apart. Two cyan and crimson figures flashed rapidly within, then vanished into its depths. Many immediately snapped out of their daze, scanning the area, realizing both the Source Ancestor and the Divine King were gone. The Source Ancestor has made his move. That fissure, it's caused by the battle between Source Ancestor and Divine King. Is this the impact of combat between top-tier Supreme Saints? Terrifying. I can't even see their figures. The level of their fight has transcended saints. This power feels capable of tearing apart all heavens. Many saints were astounded, straining to look closer. At this moment, no one even pondered the Star Saint's fate. After all, the pivotal moment of this cosmic war had arrived. No matter who between the Source Ancestor and Divine King emerged victorious, it would mean bloodshed for one side thereafter. It was shocking to realize that this critical moment was triggered by Li Hao's actions. Simultaneously, the remained light from the Divine Sun's explosion was sucked into the rift above and dissipated quickly, leaving only a faint black, circular mark in the void. The mark wasn't large, but some noticed it and shifted their gazes toward Li Hao with a trace of dread. Though the residual black mark wasn't as intense as the rift caused by the Source Ancestor and Divine King's duel, its lingering impact on the void already demonstrated Supreme Saint-level powers. Li Hao scanned the area but didn't see any trace of the Star Saint's divine blood. It was all annihilated. His Dao domain contracted inward as he looked up, his gaze falling on the endless rift extending across the battlefield, yet he could only see two terrifying Dao forces colliding and intertwining within it. Each impact from their collision produced destruction even greater than his recent Divine Sun explosion. Li Hao's expression grew solemn. Such prowess, he wouldn't even come close to matching them at full power. Currently, the gulf between him and top-tier Supreme Saints like the Source Ancestor and Divine King remained vast. Soon, two more fearsome auras emerged from the void fissure, radiating tribulation power. Li Hao realized that both sides had now deployed Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons. Elsewhere on the battlefield, even the Netherworld Saint, Food Saint, and Dragon God ceased their combat, closely watching the development of this monumental battle. Their clashes had merely been ploys to create opportunities for their opponents to make mistakes, yet the decisive moment was established by Li Hao. At this stage, however, the duel between the Divine King and Source Ancestor was beyond intervention for any ordinary saint. Only those at the Supreme Saint tier could intervene. Li Hao observed intently but couldn't discern any specifics. He shifted his gaze toward the Demon Slaughter Conference and noticed that the white-haired, white-eyebrowed saint had disappeared at some point. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Although this figure's aura was obscure, Li Hao sensed this individual was far from ordinary, on par with top-tier 3 Calamities saints like the Star Saint and Netherworld Saint. While they're battling, you need to flee. At that moment, Li Hao heard Ying Xiaoxiao's voice via spiritual transmission. He turned to look at her, finding the woman's face filled with concern and tension. The ancestor doesn't trust you and refuses to help. This time, our divine clan won't lose. The ancestor has hidden cards. Once we win, return then. It's all right. No matter who wins, I'll remain unharmed. Li Hao reassured her, speaking gently. As long as the ancient hall remained, he would be safe. Once the ancient hall was activated, it didn't matter how he had performed. It was inevitable that attacks would come for him. Li Hao had long understood this. After all, those who stepped aboard first usually preferred to bolt the doors, naturally leading them to destroy the key. Seeing Li Hao's composure, Ying Xiaoxiao thought of the way he had just slain the Star Saint, and the tension in her heart relaxed slightly. She knew Li Hao had survived countless deadly trials, always turning danger into safety, and back then, he didn't even possess the strength he has now. Boom! Suddenly, all of void sky abyss trembled, shaking as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was caving in. From within the void fissure came a terrifying vibration, quickly followed by a gathering of chaos-like brilliance, flowing outward in slow waves. Yet, what appeared to be slow was, in truth, instantaneous. Like the explosion of a universe, the collapse of all creation in a fleeting moment, Li Hao's pupils contracted, feeling the horrifying destructive force radiating from the chaotic brilliance. The hair on his body stood on end, his Dao domain instantly enveloping Ying Xiaoxiao as his figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, on the other side, the dragon god regained his senses and was the first to soar swiftly into the distance. The other divine clan saints scattered and fled in terror. Fortunately, the chaos power seemed to consciously divert, sparing the divine clan's direction, but the demon slaughter conference's side was left completely exposed. What kind of power is this? Chaos, the end. Run, even the saint path has been obliterated, is that the heavenly Tao? The many saints were horrified, trembling with fear as they scattered in all directions. Is this the impact of the source ancestor battling the divine king? In the void fissure, the forces of origin and termination collided at their utmost limits. The source ancestor wielded the power of origin, regarding it as the foundation of all existence. Meanwhile, the divine king cultivated the extreme Tao, forging his own saint path, termination. All things shall end, and termination itself becomes a new beginning. Their saint paths held an eerie resemblance but stark differences, destined adversaries drawn by the hand of fate. At this moment, the forces of origin and termination erupted within the depths of their respective god realms, reaching the saint realm's pinnacle, tearing the very void apart, shattering all laws, and revealing the primordial chaos that was the essence of that stretch of heavens and earth. Chaos devours everything, including the saint path. The saint paths of all saints were born after chaos, not before it, and therefore, they cannot contend against it. Without them, you alone still wish to repeat the story, do you? The divine king fixed his gaze firmly on the source ancestor. Once, they drank together, calling each other brothers, bound by mutual admiration. Who would have thought it would lead to mortal enmity? And you, are you seeking revenge by killing me? Can you pull it off? The source ancestor's expression remained calm as he looked at him. The divine king's eyes suddenly flashed with savagery. The ancient hall is about to open. I can't kill you, but I won't let you have your way. Back then, I gave you the bronze throne, and what came of it? After all these years, have you become immortal? As he spoke, a cold smile spread across his face. The source ancestor replied indifferently. You know I have cultivated since the ancient era. My sole wish has always been to glimpse the world beyond. You understand me. You should understand that if I take that step in return, I will certainly bring you along. Bah! The divine king spat and sneered. If I step through, I'd bring you along too. Why haven't you given me that chance? Quietly, the source ancestor cast him a glance. He knew further arguments were meaningless and said, then see if you have what it takes. Once, they vowed to become brothers ascending as immortal divine beings together. Yet now, they exert all efforts to stop each other's ascension. Perhaps a cruel irony of fate. Die! The divine king roared, the golden flames surrounding him growing increasingly ferocious. Simultaneously, layers of Tao domain overlapped, reaching a pinnacle of 360 layers in an instant. Eternal Tao domain. Within his eternal Tao domain, endless flames surged, resembling an eternal fire domain. Crimson flames roared, carrying the fury he had held for countless ages. As the Tao domain's power spread, his entire aura surged, and the termination force unleashed an even deadlier corrosive energy. The source ancestor raised his hand as well, and layers upon layers of Tao domain unfolded. It was also an eternal Tao domain. Within his Tao domain, stars vanished and reappeared, life blossomed and faded, occasionally transforming into radiant, ethereal orange-red divine light, resembling the chaotic brilliance of the cosmos's creation. Both sides unleashed their eternal Tao domain, colliding fiercely, each borrowing the heavenly Tao's power to complement their saint path, mutually consuming and eroding one another. Yet their extreme realms were identical, their final realms both cultivated to the pinnacle of universal force. The path toward the second ultimate realm, however, diverged slightly. The divine king refined the divine vein outside the heaven and earth vein, forging it from his own divine realm saint path, forcibly opening a divine vein that connected the heavens and drew power from all directions, a domineering method rivaling two heaven and earth veins. While the source ancestor cultivated the all things vein, Within the heaven and earth vein, he mirrored all existence, planting strands of lifeblood that collectively formed an unparalleled might, surpassing the Divine King's divine vein. As the standoff persisted, the Source Ancestor's aura gradually gained the upper hand. His all things vein grew increasingly vast and profound, seemingly on the verge of suppressing the Divine King when, suddenly, the Divine King's internal power erupted, instantly reversing the momentum. Ancestor God Vein. Blood lineage is the path to the second ultimate realm. The Divine King's gaze was sharp. He had long experienced the terror of the all things vein and thus devised a countermeasure well before this battle. Using his bloodline as a medium and the descendants of the Divine Clan as a vein, he achieved the Ancestor God Vein, capable of instantaneously extracting power from his lineage and integrating it into himself. At this moment, the Divine Clan army outside the Void Fissure felt their strength draining away from their divine bloodline, flowing through a peculiar path and converging upon the Divine King. This vein-forging method, akin to extreme Dao cultivation, was not only immensely powerful but also incredibly swift. After all, he already had a vast, flourishing offspring count. It was an entire race. The Source Ancestor's expression shifted slightly. Although he had cultivated for eons and accumulated profound foundations, he couldn't deny the Divine King's unparalleled talent. An extraordinary genius unmatched in all eras, neither preceded nor succeeded. Creating the extreme Dao cultivation system and now pioneering the bloodline-based second ultimate realm. Both powers are not only formidable but easy to master and cultivate, fast-tracking the gap formed by the Source Ancestor's long years of accumulation. In the eyes of others, he pioneered the Saint realm and became the first saint in the world. With no precedent to follow, he was deemed a peerless genius. Yet, whenever he faced the Divine King, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dullness and mediocrity within himself. Bang! The Dao domain of the Source Ancestor merged with the power of the Saint Path, transforming into the eternal sacred domain. Misty divine radiance surged forth, as if it were the origin of all existence, closing in on the Divine King. The Divine King's Dao domain also shifted, with divine fire sweeping across and the power of the end enveloping all, causing everything to wither and decay. Traces of the laws of time could be perceived within. As the two forces clashed once more, the power of the Ancestor Dragon Vein revealed its dominance, tilting the battle in favor of the Divine King's sacred domain. HMPH, take out your Taikang Divine Seal. The Divine King spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the Source Ancestor seemed willing to fulfill his wish, and a burst of divine light suddenly erupted from his palm. The light swirled and surged, as if a small world was rapidly expanding before their eyes. Bang! The void quaked. It was a terrifying divine seal, yet it contained the power of an actual world. This was no borrowed power. Instead, it was the descent of a genuine small world, pressing down with overwhelming force. The Divine King smirked coldly and drew his sword, but just as he was about to strike, a chilling light abruptly pierced through the air. This light was astonishingly sudden, stabbing into the eternal sacred domain without hindrance, as if a unique pathway had been opened within, allowing it to pass freely. Bang! The Divine King had no time to react, seemingly caught completely off guard. The menacing armor on his back was punctured, and the freezing aura enveloped him, solidifying the divine flames surrounding his body. As he drew his sword, the Divine King's form abruptly shattered. Behind his fragmented body appeared a figure with white hair and white brows, his expression indifferent. But before he could withdraw his palm, the Divine King's body suddenly reconstituted behind him, restored to its previous state in the blink of an eye. However, the moment the Divine King regained his form, the Taikang Divine Seal descended upon him from above. Bang! The Divine King's body was enveloped by the Taikang Divine Seal, his entire sacred domain shattered and consumed by a fearsome tribulation power. The white-haired elder seized the opportunity, raising his hand. In the void, prohibitions appeared one after another, synchronizing with the Divine Seal, attempting to seal the Divine King once more. Outside the cracks in the void, the saints who had withdrawn to the distance all held their breaths and stared intently. The energy rippling outward from within the fissures sent chills through their hearts. This was primordial power capable of annihilating saints outright. Who will win? The Divine King or the Source Ancestor? The Divine King is stronger than I imagined. I thought the Source Ancestor would easily subdue him, but it has turned into a prolonged battle. You've never witnessed that legendary battle from back then, have you? This is the Divine King, the one who established a clan within the all heavens by himself, his might suppressing the cosmos, Had the saints of that era not joined forces, they might not have triumphed over him. Indeed, the divine king's monstrous nature is terrifying. Perhaps only Haoshin Venerate could compare. Many saints now addressed the divine king with respect. His power had silenced opposition. As they spoke, countless pairs of eyes shifted towards Li Hao. Upon noticing Ying Xiaoxiao beside Li Hao, many were abruptly reminded that the Star Saint, who had once battled Li Hao, seemed to have perished. Killing the Star Saint. This was far more shocking than Li Hao's destruction of 10 void holy lands. After all, the Star Saint was invincible below the Supreme Saint level. Although Li Hao also bore the reputation of being unrivaled below the Supreme Saint, there remained a gap between them. Now, however, Li Hao undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. Terrifying, he seems to be only a step away from becoming a Supreme Saint. To slay the Star Saint, neither the Food Saint nor the Netherworld Saint could achieve such a feat. And I've heard he's not even 30 years old. How did he cultivate like this? Given time, his ascension to Supreme Sainthood seems an absolute certainty. If the ancient hall opens and the immortal divine road truly exists, he might very well achieve immortality and divinity in this lifetime. At this moment, the saints looked at Li Hao with new eyes, absent of disdain or hostility. Even the holy lands previously plundered by Li Hao now gazed upon him with a clearer conscience. In the midst of hushed conversations, an immense power suddenly surged from within the void's cracks, and 3 silhouettes ascended into the air. The Source Ancestor, isn't that Heavenly Origin Saint? I've heard he cultivates the Creation Saint Tao. He's the second disciple of the Source Ancestor? So, he was in there all along? Surviving such an intense battle completely unscathed, is it possible? Many turned pale, speculating on a terrifying possibility. Could he, too, be a Supreme Saint? The aftermath of that battle was unimaginable for anyone but a Supreme Saint to endure. But if he were indeed a Supreme Saint, then the Source Ancestor's strength would be utterly terrifying. Among the all heavens, no Supreme Saint thus far had a master or disciples. At this moment, the Divine King stood in blood-stained armor, his gaze sinister. He glared at the Source Ancestor and declared, "I'll be waiting." With that, he turned and flung his cloak, enveloping everyone within it. When he noticed Ying Xiaoxiao at Li Hao's side unaffected by the cloak's laws, his gaze turned cold. He took one last look before stepping into the fissure in the heavens, vanishing entirely within a few breaths. The Source Ancestor remained silent and motionless, neither speaking nor pursuing. The saints were momentarily stunned. Just like that, the Divine King was allowed to leave? As long as he lived, he would inevitably return. Yet the Source Ancestor did not act, and the saints seemed to sense something unusual. It was as though the Source Ancestor and the Divine King had reached some sort of agreement. There was only one reason why 2 of the most powerful beings in the all heavens would join forces. Or there was only one justification strong enough to make them cease fighting. As they pondered this, all gazes fell upon Li Hao. When their eyes landed on Li Hao, they naturally also noticed Ying Xiaoxiao beside him. This was the goddess of the Divine Clan. At this moment, the Divine King and the Divine Clan army had retreated, leaving only the goddess behind. Certain glances filled with murderous intent swept over Ying Xiaoxiao. She frowned slightly but showed no fear. "Let's go. The banquet is over, it's time for us to head back," Li Hao said to Ying Xiaoxiao. The 2 prepared to leave, but the Source Ancestor suddenly called out to Li Hao, seeming to hesitate for a moment before smiling faintly and saying, "A year from now, the ancient hall will open. Be cautious. Some might not want the immortal divine road to be revealed and may target you." Understood. Li Hao nodded. Then, accompanied by Ying Xiaoxiao and Feng in human form, he stepped into the fissure in the heavens and vanished. The saints exchanged glances. Since the Source Ancestor did not blame Li Hao, none of the others dared to intervene. Even the Star Saint had fallen to Li Hao. Among those present, only the Source Ancestor or the white-haired Heavenly Origin Saint could hope to stop him. Xiao Tianyu's gaze turned complex. He had thought that becoming a saint would close the gap between him and Li Hao, but instead, it seemed to have widened. Li Hao's rise was unfathomable, and he was already beginning to approach the might of their master. After Li Hao left, the other saints also took their turns bidding farewell to the Source Ancestor. They knew that their next reunion would be in a year, at the ancient hall. A year was fleeting, a mere turn of a page in the book of time for saints, but for Li Hao, a year was enough to accomplish much. Playing chess, fishing, meditating, cooking, Li Hao became increasingly invested in cooking, feeling as though he were just one pivotal insight away from enlightenment. Besides cooking, Li Hao continued refining the laws, and finally, his physical body fully absorbed the insights of the ninth stage Tao. His laws and physique became one. With his Tao bone and divine blood reaching perfection, Li Hao sensed an indescribable and profound feeling. Having once broken into the extreme realm, Li Hao knew this was the extreme state. He seemed to transform into the Tao itself, indestructible, with his blood rebirth regenerative speed now extending to this unique state. One must understand that the Tao cannot be destroyed, save for by some unimaginably catastrophic power, capable only of tearing it apart but not obliterating it. With blood rebirth, even being torn apart could be instantly healed. Faced with chaos similar to the conflict between the Source Ancestor and the Divine King, Li Hao now felt confident in withstanding it. In terms of survival, he believed himself comparable to a supreme saint, perhaps even stronger in some respects. When Tao Extreme Realm, Li Hao named it Tao Ancestor. Beyond becoming one with the Tao, numerous abilities accompanied this state. Most importantly, Li Hao could faintly sense and communicate with the heavenly Tao. In other words, he could glimpse heaven's will, a power possessed only by supreme saints. The battle in the void sky abyss concluded, and the conflict between the Source Ancestor and the Divine Clan temporarily ceased. Within the rift of that void, except for the heavenly origin saint, the Source Ancestor's second disciple, no one knew what had happened. But there was no doubt that they had reached a temporary truce agreement. As the day for the opening of the ancient hall approached, all saints speculated that aside from the Source Ancestor, the Divine King would undoubtedly not miss this opportunity. Various rumors about the ancient hall circulated among all saints, with many semi-saints discussing it. After all, the previously prolonged Supreme Genius battle was meant to stimulate talent and cultivate monsters capable of mastering the sixth extreme realm. Now that such individuals had emerged, the celestial legend that shook all heavens was about to be revealed. Many reincarnated saints, upon awakening their memories, chose to return prematurely to inherit the power of their past lives. No one knew the state within the ancient hall yet. If it were a wide open path, it would be easier. If admission were limited, there would certainly be fierce competition requiring preparation in advance. Because of the ancient hall, the prior clash between the Source Ancestor and Divine King caused many sacred lands to refrain from intervening, being forced instead to pick sides. In the universe, within the mixed heavens sacred land, Master, does the ancient hall truly contain a path leading to a mortal divine? Perhaps a mortal divine is merely a legend, and you, Master, have already reached the pinnacle of cultivation. A saint adorned with rainbow-colored wings murmured. His demeanor seemed elegant and agreeable, handsome like a jade tree in the wind. However, peacock feathers were perched atop his forehead, combed upright, and his eye shadows shimmered in emerald green. Your cultivation years are too shallow. A mortal divine is far from a mere legend. The Source Ancestor is so deeply devoted to a mortal divine because, during the ancient times, he witnessed it personally. He might even have received guidance from a mortal divine. The mixed heaven saint, whose towering form bore a pitch-black horn reaching toward the heavens, spoke indifferently. Immortal divine traces can be found everywhere. Those stars above all heavens, except for Divine Yang, were all fabricated through immortal divine power. Do you think the world was originally like this? How could it be? The man-made marks are too evident. Indeed, the heavenly steel on the all-heavens battlefield is rumored to be an artifact left by ancient immortal divine, supposedly used to select disciples. The old tree in front of the mixed heaven saint spoke slowly, but since immortal divine vanished, the heavenly steel gradually became a tool for testing heavenly pride. Yet think about it carefully. How could such a peculiar and wondrous steel emerge naturally from heaven and earth? Immortal divine used the heavenly steel to select disciples? The peacock saint froze, pondering, and found the thought plausible. As for the ancient hall, its situation remains unknown. If the Source Ancestor and Divine King were to join forces and truly open the immortal divine road, no one would be able to compete against their alliance. The peacock saint expressed concern. They won't. When the time comes, the Source Ancestor will certainly invite us to deal with the Divine King first. The mixed heaven saint spoke calmly. In truth, the Source Ancestor struck against the Divine King back then out of jealousy and fear. That Divine King is arguably the greatest monster in history, but unfortunately, his edge was overly sharp, and he trusted others too easily. The peacock saint froze in shock, surprised to learn the source ancestor could feel fear and envy toward another. Time is running out. Let's head to the Little Thousand World early to assist that young man. He is the key to the ancient hall. Not all saints wish to open the hall now. We must ensure this key isn't destroyed. The mixed heaven saint narrowed his eyes, his imposing aura retracting. From his immense original form, he returned to his normal saint appearance. Hearing this, the peacock saint felt a chill in his heart, not wishing to open the hall early. Indeed, the ancient hall wasn't going anywhere, and for some saints, opening it ahead of time might not be advantageous. Recently, outside the Little Thousand World, traces of saints have been spotted, though no one has been found. Within the stolen heaven's sacred land, in a small courtyard, Feng Boping spoke while eating and drinking to Li Hao. The source ancestor was right, indeed, some do not wish for me to open the ancient hall. Perhaps there is even a supreme saint hidden within. Li Hao, able to glimpse heaven's will and predict fortunes and misfortunes, sensed danger lurking outside the Little Thousand World. These intentions could not be benign. He hadn't mentioned this to Feng yet, but nevertheless, Feng had maintained his earlier arrangements, joining forces with Lai Sky Saint to seal the Little Thousand World and its sacred land. Other saints attempting to infiltrate would face greatly heightened difficulty. After all, your emergence comes at an untimely moment for some. The ancient hall remains there, but without your key, some aspired to cultivate the sixth extreme realm themselves, seizing more opportunities. Feng Boping had long seen through the schemes of certain saints. Although the divine clan and source ancestor had ceased fighting, Feng continued to seal the realm and mountains, fully protecting Li Hao. Even if a supreme saint acted, it would be difficult to kill Li Hao without leaving traces. If the disturbance grew too large, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread wrath. Are you really not planning to go to the ancient hall this time, Feng? Li Hao grabbed the wine gourd at his side, took 2 sips, and asked Feng. All heaven's saints were covertly gathering strength, preparing for the ancient hall. This event surpassed even the All Saints Summit, and no one could resist its allure, except for Feng. To become immortal divine is merely to live longer, to endure as long as heaven and earth. Longevity isn't rare, living without joy is frightening. Feng Boping tilted his head and took a swig from his wine, smiling faintly. I cannot accompany you this time. You will have to look after yourself, but I will be waiting for you to take that step. Li Hao stared intently at Feng, sensing faintly that the other was hiding something from him. Yet Feng had no intention of revealing it. To relinquish an opportunity for a mortal divine must be of utmost importance. If there truly exists an immortal divine road, I will come to take you. Li Hao said. Feng Boping heard these words and couldn't help but laugh heartily, replying, then, I'll be waiting. Li Hao also chuckled. The two refrained from being overly sentimental and clinked their wine gourds together, pairing it with some fine food, feeling carefree and joyous. As the time for the ancient hall drew nearer, many acquaintances sent messages of concern to Li Hao. There was Zan Tan from the Flower Travel Association, the Turquoise Pool from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, and Yi Ancestor, Green Ancestor, Qing Ying, all of whom had no opportunity to venture to the ancient hall but understood the perilous nature of this journey. I will wait for your return. Lin Qingyue transmitted a message to Li Hao through the Saint token. Li Hao glanced at it. This journey was fraught with both fortune and misfortune, and he dared not take it lightly. Without replying, Li Hao stored the token away, waiting for the source ancestor to send word for the assembly before departing for the ancient hall. Outside the Little Thousand World, it seems the incarnation of the source ancestor has come personally to receive you. Besides the source ancestor, there are other supreme saints. They've come in person. Feng Boping entered Li Hao's courtyard, sighed with admiration, and said with a smile, it seems they treasure you greatly before you open the ancient hall, ensuring nothing happens. But afterward, you better be cautious. Li Hao nodded and bid farewell to Elder Feng. Lai Sky Saint had also arrived outside the theft heavenly sacred land. Li Hao invited him to travel together, but Lai Sky Saint shook his head, too many eyes are on you. Go on your own, I will travel alone. Feng Boping, who came to see Li Hao off, rolled his eyes at her. He knew she had no intention of going. Her words were just to deceive Li Hao. Li Hao felt a bit puzzled, his expression slightly strange as he looked at them but chose not to ask further, merely saying, all right, I'll scout the path first. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Hao flew out of the Little Thousand World. Beyond the Little Thousand World's silent void, the aura of numerous saints suddenly revealed itself. Among them, The most dazzling were the mixed heaven saint, medical saint, and holy master of law, all supreme saints. The saints of all heavens seem to have gathered outside the little thousand world, waiting there. Even supreme saints have come. It seems they are taking this ancient hall event very seriously, fearing any unexpected changes. After all, he's the only one who holds the sixth extreme realm. Without him, who knows how many years we'd still need to wait. Many saints had grave expressions. This matter concerned all heavens. If the immortal divine road were truly to be opened, it would touch broader realms beyond imagination. Are you ready? The incarnation of the Source Ancestor approached Li Hao, his expression still carrying a warm smile. Li Hao nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd, seeing the Sword Saint, Sword Master, and Literary Saint among them. Let's go. The Holy Master of Law glanced at the time, speaking coldly. Then he proceeded ahead without hesitation. The Mixed Heaven Saint gave Li Hao a brief look, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. He could sense the fragrance from the meat pill growing richer. Though he could also tell that Li Hao had not yet passed the earth tribulation and was still a one disaster saint, it was already potent enough. Beware of mixed heaven. A voice transmitted into Li Hao's mind from the medical saint, who then glanced at Li Hao and turned away as though the two were hardly acquainted. Li Hao remained composed. Despite knowing the mixed heaven saint might target him heavily this time, he felt confident enough now to preserve his life under a supreme saint's assault. Led by the supreme saints, the group of saints followed mightily. Li Hao was encircled at the center, like a star surrounded by moons, crossing through spatial fissures. Before long, they arrived at the heavenly origin realm in the upper three realms. Here, some saints awaited, having not gone to the little thousand world to keep watch on Li Hao. Seeing so many supreme saints escorting Li Hao, they couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly, such prominence, unparalleled in all heavens. But they understood that these supreme saints were worried about this key being jeopardized. Li Hao's gaze fell on a figure sitting not far from the Source Ancestor's original self, a divine king, clad in resplendent crimson gold armor, exuding a terrifying aura like molten lava. Beside the divine king sat Ying Xiaoxiao and several saints of the divine clan. Previously, Li Hao had taken Ying Xiaoxiao away, and the two parted ways upon returning to the little thousand world. Now, as a saint of the divine clan, Ying Xiaoxiao was naturally present for the ancient hall. As Li Hao arrived, Ying Xiaoxiao's gaze immediately turned to him, filled with worry. Watch out for the ancestor. A voice from Ying Xiaoxiao echoed in Li Hao's mind. He paused slightly, looking toward the woman, seeing faint sorrow and anxiety in her bright eyes. Li Hao's expression remained unchanged. Without asking further, he walked straight to the Source Ancestor's original self. At this moment, Li Hao sensed a familiar yet subtle aura, turning his gaze to the crowd's edge where the Star Saint sat, staring coldly at him. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised the Star Saint hadn't perished, an existence second only to supreme saints, evidently possessing unknown life-saving measures. Since everyone's here, let's proceed. The Divine King spoke outright, seeming too impatient to wait a moment longer. The Source Ancestor gave a slight nod, rose, and said, "Let's move." He raised his hand and tore open a fissure, a gateway aligned with one of the spatial cracks, spanning an incredible distance. He glanced at Li Hao and was the first to step in. Following him were several saints from the Source Ancestor's sacred land, all entering after him. As Xiao Tianyu passed by Li Hao, he glanced at him briefly before lowering his head and stepping into the fissure. The Holy Master of Law followed closely behind. Beside him stood Chu Tinlu, now a saint himself. He looked at Li Hao, his expression somewhat solemn. Just like Xiao Tianyu, while his past life as a saint merged into this lifetime's memories, the fierce competition with Li Hao in the same era left indelible impressions. As the group sequentially crossed through the fissure, Li Hao disregarded the Star Saint and stepped into the rift. Emerging on the other side, he found himself in the midst of a starlit expanse. Suspended in the starry void was the ancient hall, veiled in rolling thunderfire. The space outside the ancient hall seemed forbidden ground. Li Hao's divine sense dissolved instantly upon nearing it, as though touching a silent abyss that crushed all trace. Li Hao fixed his gaze. Long had he heard of this ancient hall, yet finally stood witness. It is said this was once the dwelling of immortal divine beings. Be cautious not to touch anything recklessly, lest you trigger mechanisms beyond control. The Mo family's supreme saint advised. The Source Ancestor said nothing as he approached the ancient hall's entrance, where a starry pathway of laws shaped by the Tao was present. Upon stepping forth, lightning enveloped him momentarily before quickly dissipating. Proceeding swiftly, it wasn't long before he reached the ancient hall's doors. This minor challenge shouldn't trouble you. The Holy Master of Law cast a glance at Li Hao before darting toward the ancient hall. Li Hao noticed the starry stairway was not easy to traverse but posed little threat to someone like him. When the Supreme Saints had entered, Li Hao followed and ascended the stairs. As he progressed, waves of law power surged forward. A formidable Tao power, seemingly the manifestation of saint-level Tao techniques in attack form. But when the force touched Li Hao's body, it dissolved softly like a breeze, veering away. His physique stood resolute, like an unyielding pillar confronting the oncoming laws. Li Hao understood this to be an innate ability of Wen Dao Extreme Realm, immune to all Dao. The sight of Li Hao passing through the starry stairway with ease, akin to the Supreme Saints, deepened the seriousness in many saints' eyes. Soon, other saints followed suit, stepping onto the stairway, where violent storms of law erupted, manifesting strange phenomena across the path. The Sword Saint wielded his blade to cleave through seas of flame to the ancient hall, while the Sword Master's sword domain enveloped him, guarding his advance securely. Other saints deployed their techniques to ascend the stairway, but many ordinary one-disaster saints struggled considerably, unleashing tremendous incense firepower merely to scrape through. At this moment, some saints finally realized, the youth, though also a one-disaster saint, was an extraordinary anomaly. While others wrestled with the stairway, the Source Ancestor and other Supreme Saints wasted no time. When Li Hao arrived, they pushed open the ancient hall's door, revealing what seemed to be a new, untouched world. Above the ancient hall's sky loomed a separate expanse of stars, glimmering like the Milky Way. The Source Ancestor and the others, having explored previously, navigated skillfully to lead the way. Within the ancient hall stretched an extensive corridor, its end marked by a ruined high platform, riddled with cracks. The Source Ancestor and many saints arrived here, their expressions calm and without much surprise. When the ancient hall first revealed itself to the world, fierce battles and competitions had already erupted. The remnants of cracks at the end of the passage are mostly traces left from their earlier struggles. The Divine King gazed at the empty space above the steps, where there should have been a bronze divine throne. In those days, he had ceded it to the Source Ancestor during the scramble. Yet even now, the latter still hadn't become one with the immortal divine. HMPH. The Divine King snorted coldly, glanced at the Source Ancestor, and strode forward. Outside the ancient hall, the area that saints could explore had nearly all been investigated. Scavenged thoroughly, no treasures remained. Li Hao followed them, traversing the passage, delving deep into the ancient hall. Within this ancient hall was a secret realm, self-contained and vastly expansive, like the imperial palace of a divine dynasty. The wide general inspection platform was flanked by multiple ancient sculptures, depicting a towering, ethereal youth of unmatched grace. His gaze looked into the distance toward the front of the ancient hall, as if galaxies were reflected in his soul-like eyes, lifelike in every aspect. Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Around the sculpture resonated Taoist charm. He faintly sensed that touching the sculpture might trigger some unforeseen situation. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of the sculpture was exceedingly refined, at least at the 8th or 9th stage, sealing a trace of Taoist charm within. Even with only 1% captured, it left an overwhelming feeling of awe. That is the ancient immortal divine. A saint stared at the sculpture, their eyes revealing a deep sense of longing. Though the immortal divine had disappeared from the world, the remnants of their relics had unveiled a fragment of their mystique, captivating visitors endlessly. Don't get too close. If the sculpture becomes tainted by your Tao pathways, you won't escape without consequences. An experienced Three Calamities saint warned some of the saints who had never been here before. Li Hao noticed that the heads of 2 sculptures were shattered, with Taoist charm dissipated, likely due to past explorations. This is the immortal platform. Up ahead is the heaven worship platform. Both have already been explored. The Source Ancestor quietly introduced to Li Hao, walking beside him. According to records from other relics and literature from ancient families, the ancestors of some families had once interacted with the immortal divine, invited here as guests. The immortal platform is where the owner of this ancient hall accepted the worship of the immortal divine. Not only was the owner himself an immortal divine, but he held an incredibly high status among them. And over there is the heaven worship platform, used to pay homage to the heavenly Tao. The Source Ancestor pointed forward. At the end of the passage leading to the immortal platform lay a vast and elevated platform, towering like a mountain, adorned with tattered and faded ceremonial flags. There was still a considerable amount of dried blood present, yet no miscellaneous items remained, as even this place had been plundered. Li Hao silently glanced at it. Feng had mentioned this to him as well. Over there is the Sealing Dao platform, the genuine core of the ancient hall, accessible only at the sixth extreme realm. Apart from the immortal divine road, there ought to be countless treasures inside. Leading the group ahead, the Source Ancestor smiled warmly at Li Hao and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you that we can enter. Once inside, any treasure you favor, feel free to choose." The Divine King sneered coldly but said nothing. Li Hao merely nodded lightly. No one knew what awaited inside. If top-tier treasures truly lay hidden, only fools would let him pick first. Nevertheless, the Source Ancestor's words were indeed crafted to leave a favorable impression. Not long after, the group arrived in grand fashion before the Sealing Dao platform. The ancient hall stretched on endlessly, with many mechanisms and prohibitions along the way. However, in the previously explored outer regions, everything had already been cleared, leaving a smooth path forward. Once the group gathered at the Sealing Dao platform, Li Hao's expression grew solemn. Before them, there was a door-like structure enveloped in dense Taoist charm. Around it lingered faint spatial cutting power. Forcing entry would undoubtedly trigger something. This is the true martial 8 extremes formation. The Source Ancestor raised his hand, and a thread of his power touched the middle of the ancient doorway, as though touching water in midair, stirring ripples. Simultaneously, a hidden prohibition within surfaced. Apart from the power of the 6th extreme realm, every prerequisite extreme realm power, these we possess. The Source Ancestor declared. This true martial 8 extremes formation had been deciphered by saints sacrificing their lives and by pooling the expertise of top-tier formation masters from the all heavens. It required the extreme realm power corresponding to the martial arts 8 realms, inserted step by step, to unlock the formation. As the Source Ancestor finished speaking, the saints' gazes all shifted toward Li Hao. The Divine King, Mixed Heaven Saint, and others fixed their eyes on Li Hao as well. Among all the all heavens, the youth before them was the only one possessing the mysterious 6th extreme realm. Li Hao's expression appeared calm, but he knew that once the formation opened, his uniqueness would cease to matter. At that point, survival would depend entirely on capability. As things stood now, he couldn't refuse. On the other side of this gate lay something that made all heaven's saints madly covet. Taking a deep breath, he began manifesting his extreme realm powers one by one. The martial arts 8 realms were Universal Force, Full Circle, Soul Continuation, Divine Traveling, 15 Miles, Heavenly Human Realm, 3 Immortalities, and Fourfold Establishment. Corresponding to them were their respective extreme realms: Divine Power, Heaven and Earth Vein, Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation, Primordial Spirit, Returning Ruins, Transformed to Immortal, Undying and Everlasting, and Eternal Tao Domain. As Li Hao revealed each successive power, Divine Power, Heaven and Earth Vein, and so forth, he fed these energies into the true martial 8 extremes formation before him. The formation began to radiate streams of light, each section illuminated one by one. Upon reaching the 6th extreme realm, Li Hao's hair turned silver white as he summoned the power of heaven and earth to channel his transform to immortal energy into the formation. The array surged with dazzling silver brilliance, becoming exceedingly radiant. Excluding transform to immortal, the Source Ancestor and other supreme saints had mastered all other extreme realms. Knowing Li Hao possessed the necessary 6th extreme realm, no one acted otherwise. They left the task of unlocking the formation entirely to him. As the power of the eternal Tao domain surged in, the brilliance of the true martial 8 extremes formation reached an unprecedented level. The 8 forces suddenly began to rotate, transforming into a hazy chaos power. Shortly afterward, a sealed ancient prohibition slowly opened. Ripples in front of the pavilion swayed and dissipated like a watery curtain. The interior scene underwent a drastic change from what was previously seen. It was a dark, eerie passage resembling a cave within a mountain. A wave of decaying stench permeated from within. The expressions of all saints subtly shifted. Their gazes grew serious. Swish! The figure of the Source Ancestor darted forward abruptly, entering behind the pavilion at lightning speed. Another red silhouette swiftly sped out, barely trailing behind him. It was none other than the long-prepared Divine King. Seeing these two take action first, The other supreme saints did not hesitate. Despite the dangers lurking within the unknown, treasures favor the bold. If they delayed, whatever precious items lay inside would not be theirs. Holy Master of Law, Medical Saint, Saint Mo, and others quickly chased after them. Li Hao fixed his gaze for a moment before following closely, all the while remaining secretly on guard against other saints. Before this seal platform was unlocked, no one would attack him. Even if someone tried, the Source Ancestor and others would intervene to ensure his safety. But now, it was different. His usefulness had expired. Luckily, everyone was currently focused on exploring the interior, so no trouble came his way. Following behind the Supreme Saints, Li Hao observed the dark passage and noticed scattered corpses along the way. They had decayed into bare white bones. The stench of the corpses filled the air. Li Hao glanced at the remains and saw Dao patterns etched onto the bones, just like his own Dao bone. However, it seemed they had failed to refine their divine blood into Dao power. Otherwise, their flesh and Dao bones would have remained intact, rather than decaying into skeletons. Li Hao chose not to rush forward. Should treasures indeed appear, the Supreme Saints would inevitably compete for them. Instead, proceeding steadily might help him avoid the mixed heaven saints' prying eyes. While Li Hao walked and observed, other saints hastened ahead, some quickly passing him. These corpses, they're likely the remains of immortal divines. A swordmaster moved closer to Li Hao's side, slowing his pace to solemnly whisper. Stop dwelling on them. If there are so many immortal divine remains, there must be an immortal divine road. The sword saint quickly passed by and spoke rapidly, then shot toward the depths of the passage without looking back. The swordmaster glanced at Li Hao and asked, "Are you wary of the mixed heaven saint?" Li Hao gave a slight nod and replied, "You can go ahead, don't worry about me." The swordmaster thought for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll scout ahead." He knew staying beside Li Hao wouldn't help if the mixed heaven saint decided to act. When Li Hao had faced difficulties within the Buddhist sect before, the swordmaster could draw his blade to ease his crisis. But now, the enemies Li Hao faced were far beyond what he could handle. The three calamities are just one step away from the Supreme Saint, yet the gap is insurmountable. Immortal divine remains. Can immortal divines truly die? Li Hao's eyes subtly flickered as he remembered Feng's words. Immortal divines had vanished due to a terrifying crisis, a cosmic catastrophe. Could these immortal divine remains have perished during that cosmic catastrophe? Perhaps it's the heavenly Tao's killing intent? Li Hao's eyes reflected contemplation. The passage littered with remains and the traces inside the ancient hall confirmed the existence of immortal divines. But what could cause the death of immortal divines? Apart from the power of the heavenly Tao, Li Hao could think of nothing else. Still, he could now summon the will of the heavenly Tao, and with his mastery of transform to immortal to its peak, he could barely wield the heavenly Tao power. He felt that the heavenly Tao harbored no malice toward all beings. It regarded them like plants and flowers in a cycle of life, a neutral, inclusive attitude. If not the heavenly Tao catastrophe, what other calamity could have caused the fall of beings surpassing saints? Li Hao traversed through the passage and soon arrived outside it, standing before a grand hall. Within the hall, several forces clashed as they fought over a damaged spear shaft. The spearhead was broken, and the shaft, seemingly cast from bronze, emanated an ancient aura while exuding faint tribulation power. Li Hao, highly sensitive to tribulation power, immediately recognized the spear as an extraordinarily fearsome Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Though damaged, it rivaled the Emperor's weapons of the 5 tribulations, perhaps even the 6th tribulation. The Holy Master of Law and Saint Mo were scrambling for it, while the medical saint and named saint contested an amber-colored treasure bead. As expected, the hall contained treasures, which the Supreme Saints detected almost instantly. As they fought for the items, other saints scoured the area. Though envious of the treasures pursued by the Supreme Saints, the others understood their value and thus searched for different alternatives. Within the hall stood a youth sculpture. No one dared approach it. It donned battle armor, appearing particularly imposing. Li Hao cast a fleeting glance, noting the absence of the Source Ancestor and Divine King. Without wasting his energy in the ongoing struggle, he ventured toward the hall's end, where 3 diverging paths lay. Li Hao observed lingering traces along 2 paths, one left behind by the Source Ancestor, the other by the Divine King. The central path carried the aura of the other Supreme Saints, including the Mixed Heaven Saint and Dragon Saint. Li Hao's eyes shifted slightly before he withdrew his steps and refrained from advancing. Returning to the main hall, he watched saints zealously competing and searching, appearing no different from rural bandits in his eyes. He selected a spot higher up, the cushion before the sculpture, for seating and waited for the saints' contests and the explorations of the source ancestor and divine king to conclude, curious about whether the immortal divine road truly existed. After all, it was the path leading to the residence of immortal divines. Li Hao couldn't help but feel intrigued. Remaining passive, seated there, he formed a stark contrast with the saints rummaging and brawling throughout the hall for its peculiar treasures. While observing them, Li Hao suddenly felt the cushion beneath him collapse slightly, pulling at his body with waves of suction, draining his internal strength. Startled, Li Hao quickly stood up, gazing at the cushion with suspicion. The cushion appeared gray and unremarkable. Li Hao tested a quiet release of power, discovering it was being absorbed by the cushion. Yet, despite sucking in vast amounts of energy, the cushion remained unchanged, like a bottomless pit. As Li Hao prepared to collect the cushion to examine its anomaly, an explosive sound emanated from the sculpture beside him. The statue suddenly emitted beams of light from its eyes, engulfing Li Hao's body. Soon, the power of space origin laws enveloped him, and just as the scenery blurred, Li Hao reappeared with two distinct Supreme Saint auras nearby. The unusual occurrence alarmed the other saints within the hall. Where is Haoshin Venerate now? Where has he gone? It seems like he triggered something and was teleported through the sculpture. Could this lead to the immortal divine road? The saints who had previously been vying for treasures suddenly became excited. Some even abandoned their fights and surged toward the sculpture. A hint of anger flashed in named saint's eyes. He gave up on the treasure bead and focused on the cushion. He scrutinized it closely and quickly identified its peculiarity. Raising his hand, he released energy to encase the cushion, soon prompting the sculpture's eyes to emit light again, engulfing him. While the saints gathered before the sculpture, Li Hao, having teleported first, found himself accompanied by two familiar figures. Mixed Heaven Saint and Dragon Saint. Upon noticing Li Hao's sudden appearance, both were momentarily stunned, evidently surprised to see him here. Li Hao tensed upon seeing the Mixed Heaven Saint, his expression turned grim. He recalled the aura from the central path earlier. Could the sculpture have transported him directly to the depths of the central path? Scanning his surroundings rapidly, Li Hao discreetly distanced himself. How did you end up here? The Dragon Saint asked Li Hao inquisitively. Source Ancestor sent me, Li Hao replied. The Mixed Heaven Saint narrowed his eyes and sneered. You look as though you're scared of something, afraid of me. Perhaps, someone must have told you something. The Dragon Saint exchanged a glance with him, seemingly understanding, and smiled. Then we won't bother you. Swish, without hesitation, Li Hao turned and fled. This place was a hall, but thankfully there were passages on both sides. He quickly escaped, inwardly cursing. He merely wanted to sit and rest for a while, yet inexplicably got teleported here. How infuriating. I originally planned to explore the immortal path first and deal with you later when the opportunity arose. Unexpectedly, you delivered yourself to my doorstep. This must be what the Buddhist sects call fate. The Mixed Heaven Saint laughed loudly, his figure darting swiftly as he traversed through fissures in the heavens and earth, chasing after Li Hao. In an instant, they covered tens of thousands of miles. The passage was exceptionally long, and at its end stood a towering mountain, its summit veiled in thunderclouds, with bolts of lightning resembling silver serpents striking down intermittently. Just as Li Hao arrived, he was overwhelmed by an oppressive, heart-stirring sensation, as if some monstrous flood beast lay ahead. Before he could pause, the lightning on the mountain seemed to be drawn toward him, striking down without warning. This lightning was imbued with terrifying tribulation power, as though intent on forcing him to transcend a calamity. Additionally, it carried the dreadful force of law origin, akin to the order of the heavenly Tao. Li Hao faintly sensed a fearsome presence atop the mountain, but there was no time to linger. He charged headlong toward the lightning. The lightning enveloped him, and he bathed in the thunder-prisoned tribulation. Yet his flesh, like a slippery mudfish, repelled the lightning, unscathed by the tribulation power. His body had been refined using the laws of all heavens, achieving the Tao Ancestor extreme realm, rendering him impervious to all Tao. At this moment, he passed directly through, as the lightning and fire merely brushed past him like a gentle breeze, leaving no impression. The Mixed Heaven Saint, who was pursuing from behind, instantly discerned the terror of the lightning. Seeing Li Hao pass through unimpeded, his expression changed. This meat pill's power had exceeded his expectations. The ability to traverse this with mere physical strength, enduring even the 3 calamities, would be a challenge. His eyes narrowed momentarily before growing even more fervent. The stronger the prey, the better the nourishment. Is that the shadow of an immortal divine? Though excitement welled up within him, the mixed heaven saint refrained from acting rashly. He could sense a subtle aura of unease emanating from the mountain summit. Quickly scanning it with his divine sense, he saw a faint and illusory figure seated at the peak. The figure appeared to be cultivating, absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Surrounding it were the energies of the great Tao, and the lightning and fire were manifestations of its Taoist charm condensed to the extreme. With a single glance, the mixed heaven saint immediately understood and could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. In the ancient barbaric wilds era, he had once been fortunate enough to witness the remnants of an immortal trace. However, it had not been as vivid as what was before him now. If he had not reached the level of supreme saint, he would have likely mistaken the shadow for the true form of an immortal divine. Its power was immense. Just the lingering shadow was enough to make his hair stand on end, more oppressive than facing the source ancestor himself. Atop this mountain, an immortal divine once cultivated. Over countless eras, its image was imprinted here, or perhaps the surrounding Taoist charm still instinctively gathers, revolving according to their cultivation methods. To reach such strength that even heaven and earth remember, it must be unimaginable. The mixed heaven saint's heart was shaken. Even a supreme saint would eventually fade away with the passage of time, borrowing power only from the heavenly Tao. Yet immortal divines seemed to reign as the masters of heaven and earth. After a brief shock, the fervor in his eyes burned even more intensely. In that instant, he suddenly understood the obsession the source ancestor harbored for immortal divines. Only after experiencing it could one comprehend such maddening power. The mixed heaven saint ceased to toy around. Far removed from the dragon saint, he revealed his true form. An abyssal black horn extended from his head, and the shell on his back, deep and dark, split apart as he twisted the heavens and earth in an instant. Like the leap of a great rock, his colossal form cast an overwhelming shadow, enveloping Li Hao. The lightning and fire surged toward his body but caused no harm, driven away by the fearsome shockwaves emitted from his flesh. With a resounding bang, as he unleashed the extreme strength saint path, the heavens and earth seemed to fall under his dominion. A vast, overwhelming power descended upon the void as if 10,000 great mountains were pressing down. The rumbling shook the heavens. Li Hao felt the air constrict around him, like an invisible hand gripping him tight. Eternal Tao Domain, activate, Li Hao erupted, his Tao Domain layering upon itself repeatedly until it transformed into eternity. Myriad sword shadows surged forth like a tidal wave, slicing the void into countless fragments. The void that had been as solid as iron was abruptly torn asunder, and with its shattering, the oppressive force inside lessened. Li Hao showed no mercy, activating his lethal attributes. While unclear about their effectiveness against a supreme saint, any additional strength was worth attempting. Kill, fleeing all the while, Li Hao unleashed waves of sword shadows from his Tao domain, driving them toward the mixed heaven saint. They roared skyward like a silver dragon tide. His heart was taut. The seemingly enraged attack was, in fact, strategically decisive. If his opponent underestimated him and opted to take on the sword chi head-on, the sheer volume of the sword tide would certainly trigger its effect. Boom! As the sword tide surged forth, the mixed heaven saint snorted coldly. Seeing his extreme domain torn open by a crack, he raised a forelimb and pressed down toward the void. Under the crushing weight of a force like a boulder falling from the heavens, the sword tide shattered into fragments. Yet even in ruin, the splintered sword light continued to swirl under Li Hao's control, sweeping toward the mixed heaven saint like scattered shards. The mixed heaven saint did not bother to block them, gazing indifferently at Li Hao, who appeared utterly insignificant beneath the immense power that enveloped him. A cracking sound echoed as immense pressure bore down on him, causing the bones throughout Li Hao's body to creak ominously, teetering on the brink of shattering. But his eyes remained firmly fixed on the broken sword tide. Even shattered, as long as the fragments touched him. As the sword lights danced forward, nearing the mixed heaven saint, a force akin to Gang Qi abruptly materialized, intercepting every fragment of the sword shadow and shattering them entirely. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly, shock flashing in his eyes. Is that Tao aura? You aren't even qualified to harm me. Seeing Li Hao's reaction, the mixed heaven saint sneered faintly. My flesh has attained sainthood. I have consumed countless ancient ferocious birds and dragonkin, refining my Tao with their blood qi and my gang qi with my Tao. Among all the heavens, it is known that my body is the strongest, but few truly understand how strong. Apart from the source ancestor's emperor weapon, the number of emperor weapons capable of injuring me can be counted on one hand. As he spoke, just as the sword qi shattered, Li Hao forcefully took the attack from the mixed heaven saint. His eternal Tao domain seemed on the verge of collapse, squeezed to the brink of bursting, but as streams of extreme realm power manifested, it gradually stabilized. Divine power, heaven and earth vein, primordial spirit burning. In an instant, Li Hao unleashed all of his extreme realm power. Simultaneously, he stepped into the transformed to immortal state. This was an open declaration, with nothing left to hide. As his hair turned silver white, the aura emanating from Li Hao's entire being abruptly surged more than tenfold, seemingly merging with heaven and earth itself. The sixth extreme realm, truly mysterious. Mixed heaven saint gazed at Li Hao's aura, completely distinct from before. It now carried an ancient and ethereal quality, akin to the shadowy projection of immortal divine power atop the mountain. As an ancient supreme saint, he had long studied the depths of extreme realm and understood the states it could bring. These might be abilities from realms beyond martial arts, possibly even surpassing them. Just like returning ruin instantaneous movement, which goes beyond the Taoist charm teleportation of the four stands realm. Once I swallow you, refine your primordial spirit, strip your soul and unravel its threads, I'll find out why the sixth extreme realm is so hard to cultivate. Mixed heaven saint spared no mercy, raising his hand to directly condense Saint Path, launching an oppressive strike at Li Hao with ferocious intensity. He employed supreme saint techniques, borrowed a fraction of heavenly Tao power, such that the thunderfire atop this majestic ancient mountain seemed to extinguish, blowing apart into scatterings. Li Hao raised his head, his expression icy cold, his sword, merit, instantly grasped in his hand, and he delivered a slash in return. This was his first serious clash with a supreme saint. His only Mi swordsmanship contained the immortal guide. A single strike illuminated the entire ancient mountain, as if severing space-time itself. Bang! Sword qi surged thousands of miles, and sword light dazzled like the Milky Way. Yet, the massive claws descended mercilessly, suppressing with unyielding force. The extreme strength Saint Path itself was an extraordinarily terrifying Saint Path. All existence possessed strength, pointing directly at Tao origin, rivaling even the beginning of creation. After all, the origin of all things cannot be separated from the function of strength. Combined with a fleshly body sanctified to the degree of a sixth tribulation emperor weapon, even the peerless slash of Li Hao's sword against those claws failed to leave a scratch. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. This sword was enough to kill a three calamities saint 10 times over, yet it couldn't even break mixed heaven saint's defenses. Seeing Li Hao's reaction, the smirk on mixed heaven saint's lips grew even colder. His claws came down at lightning speed for suppression once more. Li Hao's figure flickered, attempting to evade with returning ruin instantaneous movement. However, the surrounding spatial tiers abruptly sealed, filled by a surge of energy. Bang! Li Hao's body was slammed forcefully against the mountainside, carving out a massive pit. Mixed heaven saint raised his hand, employing an absorbent force to envelop the pit. Li Hao's figure abruptly burst forth from within, lightning fast, borrowing the absorbing power to deliver a second sword strike. This slash was tenfold brighter than the previous one, its radiance dazzling, as if slicing the entire ancient mountain apart. Mixed heaven saint hesitated, alarm flashing in his eyes. This surge of strength far surpassed what had erupted earlier. Yet the earlier strength Li Hao displayed was merely second to supreme saints. Now, could it still rise? He noted how all of Li Hao's extreme realm was manifesting. Even the 8 extreme realms seemed fully unleashed, and he should have already been fighting at maximum capacity. With a deafening bang, the sword light tore through the void, arriving in an instant, cleaving into mixed heaven saint's forelimb. The terrifying force shattered its domain and overturned the claws. Mixed heaven saint's form paused, casting a stunned gaze toward Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao's entire body radiated brilliance. The Tao encircled him, while the all-heaven star vein materialized plainly behind him. It appeared as though silhouettes of the stars splattered across the heavens reflected themselves, unleashing star origin power to augment Li Hao. The heaven and earth vein constricted like a hurricane, becoming dim and insignificant under the all-heaven star vein. This heaven and earth vein, beyond extreme realm? Mixed Heaven Saint froze. He had cultivated divine blood end realm, his physical body reaching its limits, and had been exploring realms beyond extreme realm. But the final realm was not as straightforward as extreme realms. Apart from divine blood end realm, his path beyond heaven and earth vein extreme realm involved constructing power veins. He had established 3 mighty power veins yet still failed to touch the final realm. Yet the sight of Li Hao easily unveiling another pathway, one that seemed even more fearsome than his power veins, left him unsure whether his approach was flawed. A whirlwind of thoughts crossed Mixed Heaven Saint's mind in an instant. The chill of dread toward Li Hao now seeped deeper into his heart. Not yet 30 years old, and able to cultivate this far, breaking through martial arts to the 8th extreme realm while even cracking through the 2nd extreme realm to explore a final realm's path. This was monstrous beyond belief. Even the legendary immortal divine beings likely weren't this miraculous. Given some time to grow, you've grown far too exaggeratedly. Mixed Heaven Saint's expression turned grim, suddenly grateful to encounter Li Hao now. Otherwise, had Li Hao reached the 3 calamities realm, it might have been impossible to kill him. Even if the thought seemed implausible, it didn't feel exaggerated for a moment. No longer hesitating, Mixed Heaven Saint directly erupted true force. Upon his forehead, that towering black horn radiated terrifying brilliance, transforming into a dreadful curved blade. An ancient and barbaric wild's aura exuded from his horn, intensifying as the light continued to condense. Then, it suddenly cleaved toward Li Hao. As the shining blade traveled, the void tore apart, revealing pitch-black chasms. This scene resembled a clash between Source Ancestor and Divine King, where even the void was utterly sundered. Li Hao's expression reached its zenith of coldness. Given the situation, retreat was impossible. Fleeing wasn't feasible with his movement technique. Complete combat was his only option. He pinned his hopes on triggering the lethal attribute to inflict a critical blow. Star-Lord. Unveiling the true essence of the all-heaven star vein, Li Hao immediately entered the 2nd ultimate realm. The 1,464 stars in his Tao domain all unleashed their utmost radiance. The beams converged, coalescing upon his body. In that instant, it seemed as though the power of entire galactic rivers cascaded into Li Hao. Even separated by the ancient hall's barrier, the energy still pierced through. He bathed in starlight, embraced by the constellations. An unfathomably vast aura surrounded him, profound as the ocean. Raising his hand induced dark traces to streak across the void. Li Hao lifted, merit. Again. The sword responded to the monumental force it sensed within its hilt, humming excitedly. A moment later, it erupted a blazing sword light spanning hundreds of meters, as if wielding brilliance and thunder. Slash. Li Hao infused the power of all heaven's star vein into the Saint Path refinement, delivering a peerlessly radiant strike. Immortal Guide. With a loud bang, the entire ancient mountain trembled violently. The horrifying shockwave shredded the void, instantly releasing its energy into the pitch-black void, reducing the reverberations to silence. The void tore open a tremendously long black fissure. Li Hao's body trembled and was sent flying backward, colliding against the ground, but only felt slight soreness. Bathed in starlight, his expended energy instantly replenished to peak condition. Yet Mixed Heaven Saint was stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. He'd gone all out, but still ended in a deadlock with Li Hao? The sword's power had already reached Supreme Saint-level strength, beyond the League of 3 Calamities Saints, far exceeding even Star Saints, Netherworld Saints, and other top-tier 3 Calamities Saints. This was a truly Supreme Saint-level technique. Mixed Heaven Saint faltered. The youth before him only bore the aura of first tribulation. His body barely contained tribulation power, yet he'd unleashed strength of Supreme Saint level? Seeing Li Hao recover his vigor to pinnacle state, Mixed Heaven Saint snapped to his senses. His face darkened to the point it seemed he could wring water from it, as the light on his forehead's horn condensed to several magnitudes stronger, nearly bursting with full potency. Die. He suddenly cleaved downward using his horn. Extreme strength Saint Path drew energy from all around into his body, converting it into his might. Li Hao likewise unleashed even greater strength. He stretched his consciousness across the heavens, faintly sensing a trace of celestial venerable will. He attempted merging his awareness with it. Immediately, his aura absorbed the essence, and his control of heaven and earth power became markedly firmer. He could even perceive Mixed Heaven Saint siphoning the nearby heavenly forces like an immense whale swallowing water, yet the speed was far too slow. By invoking celestial venerable will, Li Hao ordered the forces directly. Heaven and earth power converged into soldiers, instantaneously coalescing onto his sword as he swung out with all his might. Detecting the power on Li Hao's sword, the mixed heaven saint was slightly startled. His pupils contracted slightly. Was this borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao? He had faintly felt the aura of the heavenly Tao from Li Hao. But such methods were possessed only by supreme saints. His eyes flashed with a chilling realization, and suddenly he summoned the power of the heavenly Tao, sealing the surrounding heavens and earth. In doing so, he could cut off Li Hao's source of power. This was the reason why supreme saints could effortlessly kill 3 calamities saints. However, Li Hao's heavenly maneuvering was astonishingly swift. Sensing the seal, a thread of celestial venerables he had fused with emitted a cold snort, radiating boundless power that easily shattered the sealing force. All this happened in a single instant. Li Hao's sword light had already slashed out violently. The thunderlight in the sky dissipated, and the ancient mountains surrounding Tao retreated and scattered, shattering the sight that had persisted for countless years. Boom! The sword light ripped through the void, seemingly severing time itself. Countless law origins and dazzling sword intent converged into a single move, as if capturing the essence of immortality. A violent tremor resounded, and the rampaging extreme strength saint path, infused with the power of heaven and earth, was cleaved apart. The piercing brilliance caused everything in the mixed heaven saint's vision to fade. The space atop the ancient mountain exploded, unleashing chaotic black light. The mixed heaven saint was somewhat dazed. The slight pain from his horn made him realize he was actually injured. That was his most hardened part, his sharpest weapon, yet it had been damaged. Amid the turbulent destruction, Li Hao's figure did not flee but instead closed in at high speed. His entire body burned as if engulfed by divine flame, divine blood boiled, and his Tao bone mended continuously amidst shattering. Although this one sword had managed to block the mixed heaven saint's attack, the vibrating forces of the extreme strength saint path left him wounded. Fortunately, his healing speed now meant that minor injuries were nearly instantaneous to recover. Even if his physical body were destroyed, he could be reborn at extreme speed, seemingly becoming truly immortal. With the all-heaven star Vane's blessings, his condition rose from rock bottom back to peak state in just an instant. The second sword, Li Hao poured every ounce of his strength into the next slash, showcasing the entirety of the extreme realm, while also tapping into 2 final realm states. Boom! Unprepared for Li Hao's sudden move, the mixed heaven saint retaliated in anger, swinging a claw as if tearing apart the sky, unleashing an overwhelming force toward Li Hao. The frightful vibrations rang out again, yet Li Hao pierced through the shockwaves unscathed, his body covered in wounds that healed instantaneously. The third sword, Li Hao seemed tireless, continuing his relentless strikes. You deserve to die, the mixed heaven saint raged furiously. As a dignified supreme saint, to be forced into defense by Li Hao was an unprecedented humiliation. What was even more terrifying was that Li Hao's power could actually contend against his own. Despite being merely a single calamity cultivator, Li Hao could wield exaggerated heavenly power. The mixed heaven saint stopped opposing Li Hao move for move, realizing that Li Hao's rate of energy replenishment slightly exceeded his own. His massive form descended rapidly, like a monstrous black beast, aiming his sharp horn directly at Li Hao with destructive force. The extreme strength saint path domain enveloped the area, radiating terrifying might capable of tearing the earth apart. With just a second tribulation emperor weapon, let's see how you crack my defenses. Murderous intent filled the mixed heaven saint's eyes as he unleashed a claw toward Li Hao. Dazzling sword light exploded forth, shaking his claws back. However, just as the mixed heaven saint had claimed, while Li Hao's strikes were sharp, they could not penetrate his armor-like defenses. Let alone breaking through completely, his dripping blood would enable instant regeneration. As someone who had sanctified their flesh and cultivated to the level of supreme saint, his physical body was akin to the strongest emperor's weapon, comparable to a 6th tribulation emperor weapon. In the land of all saints, weapons capable of injuring him were few and far between. Apart from the source ancestor, only the medical saint's poisons stood a chance. A thunderous sound echoed as the mixed heaven saint's claw struck Li Hao forcefully. Quick to avoid being caught, Li Hao countered with rapid sword strikes, bouncing away from the impact. His sword momentum blazed like a scorching sun, elusive yet cutting, slashing repeatedly at the claw. Yet, it was as though he were hitting divine iron, failing even to leave a scratch. Too hard. Li Hao's expression darkened. This was his near full power burst, yet he barely managed a stalemate against such a foe. Against other Supreme Saints, he might even have injured them, but fate had him pitted against the Mixed Heaven Saint. Among the myriad Supreme Saints, the Mixed Heaven Saint was one of the stronger ones. Continuing like this will lead only to a draw. I won't be able to kill him. The heaven and earth treasures he had plundered earlier allowed his cultivation to rise rapidly through tribulations, but compared to the depth of the Supreme Saints, his foundation was still far too shallow. Unable to kill, there was no sense in continuing the fight. Prolonging it might attract the Dragon Saint or the Source Ancestor, which wouldn't bode well. In the midst of considering his options, Li Hao fought while retreating. Every strike was executed with full force, as only this allowed him to hold his ground against the Mixed Heaven Saint. Trying to escape, the Mixed Heaven Saint continued his close-quarters assault, his massive body remarkably agile. Li Hao could only dodge by attacking. Seeing through Li Hao's intentions, the Mixed Heaven Saint sneered. Despite Li Hao's recurring surprises and unforeseen strength, ultimately his cultivation time was still too short, and his second Tribulation Emperor weapon posed no real threat to the Mixed Heaven Saint. Supreme Saints, as the pinnacle powerhouses of the All Heavens, controlled roughly 80% of its cultivation resources and incense fire. The remaining resources were fought over by old Three Calamity Saints and other saints. This was why it was so difficult for semi-saints to contend for incense fire. Most of it resided in the hands of Supreme Saints. Not even saints had enough, let alone gifting it to semi-saints. Prison of Heaven. Suddenly, the Mixed Heaven Saint raised his hand. The extreme strength Saint Path domain in his palm emanated a formidable suction power, enveloping 10,000 miles around him as he deployed his flesh-based divine skills. In the void, a colossal and shadowy hand seemed to materialize, slowly tightening its grip, attempting to seize Li Hao. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. If the Mixed Heaven Saint captured him now, it would devolve into a pure battle of strength, one he wasn't confident he could win. What I see is what I think is what I break. Sword scars gleamed in Li Hao's eyes, and at this moment, his only swordsmanship seemed to elevate once again, advancing sharply in power as he struck fiercely. The eternal Tao domain and the extreme doctrine of the sword shadow in his eyes condensed instantly, slashing outward. The massive, blurry hand in the void suddenly cracked apart, rupturing silently, without so much as an explosive sound. Li Hao darted through the dark fissure, breaking free. A pity. My movement technique is too slow. If my movement technique could align with sacrificial Tao, just combining it with the extreme realm would be enough to aid my escape. Li Hao sped forward relentlessly, yet felt his speed wasn't enough. Despite his cultivation having already achieved astonishing velocity, there were still countless domains left for him to refine and enhance. HMPH. The Mixed Heaven Saint, watching Li Hao shatter his divine skill, gave a slight, icy smile before pursuing him once more. Though his specialization in the extreme strength Saint Path enabled him to crush all forms of magic, movement techniques weren't his forte. Yet, even so, he surpassed most Three Calamities saints. In the blink of an eye, the Mixed Heaven Saint closed the distance again. Li Hao's silhouette flickered as he surged toward the summit of an ancient mountain, aiming directly at the ethereal figure of an immortal divine sitting atop it. The immortal divine figure remained seated, seemingly unmoved by Li Hao's approach. Only as Li Hao rushed closer did it slowly open its eyes, its gaze appearing to pierce through time, locking onto this precise moment in the future. Then, the ethereal figure's gaze briefly settled on Li Hao before shifting to the Mixed Heaven Saint pursuing from behind. Its eyes grew colder, as if sneering softly before raising a hand with an effortless wave. A beam of light shot forth from its palm, but as the light traveled further from its body, its power rapidly dissipated. Just a shadow, yet you dare attempt to suppress me? Noticing the attack directed at him, the Mixed Heaven Saint roared in anger. He charged forward head-on, colliding with the attack and scattering it directly, leaving only faint smoke wafting from his body alongside slight cracks that quickly healed in an instant. After delivering the strike, the immortal divine shadow gradually faded, disappearing atop the mountain summit. Li Hao was aware that this was merely a shadow being etched into the fabric of time. What terrified him, however, was that the shadow seemed to possess an independent consciousness. To reach that level of cultivation, what kind of power would one need? Li Hao didn't look back, he kept rushing forward, capitalizing on the immortal divine's attack to widen the gap between him and the Mixed Heaven Saint. Using returning ruin instantaneous movement repeatedly, Li Hao tore through rifts in the heavens and escaped the ancient mountain, teleporting tens of thousands of miles ahead along the path, only to arrive at another ancient mountain. This mountain was similarly surrounded by thunderfire, shrouded in tribulation power, with an immortal divine figure seated in cultivation atop the summit, but its appearance differed from the one prior. Li Hao dashed toward the summit as the immortal divine shadow opened its eyes, locking its gaze firmly on him. It wasn't long before it sensed the mixed heaven saint pursuing from behind. Upon seeing the mixed heaven saint, a glint of cold malice shone in its eyes. Then, it raised its hand, mirroring the actions of the previous immortal divine shadow, and launched another attack, a piercing spear of light cutting through space. The mixed heaven saint roared with fury, charging forward without hesitation. Li Hao couldn't determine if these immortal divines mistook the mixed heaven saint for a demon, causing them to avoid targeting him and focus their attacks solely on the saint. Without turning back, Li Hao continued hurtling forward. The path led past mountain after mountain. Li Hao traversed 7 ancient mountains in succession, relying on the immortal divine shadows atop them to barely keep a slight distance ahead of the mixed heaven saint. Upon reaching yet another mountain, Li Hao noticed something odd. It lacked the familiar thunderfire and tribulation power, its surface instead adorned with clouds of shimmering crimson gold, as though brushed with radiant gold dust, making it incomparably beautiful. At the summit rested an otherworldly structure, a celestial pavilion by a divine waterfall and spiritual pool. A female immortal divine shadow sat serenely in the pavilion at the cliff's edge, lightly playing her zither. Streams of Taoist charm swirled around her like flowing rainbows, creating an unparalleled vision of beauty. Hearing the faint, ethereal melody flowing forth, Li Hao paused in awe. Even with his mastery of the musical rhythm Tao, he could sense that this was a divine masterpiece unlike any other. He experienced an almost irresistible urge. If acquiring this song meant being gravely injured or losing decades of his lifespan, he would gladly accept the cost. Such an exquisite tune, momentarily lost in its splendor, Li Hao only snapped back to reality upon sensing the killing intent approaching from behind. His expression darkened, and this time, he chose not to lure the mixed heaven saint toward the mountain summit, unwilling to let this fleeting masterpiece dissolve away in time. Yet, as he turned to leave, the female shadow atop the mountain gently glanced at him, her lips curving into a faint smile. Following her gaze, she plucked the strings once more, releasing a soundwave transformed into a terrifying blade that slashed downward. This piece is called Sorrow of 9 Rivers, an ancient and haunting sentiment, impossibly graceful, surfaced within Li Hao's mind. Moments later, Li Hao witnessed the female immortal divine shadow gradually dissipating. Her fragment of existence, kept by time itself, had vanished completely with the blade's strike. Li Hao froze, gripped by an indescribable sense of loss. Quietly, he etched the song's name into his heart. Was the shadow a relic of someone long deceased? Would he ever encounter her again? He snapped back to focus, feeling the furious roar from behind draw nearer. Without lingering, he continued his charge forward, determined not to let this divine melody fade for nothing. Coming upon yet another ancient mountain, Li Hao found its surface entirely wrecked, broken apart and charred black, as though ravaged by some fierce battle. At the summit, there was no immortal divine shadow in sight. The ground lay darkened and desolate, devoid of vitality. Li Hao hesitated briefly but chose not to linger, pressing onward. As he sprinted past the edge of the mountain, something reflective caught his attention. Narrowing his eyes, he took a closer look. A fractured blade jutted out from a chunk of scorched rock. Curiously, the blade remained pristine, free of dust and seemingly brand new. Li Hao stretched out his hand, summoning the fragment. It flew swiftly through the air and landed in his grip. He examined it closely, sensing neither tribulation power nor Taoist charm around it. Still, its presence here suggested it was likely a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, albeit damaged and reduced to a mere remnant. Kill! The mixed heaven saint's bellow echoed from behind, his eyes bloodshot, not entirely from anger, but also from the rage burning within him. He spread his wings and streaked through the air like a kunpeng, his talons tearing through the void to shred Li Hao's body. Once destroyed, regenerating his physical form would provide the saint the perfect opportunity to devour him. Li Hao's expression sharpened as he hurled the blade fragment outward, then swiftly swung his sword to counter. A blinding flash of sword light erupted, slashing toward the saint's horn in an attempt to trade injury for injury. But the next moment, Li Hao witnessed the saint's talon abruptly snap, with blood spraying forth. The sudden event left Li Hao stunned, and the mixed heaven saint froze in shock, his pupils contracting as he stared at his dismembered talon in disbelief. The blood soon stopped flowing, the talon regenerating rapidly, yet the saint remained dazed. Li Hao didn't even bother checking if his sword Dao strike had connected. His gaze was locked onto the point of severance, which gleamed brightly in the light. His heart thudded violently with realization, could it really be? Immediately, he burned his primordial spirit, channeling its strength to retrieve the remnant blade fragment. Without hesitation, he marked the shard with his primordial spirit imprint, ensuring the mixed heaven saint would find it exceedingly difficult to snatch and wield the weapon unless his primordial spirit strength exceeded Li Hao's by several multiples. However, even as a supreme saint, the mixed heaven saint's strength in this aspect wasn't significantly greater than Li Hao's. They were both in the extreme realm. What is this thing? The mixed heaven saint's expression shifted as his gaze fixated on the fragment, discerning that it wasn't a complete emperor's weapon, which only made it even more astonishing. In that instant, Li Hao realized the blade fragment was unbelievably sharp despite its incompleteness. Perhaps it originated from an exalted emperor's weapon, one that surpassed even Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons. No wonder it had retained its luster across endless ages, repelling even the tiniest speck of dust, its edge sharper than imagination. Go! Li Hao commanded the fragment, sending it slicing toward the mixed heaven saint to test its razor-like essence. The mixed heaven saint, shocked and enraged, unleashed his Saint Dao domain while simultaneously reaching to draw forth his own emperor's weapon from the carapace on his back. Initially, he had refrained from employing his emperor's weapon against Li Hao. It felt humiliating, like a college student competing in math against a grade schooler, only to pull out a calculator. While victory was possible, it would still carry the sting of disgrace. The emperor's weapon of the mixed heaven saint is a ferocious and massive warblade, its surface extremely rough, like a mix of stone and bronze, crudely forged, with sharp edges and back like fish fins, exuding a barbaric aura. As soon as the warblade is drawn, the dense tribulation power forms a thunder field spanning tens of thousands of meters, changing the color of the sky and earth, with a slicing distortion in the air. Li Hao immediately saw the surrounding world centering on the warblade, with vast energy and Dao gathering towards it, its aura rivaling that of a supreme saint, exuding a terrifying power. In comparison, the fragment had no other phenomena apart from its brightness. Kill. Now that the blade was unsheathed, there was no turning back. Li Hao fully controlled the fragment, guiding it with his primordial spirit, utilizing attributes like flying phase and hidden bow to increase the distance and speed of object control. The hidden bow's concealment of the blade edge made the mixed heaven saint momentarily absent-minded, as if the fragment suddenly disappeared from perception for an instant. Once detected again, the fragment appeared at a closer distance as if by instant teleportation. Die. The mixed heaven saint's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the extreme strength saint path domain pressed down to lock the fragment, while his warblade abruptly cleaved towards Li Hao. As the blade edge descended, the tribulation clouds roared, countless electric lights exploded, marking vast black scars in the void. The mere airwaves outside the blade edge separated the sky and earth. Neither chose to defend, instead poured all their strength into a fierce battle against each other. The eternal Dao domain dented, fractured, as waves of terrifying tribulation power invaded. Li Hao felt for the first time how fragile the eternal Dao domain was, like a balloon meeting a strong wooden stick, being suppressed to the point of bursting. This oppression made his bones creak, as Dao patterns emerged in his Dao bone, divine blood surged, transforming into a Taoist ancestor. His physical form seemed embedded with the heavens and earth, becoming extremely solid, which quickly reduced the pressure of the warblade. Meanwhile, Li Hao's mind was fixed on the fragment. At this point, he could only hope the fragment could break through the flesh of the mixed heaven saint. Faster, even faster. Li Hao growled inwardly, his primordial spirit fully propelling the fragment, its speed astonishingly fast, surpassing even the warblade swung by the mixed heaven saint. Reaching first. Puff. The fragment abruptly cut into the mixed heaven saint's domain, encountering no resistance, then pierced directly through his chest, exiting from his back. Li Hao's eyes were initially blank with disbelief, then filled with joy, as he hurriedly manipulated the fragment to return. Puff 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 puff. The fragment, like a bright light, traversed like a golden needle between the giant body of the mixed heaven saint, seemingly insignificant, yet the light continuously manifested, penetrating back and forth through the flesh. The physical body the mixed heaven saint prided himself on, comparable to 5 tribulations, even 6th tribulation emperor's weapon in strength, was now easily pierced by the fragment. So sharp, while filled with excitement, Li Hao couldn't help but be shocked. However, by this time, the mixed heaven saint roared angrily, his body penetrated by the fragment, which must be some kind of peerless divine weapon. He channeled all his strength into the warblade, intending to exchange injury for injury to kill Li Hao. The warblade came down with a terrifying whistle, slow compared to the fragment, but still too fast to dodge. Bang! Li Hao's extreme realm erupted to its limit, slashing incessantly before him, attempting to shatter the might of the warblade, but the effect was minimal. The blade edge descended, slashing down like a giant peak, with the shockwave tearing the ground into a bottomless chasm. At the moment of being struck, Li Hao withdrew his achievements. His body felt the extreme flames and tearing, then an unstoppable pressure enveloped, crushing his body to pieces. His entire body exploded, divine blood splattered, Dao bone fractured and broken. But the light of the all-heaven star vein did not dissipate. Under the shine of the stars, the shattered flesh and blood contracted, pulled together under Dao thoughts. Seeing Li Hao attempting to regenerate, the mixed heaven saint's warblade wielded even heavier might. Li Hao's already mangled body ruptured once more, Dao bones shattered, divine blood annihilated. Nonetheless, the light of the all-heaven star vein did not diminish. Instead, within the broken Dao bone, a power of the Dao spread. The Dao bone was completely shattered, yet the power of the Dao did not dissipate. Li Hao became one with the Dao, indestructible, becoming unimaginably resilient. However, that warblade was ultimately a 6th tribulation Dao tribulation emperor weapon, capable of slaying even the Dao. The intense tribulation power made Li Hao feel his Dao body, after merging with the Dao, was continuously contracting. Continuing like this, even the Dao would be extinguished under tribulation power. But this required a process, and within this brief respite, the all-heaven star vein drew countless stellar forces, and in a mere instant, Li Hao's body regenerated from destruction. He manifested from the Dao, blossoming in the void, healing in the blink of an eye. The rumbling tremors rang behind Li Hao, all of this happening during the descent of the blade edge, in an incredibly short span. It looked as if the warblade obliterated Li Hao's body, but once the blade swung past, Li Hao was standing intact as before. If unable to shatter Li Hao's body instantly and his Dao body simultaneously, it would be impossible to utterly annihilate Li Hao. Even the Supreme Saint could not destroy Li Hao's eternal Dao domain in an instant, break his body comparable to a 3 tribulations emperor weapon, and shatter his Dao body at the same time. In other words, it was now difficult even for a Supreme Saint to kill Li Hao. Although the 6th tribulation emperor weapon caused Li Hao's Dao body to dissolve, it still let Li Hao smell the scent of life and death's edge, for if it were a 7 tribulations emperor weapon, it might have the capability to annihilate him. Li Hao's eyes were icy cold as he gazed at the stunned mixed heaven saint without pausing, manipulating the fragments to attack at full speed. The fragments zipped through the saint's massive body at incredible speed, blood spurting incessantly. The blood that splattered forth was the divine blood of a supreme saint, a treasure refined from the life essence of this ancient ferocious beast. Li Hao caught the strange fragrance emanating from the blood, narrowing his eyes as certain ingredients flashed through his mind. These were recipes for boiling blood. Normally, he used dragon blood, phoenix blood, or the blood of certain enlightened demons for such culinary experiments. I wonder what stew made with Supreme Saint blood would taste like. Perhaps start with a dragon bone broth as the base. Li Hao's eyes shimmered as a daring thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He entertained the idea of cooking the mixed heaven saint. The blood splattering forth was a rare and precious ingredient, igniting a burning impulse to cook within him. The mixed heaven saint had viewed him as nothing but a meatball, yet as Li Hao stared at the beast's massive form, it struck him. This was the perfect source for an unimaginably delicious feast. Top-tier Supreme Saint delicacies. Moreover, a physically manifested saint. How sublime must the texture be? This meat would certainly be chewy and tender. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more he felt his mouth water. The notion rampaged like madness, refusing to be dismissed from his mind. Celestial severance. At that moment, the mixed heaven saint roared furiously, swinging its blade with renewed savagery. This time, the blade's ferocity was terrifying beyond compare, powered by the forces of the heavenly Dao. the radiance of the sun and moon seemed to be seized from the heavens, plunging all into darkness. Only the blade's light shone, cutting through the void. Li Hao knew there was no escape, so he chose to unleash his full power and confront it head-on. He swung his sword in succession, letting the blade light clash against the incoming edge, his eternal Dao domain fully deployed. Boom! Despite his full resistance, the clash instantly ruptured his defenses, his physical body exploding apart, transformed into a Taoist body. The tribulation power carried with it a trace of heavenly Tao will, intent on shattering the great Tao itself. Li Hao's Taoist body felt as though it was on the verge of disintegration. Under the crushing force of the will, his great Tao fragmented into Taoist charm, scattering from its once cohesive form. Quickly, he anchored his Tao thoughts deep into the world itself, resisting with the sheer will of a celestial venerable. Before long, the heavenly Tao power was severed, yet under the relentless devouring of the tribulation power, his Taoist body continued to erode. But then, the power of the all-heaven star vein surged, shining brilliantly, and in an instant, Li Hao was reborn. As soon as he regenerated, Li Hao once again commanded the fragments to relentlessly slice into the mixed heaven saint's flesh. The mixed heaven saint's massive body was riddled with gaping holes, blood gushing forth. His saint domain and fortified body were impotent in the face of the fragments. However, his body healed rapidly even as it was repeatedly wounded. Li Hao, now directing the fragments with newfound precision, no longer made mere punctures. Instead, he targeted the sinews beneath their protective exoskeleton, carving deep, devastating wounds. Cooking. Let the heavens be the pot and void the fire. A supreme saint, but in the end, it's just an ancient ferocious insect. If it were in its juvenile form, frying it would likely result in a delightful crunch. The gleam in Li Hao's eyes brightened further, new revelations about cooking sweeping through his mind. Viewing the supreme saint as no longer an opponent but an ingredient, his state of mind expanded, deepening his understanding of both ingredients and culinary art. If even a supreme saint could be cooked, what should be used in the process? The saint path, or perhaps even the heavenly Tao itself? Amid these musings, Li Hao continued to wield the fragments, treating the mixed heaven saint as an ingredient to be processed. The fragments became blades, skillfully skinning and deboning the mighty being. The fragments moved with increasing speed, carving paths with astonishing intricacy, akin to a master butcher dissecting an ox. Using precise angles, he peeled away the insect's exoskeleton layer by layer. This required predicting the mixed heaven saint's movements. It was, after all, a living entity, being dissected alive. Preparing an ingredient, in particular, refining one, was a test of blade skill, a cornerstone of fine cooking techniques. Like streaks of silver light, the fragments darted through the mixed heaven saint's body, methodically slicing away chunks of flesh. Blood poured in torrents, the wounds inflicted far exceeding the damage of simple punctures. Although the flesh healed as quickly as it was cut, this regenerative trait only gave Li Hao more opportunities to hone his blade skill. Time and time again, the fragments swept over the beast's massive body, from crude and uneven cuts at the beginning to progressively sharper and swifter precision. The mixed heaven saint gradually realized that Li Hao's blade techniques, his dissection skills, were improving at an alarming rate. Though the fragments could only wound him, and his blood rebirth ability made such injuries trivial, something unsettling began to gnaw at his mind. As the wounds grew in number and expanded in scale, a wave of unease surged through him. It felt as though, at some critical moment, he would face utter dismemberment. The opponent seemed to be analyzing his body, searching for some ultimate cutting point. Let's see whether I die first or you do. The mixed heaven saint's eyes shone with a murderous cold light. As a supreme saint, being pushed to such a degree by a mere cultivator like Li Hao was unheard of. It was an utter humiliation that burned into his very being. Given time, such a demon might truly dominate the all heavens, surpassing even the source ancestor in dreadfulness. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the mixed heaven saint swung his blade repeatedly, shattering Li Hao's body over and over. Each time Li Hao resurrected, he immediately directed the fragments to keep carving into his adversary. Both were locked in a gruesome blood duel, trading wounds for wounds, a battle of attrition to see who would outlast the other. Boom! The mixed heaven saint mobilized 3 of his power veins, forcefully gathering the heaven and earth power to keep his state at its peak. But with each cut from Li Hao's fragments, his imposing aura began to weaken, albeit slowly. Li Hao, keenly sensing this decline, pressed on. Despite the saint's fearsome blade techniques, none had managed to slay him in a single strike. With the all-heaven star vein sustaining him, Li Hao's peak condition remained unshaken, undiminished unless he was somehow isolated from the stars or heavens themselves. At this rate, I should be able to wear him down. As the cutting continued, Li Hao's eyes grew brighter. His mastery over dissecting ingredients became increasingly refined. After all, the mixed heaven saint's self-healing acted as the perfect practice tool he could mutilate endlessly. 10 times, 100, 1,000, the entire framework of the mixed heaven saint's body, every sinew and muscle fiber, had been laid entirely bare to Li Hao. Within the saint's form, he discerned a demon core. It resembled a heart, yet behaved unlike those of typical demons. Even if destroyed, it would regenerate immediately. It had ceased to be what one could call a true weakness. Mastering the 3 immortal extreme realms meant that vulnerabilities such as the heart or throat were no longer weak points. Splurt, accompanied by another slice of extraordinary precision, a fragment traced a Tao-like arc that seemed to enter Tao, rupturing the exoskeleton of the mixed heaven saint and forcing the underlying muscle to tense and expand uncontrollably. Blood poured out in torrents, drenching Li Hao, who pursued unrelentingly. The mixed heaven saint's pupils contracted slightly. The very spot where he exerted force had been severed cleanly by that strike. Though not fatal, it was enough to gravely wound him. Even though his regeneration closed the injury within moments, the godlike precision of that cut left him shaken. He's using me to practice his blade. The mixed heaven saint trembled with rage, his blood-red gaze fixed on Li Hao with a hatred that burned like fire. He longed to devour him whole, yet no matter how vicious his onslaught, Li Hao's vigor never faltered. In this battle of endurance, Li Hao was proving superior. The second ultimate realm. So this path of yours is correct? Could the all-heaven star vein indeed be the path to the second ultimate realm? The mixed heaven saint glanced once at the starlight glimmering behind Li Hao, his heart simmering with fury and frustration. He realized staying to tangle further with Li Hao served no purpose. He couldn't kill Li Hao. Instead, he was becoming a grinding stone for Li Hao's growth, accelerating his mortal enemy's progression with each passing moment. Originally intending to consume this meat pill, after it experienced the 3 calamities, he now found that after only one, it had become unpalatable. Had he known this earlier, he would have joined forces with the Dragon Saint to kill Li Hao outright beforehand. With his thoughts arranged, the mixed heaven saint resolutely ceased wasting effort, turning abruptly to retreat along his original path. It wasn't too late to seek out the Dragon Saint now. Are you trying to flee? Noticing the mixed heaven saint's intent to leave, Li Hao instantly perceived his thoughts and shouted loudly. The mixed heaven saint froze for a moment, feeling an uncontrollable surge of qi and blood in his chest. He nearly choked from sheer frustration. He, a dignified supreme saint, had never endured such humiliation. I will kill you. Glaring ice-cold daggers at Li Hao, the mixed heaven saint spun around and launched himself forward without looking back. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. He immediately gave chase, unleashing the fragments to continue slicing at his enemy. Weren't you going to eat me? Why are you running? Come back here. Li Hao taunted as he pursued. A glimmer of irritation twitched in the mixed heaven saint's expression. He thought back to how he'd previously hunted Li Hao with leisurely confidence, deliberately waiting to widen the distance from the Dragon Saint before exerting his full strength. It was meant to prevent interruptions during his meal. But now, the tables had turned entirely. It was he who was being chased, hounded endlessly by Li Hao's jeering cries. Whoosh! The mixed heaven saint stifled his rage and charged forward swiftly. Wasting time with Li Hao here was meaningless. If Source Ancestor and the others arrived, it would certainly spoil his plans. He knew they would deduce the reason he devoured Li Hao. It was to break through into the physical body divine realm. And Source Ancestor would never tolerate the birth of a second divine king. He dashed forward at full speed, leaving Li Hao far behind in an instant. In terms of movement technique, he was already close to sacrificial Tao, a level Li Hao could not possibly rival. Li Hao watched as the mixed heaven saint grew more distant, his expression changing slightly. He hadn't expected the saint to hold back his anger. If he allowed the saint to rendezvous with Dragon Saint, it would ultimately be him that would have to continue fleeing. Right, I still have the human tribulation. Li Hao immediately thought of the 3 saints' mini-extreme realm. He had passed the sacrificial Tao human tribulation, but had yet to face the incense fire human tribulation and the ultimate human tribulation. Bang! He quickly broke free from the shackles of the incense fire human tribulation, as if some force were unleashed. Li Hao felt a sense of exhilaration, but at the same time, he had a foreboding feeling, as if a tribulation were descending upon him. This was the shackles breaking. The heavenly Tao would inevitably deliver punishment. The punishment of the human tribulation often manifested as unexpected, lethal threats. In the midst of his frantic escape ahead, the mixed heaven saint suddenly had an intrusive thought. He has humiliated me like this. If I do not kill him, I am unworthy of the title Supreme Saint. As soon as this thought emerged, he was almost tempted to stop immediately, turn around, and battle Li Hao for hundreds of more rounds. But then, he detected something amiss. His emotions felt unusually restless. Though he was consumed with fury at that moment, he still perceived that trace of agitation, and his expression changed slightly. What was happening? Only the heavenly Tao could interfere with a Supreme Saint's thoughts. Could it be the power of the heavenly Tao affecting him? This feeling, it resembled the presence of someone undergoing the human tribulation nearby. He immediately thought of Li Hao behind him, but quickly denied it. Li Hao had previously completed the human tribulation, which came with the same kind of heavenly Tao influence back then. Since Li Hao had already undergone the tribulation publicly, there was no way he could face another. Maybe he was overthinking it. The mixed heaven saint's eyes shifted slightly, and he chose not to dwell on it further. Suppressing his inner rage, he accelerated his charge forward. As long as he could find Dragon Saint and rendezvous, given his camaraderie with Dragon Saint, the latter should be willing to lend him a hand. And if not, he had alternative ways to persuade him. Huh? Li Hao noticed the mixed heaven saint slowing down slightly but swiftly resuming his pursuit, causing Li Hao's expression to change once again. The influence of the human tribulation hadn't stirred a killing intent in the saint? I've heard when other supreme saints undergo the human tribulation, they always seek out remote, uninhabited dead zones. Yet even then, under the influence of the heavenly Tao, during the tribulation process, others are often inadvertently drawn from faraway places for mysterious reasons, ultimately triggering calamities. Another way to avoid the tribulation is to find uninhabited areas, with other saints guarding the vicinity, stopping anyone from approaching and enduring the tribulation in their stead. Li Hao's eyes flickered. That's precisely why saints establish holy lands, or join existing ones. During the human tribulation, activating the defensive arrays of a holy land significantly increases the likelihood of surviving the ordeal. But his situation right now differed. What he needed was for the power of the human tribulation to affect the mixed heaven saint. Using the tribulation as bait, yet the big fish before him refused to bite. Bait, Li Hao's eyes gleamed. That's right, why hadn't he thought of it? The mixed heaven saint before him was also a fish that could be caught. What is a supreme saint in the face of fishing? Before the art of fishing, all heavens are prey. In an instant, Li Hao's fishing state of mind broke through the bottleneck of stage 8, soaring into stage 9. There was even a faint sensation of entering Tao. Aren't you curious how I managed to teleport here earlier? Li Hao suddenly spoke, calling out to the mixed heaven saint. The mixed heaven saint's eyes flickered. Earlier, Li Hao had abruptly appeared out of nowhere, startling him completely without the slightest warning. But over the course of the chase, amidst their clashes, he had temporarily pushed the matter aside, almost forgetting about it. Now that Li Hao mentioned it, his gaze darkened. I was directly teleported here by the sculptures in the ancient hall. Those sculptures belong to the ancient hall's master, who transported me here. Perhaps as guidance. Among the 3 forks in the road, this might be the only path leading to the immortal divine road. Tell me, when you meet Dragon Saint, and if I divulge the secrets of the immortal divine road to him in exchange, do you think he'll still collaborate with you? Li Hao saw through the mixed heaven saint's intent to join forces with Dragon Saint to kill him, and exposed it directly. The mixed heaven saint's expression changed subtly, his mind racing. Li Hao's words held considerable credibility. Otherwise, that sudden teleportation, with him entirely oblivious, was something even returning ruin instantaneous movement couldn't achieve. Only the terrifying immortal divine power within the ancient hall could accomplish such a feat. Among the 3 forks on this path, they had initially avoided the ones with the evident auras of Source Ancestor and the Divine King, resigning themselves to the middle route. Who could have known they had stumbled onto the correct one? The immortal divine road, the mixed heaven saint's figure slowed gradually before stopping entirely. He turned and stared coldly at Li Hao. You're telling me this because you want to cooperate? You want me to spare your life? That's not impossible. Li Hao sneered inwardly. The saint had finally stopped. He had considered strategies like deliberately weakening his aura, feigning retreat, or fleeing outright, but had rejected them swiftly. They were too transparent and easy for a supreme saint to see through. During a fishing lesson, Lai Sky Saint had once told him this: the pinnacle of deception isn't lying, it's telling the truth. And the truth doesn't always equate to the real story. Spare my life? You're overthinking it. I'm just letting you know, if you seek Dragon Saint, the result won't be as you wish. I simply don't want things to get too troublesome. Li Hao spoke again. If he went along with the other's words, seeking cooperation and discussing only benefits while ignoring past grievances, even if he spent an enormous amount of effort persuading, the other party wouldn't believe him. It would be meaningless. Oh, the mixed heaven saint's face turned icy cold. You're saying this just to stop me from seeking the Dragon Saint? You want me to give it up? Do you think that, in a one-on-one fight, I can't do anything to you? What else? Li Hao displayed an utterly confident demeanor, saying, though you are a supreme saint, it seems that's all you amount to. If you truly had the power to kill me, why would you need to bow your head to the Dragon Saint? Before facing you in battle, I didn't realize I was this strong either. The mixed heaven saint's breathing grew heavier. His claws made cracking sounds as he clenched them tightly. Li Hao's words were infuriating beyond measure. I intended to hold back, to prepare for the Source Ancestor and the Divine King. Yet you truly think I can't kill you? You're too foolish? The mixed heaven saint's gaze was filled with a cruel and frigid savagery. You shouldn't have angered me. Do you even understand what capabilities sacrificial Tao possesses after reaching the three calamities? Do you know why ritual path to saint ascension is the hardest? It's because it's the strongest of all. As he spoke, his entire body suddenly erupted with crimson golden divine flame, and the armor covering him burned fiercely with a steaming glow of divine blood. Multicolored shadows flowed within, and his aura continued to climb, surpassing the previous peak and growing even stronger. Li Hao froze, his expression subtly shifting. He could sense that the mixed heaven saint before him seemed to be doing something utterly insane. What is sacrificial Tao? It is the peak of Tao cultivation, offered as a sacrifice to the heavenly Tao, feeding back into creation, and earning the heavenly Tao's bestowed power. That is true heavenly Tao power, not merely a borrowed reflection. The mixed heaven saint spoke coldly and deliberately. His physical body began cracking and swelling. A saint forged through the physical body Tao. He was now using his body as a sacrifice to the heavenly Tao. From within him emerged a vast and supreme heavenly Tao power. This power froze time around them, suspended the raging winds, and made it seem as though all creation submitted to his control, swelling with his fury, solidifying with his coldness. After consuming you, I'll recover my strength. But mere consumption would lose its meaning, it'd be a waste, yet, you've provoked me. The mixed heaven saint's battle blade surged in power, and tribulation power exploded outward like soaring knife beams, oppressing the air until it roared with thunder and lightning. Li Hao's expression darkened. The other was now employing self-destructive methods to kill. This was the opponent's final trump card. Die. The mixed heaven saint no longer hesitated, swinging his blade violently. The manic blade beams pierced through the heavens and earth, slashing directly toward Li Hao with a force tenfold stronger than before. What was already terrifying now rampaged even further, enough to annihilate Li Hao's eternal Tao in mere moments, tear his physical body apart, and obliterate his Tao physique completely. Such overwhelming force caused cold sweat to pour from Li Hao's body, yet, he didn't retreat, he didn't waver. He understood this was a mortal duel. It was either the mixed heaven saint's death or his own demise. Heavenly Tao, then let's see whose heavenly Tao is stronger. Li Hao's eyes suddenly snapped wide open, shooting out piercingly cold light. Two concealed Saint Tao powers, incense fire and extreme Tao, burst forth from within him simultaneously. These forces merged into his physical body, combining with sacrificial Tao power. Heavenly Tao energy nurtured within his dantian surged rapidly throughout his body, aligning with him as though possessed, fusing seamlessly with his form. Feishan Shangdi, in this moment, Li Hao no longer held back. All three saints' powers were revealed. There was no point in hiding other techniques anymore. As Feishan Shangdi erupted, his physical body was unleashed completely. His frame grew immense, towering, with feet vast enough to level mountain peaks. At the instant he unleashed Feishan Shangdi, a heaven and earth law manifestation emerged behind Li Hao. Before it fully extended, it rapidly fused with his body, generating an immeasurable and overwhelming force that seemed to overturn all existence. Even the ancient mountains around him trembled. Oh, the mixed heaven saint's crimson, savage eyes instantly contracted at this sight, even revealing hints of clarity. This damn brat had actually concealed more strength? That Saint Tao. 3 Saint Taos, shock, disbelief, and incomprehension flooded the mixed heaven saint's gaze. Throughout the ages within all heavens, countless saints had explored and perished, yet none had successfully achieved the fusion of 3 Saint Taos. Even the source ancestor had failed, but now, this miracle appeared before him, within the body of this monstrous youth. In a sudden realization, he recalled that fleeting sense of unease earlier. His mind thundered with comprehension. That was the scent of the opponent luring him backward with the human tribulation of his second Saint Tao. In all his countless years, he had never seen anyone use human tribulation as bait to lure an enemy. Most saints treated tribulations with utmost caution, seeking to avoid or carefully guard against them. Yet Li Hao wielded it as a weapon for slaying his foes. What kind of monster are you? Are you the reincarnation of an immortal divine? The mixed heaven saint murmured. That pinnacle strike of sacrificial Tao, the extreme blade, lashed out. Endless tribulation power rained down like a storm onto Li Hao. But in the same instant, Li Hao swung the ancient sword technique, Immortal Guide. This swordsmanship embodied 3 realms: intent, origin, end. Previously, Li Hao had remained in the realm of intent. Now, he unveiled traces of origin. His sword intent pierced into the essence of things, as if a true immortal divine had descended. This was driven purely by his boundless and infinite power. Under the fusion of 3 saints' powers and heavenly Tao energy, transformed to immortal seemed to advance even further. The faint trace of celestial venerable will he had sensed earlier now grew strikingly closer. He could feel the heavenly Tao, wield its power within him, and align his intention silently and fully with the celestial venerable will. Celestial venerable, heavenly Tao venerate. One who can ride the heavens and earth, control all things. Such a conception and means, unimaginable. With a bang, the vast power of tribulation shattered. If the mixed heaven saint is borrowing the true power of heavenly Tao through the sacrificial Tao, then Li Hao is the one who controls the heavenly Tao embryo nurtured within himself. Although the mixed heaven saint borrows the heavenly Tao from the land of all saints, which has existed for countless ages, he can only borrow a small fraction of that power. In contrast, Li Hao's mastery of the heavenly Tao's power is not insignificant. The sword light cleaved through, shaking off the 6th tribulation emperor weapon, directly slicing the body of the mixed heaven saint in half. At this moment, Li Hao's body under Feishan Shangdi's embodiment is no less massive than the mixed heaven saint, like an ancient deity battling an ancient demon. In the instant the sword light split the mixed heaven saint, Li Hao saw the wound's cracks rapidly healing. He now had the power to defeat the opponent, but regrettably, he still lacked the means to kill him. The vitality of the Supreme Saint is too tenacious. Even if defeated, he cannot be killed. Unless, like the source ancestor, one forges a 7 tribulation emperor weapon, it is impossible to intimidate other Supreme Saints. That divine king, besieged by numerous Supreme Saints, never fell, only sealed. Although the opponent had reached the God realm, it is enough to show the formidable vitality of the Supreme Saints. You monster, you found the path of the 3 Saints fusion, and even the second ultimate realm. You're doomed. Once I spread this news, you will surely die. The body of the mixed heaven saint was healing, his face turning ferocious. In the direct confrontation, he was already no match for Li Hao. Though he would not die, this humiliation drove him mad. You will have no chance, Li Hao said coldly. He put away his fame, raised his hand, and fragments glowed, suddenly shooting out. Just a sweeping arc of light, and in an instant, the body of the mixed heaven saint seemed to have its bones pulled out, becoming rigid. What disappointed Li Hao was that although he had attacked with fragments time and again before, none seemed to trigger the fatal attribute. Either it triggered to no effect, or it failed to trigger, resisted by the opponent. However, he had not relied heavily on this fatal attribute. The current method came from having previously sliced numerous times, already identifying a singularity within the opponent's body. It appeared as just one stroke, yet it separated his flesh from his primordial spirit, severing all the body's bones, rendering the flesh a corpse. Li Hao gave him no chance to heal, and as he raised his hand, a profound and intense light surfaced in his eyes. Heaven and earth as a pot, all things as firewood, the Tao is born of the heavens and earth, the origins of heaven and earth are born from chaos, chaos divine fire. In the void, a dull rumble seemed to echo. Then, flames began to burn. Li Hao's cooking Dao experience had long reached the bottleneck of the 9th stage, with experience accumulated to the fullest. Now, his state of mind broke through, taking that step into cooking Dao 10th stage. Countless culinary insights flooded his mind, but Li Hao was immersed in the state of mind of cooking at this moment, using heaven and earth as a pot to stew this delicious ingredient before him. There is divine fire in the heavens and earth, but living beings cannot see it. Heaven and earth began in chaos, chaos exploded into all things. And the heat energy generated by the explosion, the force it drives, is the chaos divine fire. Li Hao, with the cooking Dao heart, observed the origins of heaven and earth, beheld this chaos divine fire, and took control of it. As the divine fire blazed at this moment, in an instant, it enveloped the body of the mixed heaven saint. The flames could incinerate all things. Even the Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon, under the blaze of chaos divine fire, twisted and deformed rapidly, its tribulation power dissipating. Li Hao maneuvered the chaos divine fire, avoiding that warblade. If he were to burn this blade, it would be a pity. Yet, a thought sprouted in his mind, that warblade, could it not also be treated as an ingredient? Not edible, too tough to bite? That's not an issue with the food, but a problem with the diner. The stomach can't handle it. To enter the Dao through cooking, Li Hao's understanding of ingredients had become even broader. Although the emperor's weapon before him could technically serve as an ingredient, Li Hao had no intention of burning and cooking it. Manipulating the chaos divine fire, he directed it toward the mixed heaven saint. In an instant, the corpse that the saint's body had become was engulfed in blazing flames. The fat, bones, and blood within were all refined and simmered in the chaos divine fire. "What are you doing?" The mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit stared at his burning body. The flames rising abruptly into the heavens made him feel an unfamiliar terror, as if he had returned to the barbaric wilds, witnessing a forest fire and fleeing in panic. Li Hao remained silent, mobilizing the full force of the all-heaven star vein to make the chaos divine fire burn more fiercely. The mixed heaven saint let out an angry roar, sensing the encroachment of death. He hastily tried to reintegrate his primordial spirit with his flesh. Soon, the corpse began to merge with his primordial spirit, and every nerve of his body reignited with sensation as pain was transmitted back to him. As the merging took place, the self-healing properties of his body were activated, regenerating the flesh even in the midst of the chaos divine fire, albeit slowly. He roared as he slapped away the searing flames covering his form. Yet, this chaos divine fire, born from the infinitesimal essence of heaven and earth, was omnipresent and inextinguishable. Summoned and gathered by Li Hao, it now unleashed its terrifying power. The smell of roasting meat reached Li Hao's nostrils, stirring his appetite and making his mouth water uncontrollably. However, the mixed heaven saint's struggles caused the chaos divine fire to scatter. Burning him alive and thoroughly cooking him seemed increasingly unfeasible. Still not fast enough, Li Hao's gaze deepened as his primordial spirit wielded the fragmented blade, and in a flash, he lashed out again. Now equipped with insights gained from entering the Dao of cooking, including techniques for processing and preparing ingredients, the cuts of his fragmented blade were swifter and more precise than ever. The arc of the blade's light, like a crescent moon, was no less formidable than Li Hao's sword Dao itself. In just an instant, it severed all the joints of the mixed heaven saint's body, separating his primordial spirit from his flesh. Simultaneously, the chaos divine fire blazed even more ferociously, cooking with wild abandon. "What is this fire? Do you intend to burn me to death?" The mixed heaven saint was filled with fury and dread as a rare fear flickered in his eyes. For the first time in his long existence, he sensed genuine terror emanating from this insignificant member of the human race. The shadow of death loomed over him, and the scene unfolding before him spiraled beyond his control. He knew he couldn't allow Li Hao to destroy his fleshly body. If that were to happen, he might truly perish at the hands of this seemingly minor threat. With all his strength, he tried to reconnect his primordial spirit with his flesh. But just as contact was made, the blade's light struck again, severing the bond in an instant. Like a streak of aurora, the fragmented blade danced swiftly, slicing between the saint's body and his spirit as though it were lightning made tangible. Its edge was so sharp that it didn't only slice through flesh, it could even cleave primordial spirits. "You!" Roaring in rage, the mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit repeatedly attempted to attach to his body, only to be mercilessly cut down by Li Hao each time. Helpless, He watched as his fleshly body burned under those horrific flames, shrinking and collapsing, while emitting a strange and tempting aroma. From the pores of his body, the profound truths of his cultivation leaked out, turning into a visible, smoky fragrance that lingered around his roasting form. His flesh, refined through sacrificial techniques, was now disintegrating under the relentless cooking. Once a body sanctified by the saint path, it was now deteriorating, though the saint path originally fused into the flesh hadn't dissipated. Instead, it lingered as mist around the simmering body. Li Hao observed the scene and knew that meat had reached optimal tenderness. That made it all the more perfect for absorption. Without hesitation, he used the fragmented blade to continuously tear apart and block the mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit from getting closer, while he himself lunged toward the saint's roasting body. The chaos divine fire dispersed as Li Hao dove into the already fractured, smoldering body of the saint. Ignoring the blistering heat, he ripped it open, scattering bones, organs, and other innards, all radiating an overpowering aroma. At the pinnacle of craftsmanship, the finest ingredients needed only the simplest culinary methods. The flesh of the mixed heaven saint, comparable to the finest treasures of heaven and earth, surpassed even some spiritual grass or divine fruits. His bones, blood, and marrow brimmed with immense, pure energy. Without a word, Li Hao tore off the saint's arm and began devouring it with delight. Currently in the form of Feishan Shangdi, his massive body viciously ripped apart and feasted on the mixed heaven saint's flesh. You've gone mad. The mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit looked on in horror, its eyes nearly bulging out of its incorporeal form. It was incomprehensible that this human was feasting on him, treating him as mere food. Came to hunt Li Hao, believing him to be nothing more than supplemental nourishment on the chopping block. Now, the tables had turned. His own flesh was being devoured. Since we share the same origin, you, a sanctified fleshly body, feed off me to gain power. But if I eat you, it will replenish me just as well. Li Hao spoke while chewing, his primordial spirit faintly visible as it glared coldly at the mixed heaven saint. The saint's spirit trembled with fury, his ethereal features twisted in fury. He would rather see his body obliterated than let it serve as Li Hao's stepping stone. This outrage couldn't be borne. He, a supreme saint, honed through ancient eras and countless ordeals, was being reduced to livestock for this human cultivator to consume. It was an outright indignity. Primordial Tao, ninefold fracture. The mixed heaven saint roared, his primordial spirit erupting with an overwhelming surge of divine soul power, a force so mighty it rippled through the void. Unlike physical bodies, the primordial spirit had no meridians. Its power was absolute and unrestrained. At this moment, his spirit divided into 9 distinct streams, intertwining and amplifying each other, causing his power to surge exponentially. His primordial spirit howled as it charged once more toward his fleshly body. Li Hao was caught off guard. This seemed to be a secret technique cultivated for the enhancement of the primordial spirit, one capable of magnifying its power. He hurriedly manipulated the shards, slicing toward the opponent's primordial spirit. The mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit did not dodge, allowing the shards to cleave through it. Despite the explosive increase in the power of the primordial spirit, it was still as fragile as thin paper before the shards, easily cut apart. However, the fragmented primordial spirit formed individual shapes, darting from various directions toward the physical body. Li Hao's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the mixed heaven saint's physical body, teleporting away. At the same time, he summoned the celestial venerable's will, which let out a heavy cold snort. The primordial spirit belongs to the divine soul, and the divine soul is the essence of spiritual power. Similarly, the celestial venerable's will is the pinnacle representation of spiritual force. Under the impact, the fragmented primordial spirit momentarily paused, but soon all of them turned their venomous gaze on Li Hao and rushed over. Li Hao activated the eternal Tao domain, using the shards to incessantly fend off the attacks while keeping his distance. Simultaneously, he hungrily devoured the physical body. As the flesh entered his mouth, Li Hao felt an intense heat coursing through his body, like a starving man savoring a bowl of rich meat soup, or a parched earth absorbing nectar. This nourishment filled him with waves of immense power. The more Li Hao ate, the faster he consumed, and the more his Tao domain's dominance intensified. Stop! The mixed heaven saint roared in fury, frantically chasing him. One fragment of his primordial spirit suddenly bypassed the shards and pierced into Li Hao's Tao domain. Although its speed was hindered, it still managed to swiftly burrow into the physical body. The lifeless physical body began to regain vitality as the primordial spirit merged with it. A glint appeared in Li Hao's eyes, and instead of using the shards to separate the spirit again, he directly bit into the part of the body hiding the primordial spirit. "You dare seek death!" the mixed heaven saint bellowed in rage. His primordial spirit burst out from the physical body, transforming into a blade aimed at extinguishing Li Hao's primordial spirit. Li Hao's primordial spirit retreated into the celestial venerable's will. As the battle blade swept past, it collided with the celestial venerable's will. The mixed heaven saint's pupils constricted, as he suddenly felt his consciousness plummet into an endless, vast world. An overwhelming presence, unseen and unknowable, appeared to loom omnipresently across the heavens and earth, gazing down at him. "What is this?" the mixed heaven saint faltered momentarily, distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao wrapped his power of the primordial spirit around the fragment of the saint's primordial spirit, rapidly refining it while devouring the torn blood and flesh. The pain transmitted from the spirit-infused flesh was not just a sensation relayed from nerves. It extended to the spiritual level, more tortuous than 1,000 death by 1,000 cuts, impossible to isolate or escape. It was the simultaneous shredding of physical body, saint path, and primordial spirit. The mixed heaven saint unleashed an anguished scream, struggling fiercely, but under Li Hao's relentless bite, his vitality was extinguished quickly. The remaining fragments of his primordial spirit still pursued Li Hao relentlessly. Li Hao paid them no heed, burying himself in a frenzy of devouring. After consuming one fragment of the mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit, Li Hao's primordial spirit seemed to augment and elevate ever so slightly. Li Hao's heart stirred faintly. If his primordial spirit reached extreme realm, he could potentially ascend to the final realm of divine traveling. However, though his primordial spirit showed a minor advancement, he did not sense any imminent breakthrough. Breaking through the bottleneck of the extreme realm was evidently not so simple. As the mixed heaven saint's physical body was progressively devoured, it dwindled to an increasingly smaller portion. Under the chaos divine fire, his flesh dissolved even faster, and the Tao energy that escaped was also consumed by Li Hao. These scattered fragments of Tao, combined with the consumed flesh, were seamlessly fused within Li Hao's body, with no difference from consuming the intact body, and were actually easier to assimilate. So tender and refined, if another saint were to ingest this, their physical body would likely undergo immense enhancement, possibly achieving bodily sanctification. Li Hao remarked inwardly. As his absorption continued, the mixed heaven saint's physical body soon dwindled to just 1/10 of its original form. At this moment, Li Hao's entire figure emitted a terrifying commanding aura, surpassing even the prior presence of the mixed heaven saint. His flesh radiated intense heat waves, the mist within carrying manifestations of Tao energy. Li Hao's Tao bone and divine blood had undergone significant strengthening and enhancement. Previously, Li Hao's body had achieved sanctification, but through only one calamity. Now, he sensed this improvement might even surpass the culmination of surviving 3 calamities. The Saint Tao power within his physical body grew more formidable, his frame exuding an unusual fragrance, surrounding itself with Tao energy. Each pore bore a seemingly vast and profound passageway, harboring infinite strength and dominance. Li Hao suddenly halted, catching sight of the chasing mixed heaven saint. He noticed one fragment of the primordial spirit lagging behind during the pursuit. A fragment now sneaking away in another direction. Evidently, while the opponent had displayed tremendous anger earlier, he had wisely preserved an escape route, his fury not clouding his judgment. Li Hao smirked coldly, lifting his hand, feeling like he could crush the void itself. Suppress. Li Hao raised his palm and gripped tightly. A black vortex emerged in the center of his palm, shattering space. Its pulling forces warped the surrounding void. The fragments of the mixed heaven saint's primordial spirit chasing him stared in shock and anger, overwhelmed by fury and despair. He had truly been devoured by Li Hao, reduced to a sacrificial offering. With a thunderous sound, several fragments of the primordial spirit imploded. Without a physical body, relying solely on the power of the primordial spirit lacked many extreme realm techniques, leaving him no match for Li Hao. If Li Hao had not reached the primordial spirit extreme realm, the mixed heaven saint could have used his primordial spirit to forge an astral blade, slaughtering Li Hao's divine soul on the spot and thereby taking over his physical body. But Li Hao's primordial spirit was no weaker and was fortified by the celestial venerable's wool, rendering it impervious. The source ancestor knows you. He will definitely kill you. The mixed heaven saint roared furiously. Li Hao methodically destroyed each fragment of the primordial spirit, then turned his gaze toward the one attempting to flee frantically into the distance. He sneered coldly and stepped into the returning ruin instantaneous movement, chasing after it at lightning speed. The fleeing primordial spirit's expression changed drastically, but it only spared him a glance before bolting forward without looking back. At this moment, it couldn't afford to consider anything else. Its only goal was to reach the Dragon Saint or another saint to expose the secret of Li Hao's cultivation into 3 saints. As long as this news reached the ears of the Supreme Saints, the primordial spirit believed that even if the immortal divine road were discovered, these Supreme Saints would join forces to crush Li Hao, making him follow the path of the Divine King. After all, the fusion of 3 saints concerned the Saint Extreme Realm, a concept both mystical and precarious. It was once said that the Extreme Realm culminated in the Tao Comprehension Realm, beyond which there existed no further realms of extremity. Thus, the Saint Extreme Realm became a myth, and since no one had succeeded in cultivating the 3 saints in one, that myth remained unverified. Now, the Mixed Heaven Saint was certain that the Saint Extreme Realm existed, that 3 saints in one was the path to the Extreme Realm. Otherwise, a mere one disaster saint like Li Hao could never have challenged him, let alone defeated him. Too bad you're out of chances. Li Hao's icy voice rang out, and at the same time, the Mixed Heaven Saint suddenly sensed a blade closing in on his back with alarming speed. His pupils contracted as he stared at Li Hao in shock. Though Li Hao was far away, the blade reached him in an instant. Even with mastery over the primordial spirit, this defied its limits. Unless Li Hao possessed some kind of secret technique to greatly expand the range of primordial spirit object control, but even then, the sheer scale of this range was inconceivable. Moreover, the fragment approaching silently had eluded his notice completely. Bang! As he reeled in astonishment, a faint and enigmatic force suddenly materialized ahead of him. The Mixed Heaven Saint was overwhelmed with fear and frantically tried to dodge, but it was too late. It was a line invisible to the naked eye. Swish! The line sliced through the primordial spirit of the Mixed Heaven Saint, and simultaneously, the fragment closed in, swiftly slashing him apart. In the blink of an eye, his primordial spirit shattered. The shattered fragments of the primordial spirit tried to scatter and flee. But Li Hao seized this opportunity to close the distance. His Tao domain extended, enveloping every fragment of the primordial spirit. The fragmented primordial spirit froze instantly within the eternal Tao domain. With a simple gesture from Li Hao, all the fragments flew toward him. Li Hao wasted no time with words. His primordial spirit surged forth and absorbed every fragment entirely. The furious roars and anguished screams of the Mixed Heaven Saint rang out before they abruptly vanished. Li Hao surveyed his surroundings to ensure no trace had been overlooked and then turned his gaze to the remaining corpse of the Mixed Heaven Saint. This place was perilous and unpredictable, and Li Hao had no time for refinement. He consumed the corpse whole in one swift motion. Once the Mixed Heaven Saint's remaining flesh was devoured, Li Hao finally relaxed. He scanned the area again to ensure no omissions, before gradually suppressing his own power. The myriad Extreme Realm powers quietly dissipated. This Mixed Heaven Saint must be truly dead. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Having experienced the scenario with the Star Saint before, he could not be certain whether his opponent had some hidden secret treasure that left behind a fire seed. What was undeniable, however, was that the Mixed Heaven Saint here had indeed been slain, completely and utterly. The corpse, the primordial spirit, even if a fire seed remains, it is exceedingly faint and poses no threat. Li Hao's eyes gleamed. After departing the ancient hall, he would seek Feng's aid in divination to confirm whether any fire seed remained. If such a seed existed, his foe would inevitably attempt to spread knowledge of his cultivation, drawing countless troubles his way. But if my power advances further, even the Source Ancestor will hold no fear for me. If that news spreads, it matters not. Much like the Source Ancestor holding the 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon, the only one across all heavens, tempting as it is, none dare lay claim. The Divine King was besieged by all saints ultimately due to greed provoked by vulnerability. Yet, possessing power to awe all heavens dispels avarice and surveillance alike. Li Hao mulled over these thoughts. For those who walk amidst brilliance, countless gazes, some harboring ill intent, are inevitable. It is the way of the world. He glanced around. The bottle's shockwaves had shattered 2 of the ancient mountains. The traces of combat here could not be erased in the short term, compelling him to depart swiftly while concealing his presence. Li Hao turned and headed toward the earlier teleportation site. Now, only the Dragon Saint remained there, a relatively minor concern. As he traveled, Li Hao felt his body undergoing perpetual transformation. His flesh and blood seemed to split and evolve ceaselessly, unleashing terrifying bursts of power. His physical body saint path grew increasingly fortified and approached perfection. Li Hao did not hasten his flight but strolled leisurely through the air. A walk after a feast aids digestion. The mixed heaven saint's massive body had been entirely consumed. Every fiber of his saint path had been absorbed. This is extreme strength saint path. Within his body, Li Hao sensed the saint path that had belonged to the mixed heaven saint. Extreme strength saint path. The power great Tao enabled strength to be amplified to its utmost limits. Having established his path through physicality, Li Hao already surpassed other saints. Absorbing the extreme strength saint path yielded a leap in his power. Now, even in direct confrontation based purely on strength, he would not falter before a supreme saint. Moreover, as his flesh continued to evolve, it simultaneously grew stronger. Li Hao drew a blade across the back of his hand, only to find he couldn't break the skin. It was akin to attempting to carve thick cowhide with a dull knife. Even forceful cutting resulted only in shallow white marks. Li Hao put the blade away and picked up the Emperor's weapon, a battle saber. The weapon possessed its own consciousness, but after witnessing Li Hao roast and devour the mixed heaven saint, coupled with exposure to the chaos divine fire, it felt a melting sensation. Currently, it was entirely submissive, telegraphing placating intentions to Li Hao. Li Hao had no intention of altering its function. Although it was a blade, for a weapon at the level of a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, reshaping its appearance wasn't difficult. Li Hao gripped the hilt of the blade, then slashed his hand, leaving a bloodstain behind. Li Hao frowned slightly. It seemed his physical body, though strengthened, had not yet reached the caliber of a 6 Tribulation Emperor weapon. Nevertheless, the blade's edge cutting into bone was met with resistance, suggesting its intrinsic power was at least on par with a 5 Tribulation Emperor weapon. It must be understood that among the all heavens, many saints couldn't even wield a 3 Tribulation Emperor weapon. Even some ancient 3 Calamities saints only possessed 2 Tribulation Emperor weapons. Scarce resources like heaven and earth treasures were controlled by supreme saints, akin to the divine dynasty controlling its citizens. Every rare resource was monopolized by the most elite, the rarest handful of individuals. Aside from the supreme saints, other saints, no matter how relentless their attacks, would struggle to even scratch me. Li Hao's eyes shimmered. Though he regarded the supreme saints as rivals, he himself was merely a one disaster saint. Reaching this level already made him formidable indeed. Li Hao picked up the shard again, turning it over and examining it intently at his fingertips. Having lacked the chance for closer scrutiny earlier, he now noticed the shard was frighteningly luminous, with not a speck of dust able to cling to its blade edge. He gently ran it across his arm, and in an instant, it sliced through as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Li Hao couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the mixed heaven saint had fallen here. A saint whose physical body had transcended flesh should have been invincible, and yet met his end against such terrifying weaponry. Li Hao stowed the war blade away, intending to dismantle it later and feed it to his cultivation techniques. The war blade had long served alongside the mixed heaven saint, and it was hard to rule out lingering sentiments or bias. It was better to destroy it entirely. A warrior must place absolute trust in the weapon held in their hand. Li Hao tucked the shard into his sleeve. For now, this was the strongest divine weapon at his disposal. On the journey back, Li Hao's body continued digesting the mixed heaven saint's blood and flesh. Once fully absorbed, he estimated his physical body could advance to another level. He traversed a series of ancient mountains and returned to the location where he'd initially been teleported. The site featured a hall, but it was dilapidated and blanketed in dust. Behind the hall stood a small bamboo courtyard, in which there was a well. Standing at its edge now was a figure, their entire being emitting a crimson glow. Sensing something, the figure turned around. It was the Dragon Saint. However, the Dragon Saint's current appearance was somewhat unsettling. His expression was twisted, his face contorted with pain, as though enduring some unbearable strain, his eyes brimming with savagery. But upon seeing Li Hao, the savagery and pain in his eyes abruptly stilled. Evidently, he hadn't expected the mixed heaven saint to personally hunt Li Hao down, yet still failed to kill him. He knew the reason why the mixed heaven saint pursued Li Hao. to refine his body into a meat pill, enabling himself to ascend to the physical body divine realm. Achieving that state would make him enough to rival the Source Ancestor and Divine King. He hadn't intervened or interfered for straightforward reasons. Besides a bit of past camaraderie, he had already sensed something hidden within this hall. But before they could explore it thoroughly, Li Hao had mysteriously reappeared here. The mixed heaven saint chasing Li Hao allowed him to delve into this ancient hall undisturbed, mutual benefit. After all, with the Source Ancestor and the Divine King, one more mixed heaven saint was inconsequential to him. The mixed heaven saint wouldn't ascend to the god realm and immediately launch an attack against him. You actually made it back alive, shaking off mixed heaven? The dragon saint stared at Li Hao in shock and doubt. This couldn't possibly be. Could it be that Li Hao's movement technique had entered Dao? Other than that, he couldn't think of any explanation for how Li Hao had evaded the mixed heaven saint. Li Hao naturally had no intention of explaining to him. While the dragon saint hesitated, Li Hao unflinchingly struck with the shard in his hand. Coming to this ancient hall was a matter of life and death combat. If there was an opportunity or moment of fate, even with his kindest intentions, others would harbor killing intent toward him. The only path was to strike first. Mercy placed oneself in peril, handing the advantage of first strike to others in misplaced benevolence, a foolish choice. Splurt. In an instant, the shard teleported through the returning ruins and directly pierced the Dragon Saint's skull. The Dragon Saint, despite being the Dragon Clan's supreme, the most formidable among dragons in all creation, wasn't a saint whose physical body had transcended flesh. In terms of physical resilience, he fell a notch short of the mixed heaven saint. At this moment, there was no obstruction, his skull shattered, and blood and flesh erupted. Yet in the next moment, shimmering dragon scales enveloped his body, and a primordial spirit head materialized atop the broken neck as he exclaimed in rage and shock. What weapon is this? His astonishment was evident. Aside from the mixed heaven saint, his defensive physical body was among the apex in the all heavens, yet it had been pierced effortlessly, without a hint of resistance. The weapon felt terrifyingly capable of obliterating his physical form. Fortunately, the weapon didn't contain tribulation power. With its level of sharpness, it could qualify as a 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon, but it lacked the overwhelming tribulation power that matched its caliber. Otherwise, just moments ago, his entire physical body would have been annihilated, and even his saint path might have been partially dismantled. Li Hao remained silent, merely directing the shard in relentless assault. Having cooked the mixed heaven saint, Li Hao's proficiency in the cooking Dao broke through the bottleneck of the 9th stage, reaching the 10th stage, yielding immense gains in experience. When traveling back, Li Hao reviewed this gain, 2 million experience points in total. The maximum cap for the 10th stage experience was 10 million. In other words, cooking just 4 more Supreme Saint-level ingredients would be enough to fully max out his experience. At this moment, the Dragon Saint before Li Hao appeared as nothing more than a blatant 2 million experience points. Li Hao didn't know what advancements awaited beyond the 10th stage experience cap. What kind of realm would he elevate to? The legendary Immortal Divine? If so, then truly, his motivation surged. Buzz. The Dragon Saint's Dragon Emperor domain unfolded instantly, and within this domain, it was as though countless dragon roars resonated, shaking the heavens and earth. The roaring sound was deafening, filled with a supreme might, as if the ruler of heaven and earth had unleashed their fury. Since ancient times, the Dragon Clan has been one of the strongest beings in existence. Li Hao's mind trembled, and he felt his blood racing through his veins, an inexplicable fear compelling him to kneel. This was the influence of the other party's saint path. Li Hao immediately entered the transformed to immortal state. His consciousness sank, merging with heaven and earth. The vast pressure coursed through his body and dissipated, like a breeze finding no place to settle. Li Hao maneuvered the shattered blade to attack swiftly, aiming to sever the Dragon Saint's body from its primordial spirit, mimicking the method he used to slay the mixed heaven saint before. However, he was unfamiliar with the Dragon Saint's bodily structure. Previously, his success in killing the mixed heaven saint in an instant after repeated attacks came from accumulated experience. What a massive commotion, damn it! Li Hao's face darkened as the remnant blade sliced rapidly through the Dragon Saint's body, severing it piece by piece. The blade seemed to follow its skeletal structure, probing the body's internal pathways. Compared to Li Hao, the Dragon Saint was even more alarmed. He tried to resist but discovered that his Dragon Emperor domain could not restrain the blade at all. He maneuvered his hardest scales to block it, yet they were only marginally effective. Even his proud dragon bone was as weak as clay, offering no resistance. "You are still alive? Could it be?" As the dragon saint regenerated his body and dodged frantically, a look of shock and horror appeared in his eyes. The mixed heaven saint had pursued Li Hao, but now Li Hao had returned wielding such a terrifying weapon. It was hard not to suspect that the mixed heaven saint had been killed by him. But that was mixed heaven, a supreme saint, capable of clashing evenly with a source ancestor. Surely not someone who could be slain easily. Slice, slice, slice. The remnant blade continuously shredded the dragon saint's flesh. Although his body kept healing, Li Hao's unrelenting strikes grew increasingly familiar with its structure. Panicked and furious, the dragon saint chose not to confront Li Hao directly. Instead, he abruptly turned and lunged toward a nearby well. The well appeared small, like an ordinary household water well, but its walls concealed a vast inner chamber. As the dragon saint plunged into it, his dragon clan supreme form was revealed. His body, spanning dozens of miles like a mountain range, blotted out the sky and cast monumental shadows. Just a single dragon eye was as colossal as the imperial palace of a dynasty, radiating an overwhelming aura. He dove into the well, which was filled with crimson blood. As his massive body crashed into it, waves tens of thousands of feet high surged, and the blood churned violently. Li Hao arrived at the well's edge and saw the dragon saint thrashing in the blood. From its body emanated waves of savage, bloody energy. A presence so chilling it made his hair stand on end. "What kind of blood is that?" Li Hao was alarmed. The well within this dilapidated ancient hall turned out to be filled with blood, and that blood seemed to carry an eerie power. He observed the dragon saint's body soaked in the blood. Between its dragon scales, a crimson glow seeped out, making it appear even more feral. Its dragon eyes turned blood red, and the light in its pupils became particularly piercing and terrifying. Just as he was about to manipulate the remnant blade to test the opponent's changes, a faint sensation rippled through the heavens and earth. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Someone was stealthily approaching, and quickly at that. That aura, Li Hao recognized it. It was the Source Ancestor. Thinking of the Source Ancestor, Li Hao immediately thought of the Seven Tribulation Emperor weapon that dominated all heavens. That weapon, forged from over 1,000 heaven and earth treasures, was unimaginably powerful. Furthermore, the Source Ancestor himself was far superior to the mixed heaven saint, having reached the incense-fired divine realm. Li Hao's face darkened. If the Source Ancestor arrived, the dragon saint would undoubtedly mention mixed heaven's fate. With the calculating minds of supreme saints, piecing together the truth would be all too easy. His gaze darted around, searching for a way to escape. His eyes landed on the small courtyard, where he noticed a sculpture. The sculpture depicted the ancient hall master's likeness. At this moment, faint waves of energy were radiating from within the sculpture. The energy felt somewhat familiar to Li Hao, similar to the immortal qi he had comprehended and absorbed into his body. Boom! Just then, the dragon saint burst forth from the well, his massive body spiraling through the air. The small courtyard appeared to be the size of a human dwelling, yet the dragon saint's form, spanning dozens of miles, coiled through the skies. The turbulent, gale-like pressure he generated had no effect on the courtyard below. "Leave." Li Hao didn't waste time engaging further and immediately turned to flee. But just as he was about to move, he froze abruptly. On the pathway leading out from the ancient mountain, he sensed another aura stealthily closing in. The subtle yet blazing energy fluctuation was that of a divine king. Li Hao's expression grew grim. At the same time, the dragon saint roared and spat out a crimson flame. The blood flame surged, engulfing the entire courtyard. Amidst the sea of blood-red flames, Li Hao noticed the bamboo forest within the courtyard. Though its leaves curled slightly, they didn't immediately burn to ash. On the surrounding walls, a faint silver-gray light began to glow, resisting the flame's scorching effects and protecting the ancient hall from harm. Yet within the flames, a surging torrent of bloodthirsty emotions flowed into Li Hao's mind. His head felt as though it were being forcibly pried open, with these emotions thrust inside, leaving him nauseated and wanting to retch. Li Hao's face twisted in agony, filled with pain, alongside an uncontrollable urge to kill and indulge in bloodlust. He suddenly thought of the dragon saint who had stood before the ancient well earlier. The other's expression was brutal and feral, as though influenced by the power within the well. "It can even affect my primordial spirit," including the will of the saint path. Li Hao was slightly alarmed. This berserk and frenzied emotion seemed to originate from the root of his Tao thoughts, as if some unstoppable force draped itself over him like a cloak, guiding his actions. The longer the exposure, the harder it would be to restrain, leading to catastrophically disastrous consequences. Li Hao immediately tapped into his transform to immortal power, allowing his mind and spirit to merge into the heavens and earth, harmonizing with it in a state of unity of heaven and man, characteristic of the heavenly human realm. That feral emotion gradually dissipated as his primordial spirit and consciousness dispersed into the vastness of the world, too expansive to be corrupted unless this influence could consume the entirety of the surrounding heavens and earth. Once his inner calm returned, Li Hao cast a glance at the dragon saint who had gone berserk and was ferociously attacking the small courtyard. He chose not to counterattack but instead quickly retreated toward the sculpture. At the same time, the auras of the Source Ancestor and Divine King began encircling from opposite sides. Yet their presences were faint, revealing nothing overtly. Li Hao surmised that they had already begun covertly observing the unfolding events here. "You think you can escape? There's no escape, you will all die?" The dragon saint roared maniacally as though he had completely lost control. His eyes glowed blood red, and crimson light seeped from beneath the scales covering his body. He dove toward Li Hao with all his might, intending to flatten both him and the small courtyard. However, the power he unleashed was blocked by a silvery gray brilliance encasing the courtyard. Seeing this, Li Hao became even more certain. The dragon saint had succumbed to some overwhelming influence. His form blurred as he swiftly positioned himself before the sculpture. At this moment, the sculpture appeared peculiar. It was flush against a wall without a consecration platform nearby, as though it did not belong in this location. Divine light flashed in Li Hao's eyes as his divine eye penetrated the depths of the sculpture. Each intricate detail came into view, and inside, he discerned faint traces of immortal Tao energy emanating from within. Li Hao's gaze flickered. He pressed his palm against the sculpture, channeling his power to probe its interior. He quickly detected something unusual. Behind the sculpture, there seemed to be a crack in the void. The faint energy originated from that very fissure. A trace of surprise flashed across Li Hao's eyes. He took another, closer look at the sculpture and immediately realized that it resembled a mere stone block, as though it was there to act as a seal. Boom! The dragon saint's colossal form slammed against the small courtyard again, only to be repelled by the silver light. Its deafening roars reverberated through the air, as if incited into a frenzy of savagery and primal nature. It was determined to destroy the courtyard's prohibitions, engaging in a relentless battle with the courtyard itself. Hearing the ceaseless rumble, Li Hao grew increasingly apprehensive of the well's internal crimson water's horrifying power. Even the mighty Dragon Emperor Supreme had devolved into little more than a volatile madman. Had it not been for his ability to merge his primordial spirit into the heavens and earth, Li Hao might have similarly succumbed to uncontrollable rage and fury by now. Not lingering further, Li Hao attempted to shift the sculpture away. Could it be that the immortal divine road lies behind this? Li Hao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. That faint trace of immortal power gave him a peculiar sense of intimacy. The legendary path sought after by all heaven saints was now so close, within arm's reach. Just as he was about to move it, he abruptly felt the sculpture as though it had come alive. Its stone face displayed a visage of anger and majesty, glaring down at Li Hao. A jolt of electricity coursed through Li Hao's body, leaving him frozen in place. He felt like an ant standing before a god, overwhelmed by a suffocating fear so potent that it paralyzed him. His hand trembled as he hesitated, unsure whether to stop or withdraw entirely. The sculpture's eyes bore into him with sternness and frigidity, as if issuing a silent but unequivocal command to desist. The oppressive aura was soundless yet as heavy as 10,000 mountains, pressing relentlessly upon Li Hao's heart. His body stiffened as he slowly withdrew his hand, sensing that continuing to move the sculpture would not only amplify the oppressive force but might also trigger something far worse. That instinct, akin to a saint's prophecy, was too vivid to dismiss as mere illusion. As Li Hao cautiously deliberated, the dragon saint's assault grew even more frenzied. At this time, however, the two concealed auras emerged from the shadows. The Divine King and Source Ancestor simultaneously sensed each other's presence. Their decision not to reveal themselves earlier came from a mutual desire to assess the situation for its true nature. Upon their examination, though, all they found was Li Hao and the Dragon Saint. The Dragon Saint, however, was in a perilous state, appearing entirely deranged and creating a tremendous disturbance. Among the three paths, the Divine King and Source Ancestor, upon seeing one another, realized that the routes they had selected were incorrect. Hence, the correct path could only be the one before them. Dragon Saint, calm yourself for a moment. What exactly is going on here? The Source Ancestor appeared, attempting to soothe the Dragon Saint to prevent him from causing too much commotion that might draw other saints to this location. The Divine King also revealed himself, though his expression was cold as he stared icily at the Dragon Saint, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Seeing that the two figures had finally chosen to show themselves, Li Hao felt something stir within him. He refrained from taking further action. Even though the immortal divine road might lie behind this sculpture, that ominous sense of intuition told him that he must not force his way forward alone. Why should I tell you? If you want to find the immortal divine road, rely on your own abilities. The Dragon Saint growled lowly. Despite the Source Ancestor's mild tone, he responded with little courtesy. Still, a shred of reason seemed to resurface, restraining him from uttering even more volatile words. The Source Ancestor's eyes flickered faintly. This behavior from the Dragon Saint was far too abnormal. It was unlike him to behave so erratically under ordinary circumstances. Haoshin, what exactly happened here? The Source Ancestor turned to question Li Hao. Li Hao's thoughts churned as he replied honestly, the two of you, the Dragon Saint has gone mad. He's been corrupted by the well's crimson waters, leading to a complete breakdown of consciousness. These words mirrored what both the Source Ancestor and Divine King had observed. After hearing Li Hao's account, both of them shifted their gazes to the ancient well within the courtyard. They could faintly sense a deeply foreboding and violent energy emanating from within, a power now heavily tainting the Dragon Saint. What are you standing there for? The Source Ancestor asked with a calm and subtle smile. Li Hao hesitated slightly, seemingly torn, before gritting his teeth and speaking with a trace of reluctance. The immortal divine road seems to be behind this sculpture. Oh, upon hearing Li Hao's words, a glimmer appeared in the eyes of both the Source Ancestor and the Divine King. Even if the information were false, the mere mention of immortal divine road caused their hearts to tremble slightly. In truth, before asking, the Source Ancestor had silently sensed the sculpture and detected a faint yet vast and ethereal hidden power within it. At this moment, Li Hao's words brought sudden clarity to the Source Ancestor. Without hesitation, he said, I didn't expect the immortal divine road to be here. Haoshin, discovering this road is an immense merit. All heavens will thank you. Li Hao shook his head and replied, even without me, others would have found this place sooner or later. But finding it is useless. I sense that there may be danger hidden here. The Source Ancestor saw Li Hao speaking this way and his doubts quietly dissipated. In a flash, his figure traversed the returning ruins and found a trajectory amid flowing void space, instantly appearing before Li Hao. Li Hao's expression changed. Such movement technique. Its speed was terrifying and far surpassed the Void Ancestor's mastery over space. If he were to engage in battle with the Source Ancestor, escape would be futile. There would be no other option but to fight to the death. When the Source Ancestor arrived before Li Hao, the Divine King also wielded his sword to carve open a pathway, traversing directly to Li Hao's side, keeping pace with the Source Ancestor. The Source Ancestor looked at the sculpture. His pupils seemed to turn into whirlpools. The Eye of Origin could trace causality and view the imprints of time. But the sculpture had existed for far too long. The time he could trace was limited, showing no apparent changes in the sculpture. Yet, the Eye of Origin had another property. It could peer into the essence of all things. This unique ability was why the Source Ancestor had been able to become a saint alone during the ancient times. Through this insight into the essence, the Source Ancestor immediately discovered a crack behind the sculpture. The vast, ethereal aura emanated from there. This wasn't an aura belonging to the saint path. It was a presence he had encountered before, felt deeply, and engraved into his soul. At this moment, he could feel it clearly. This was the aura of the immortal divine. The immortal divine road. The Source Ancestor's heart quivered, and a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed and restrained his emotions, revealing no outward signs. He nodded slightly and said, indeed, behind this sculpture is likely the immortal divine road, but there seems to be some danger. The path leading to the immortal divine may detach from this realm and enter the immortal divine world. It's perhaps the oppression of that realm. Though he spoke as if analyzing to himself, his words were clearly meant for the Divine King. The Divine King's expression remained unchanged as his gaze fixed on the sculpture. His eyes turned entirely black as the eye of destruction allowed him to peer into its depths. If this is the immortal divine road, let me go first. At this moment, a roar echoed in the skies above the courtyard. The dragon saint snarled viciously as he stared at Li Hao and declared, "Source Ancestor, Divine King, you too can proceed, but he cannot. He killed Huntian. He's too dangerous. He possesses an absolute divine weapon, which must be handed over." As he spoke, his true form contracted and descended into the courtyard, rushing toward the three with great speed. The Source Ancestor and Divine King froze upon hearing the Dragon Saint's words, glancing instinctively at Li Hao. Killed Huntian? Him? Li Hao, however, simply wore a bitter smile, his face showing helplessness, failing to offer any explanation. "Did you kill Huntian?" the Source Ancestor asked in a low voice. Li Hao shook his head and replied, "The Dragon Saint's gone mad and speaks nonsense. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the ability." His words were half true, half false, perfectly aligning with what the Source Ancestor was inclined to believe. The Source Ancestor knew Huntian had schemes against Li Hao, but with the immortal divine road right before them, he was too indifferent to care. Even if Huntian managed to cultivate into the god realm through this, it wouldn't affect him. After all, his power was far beyond that of the incense-fire divine realm. Huntian's intentions of devouring Li Hao were things Li Hao could sense, neither shocking nor uncommon. Even other supreme saints had casually hinted at this possibility. "Did Huntian cause you trouble?" the Source Ancestor asked. Li Hao nodded and said, "But I barely escaped by luck. Fortunately, the environment here is complex." "Enough chatter. The immortal divine road is right before us. Shall we open it or not?" The Divine King interrupted Li Hao impatiently, uninterested in hearing any explanation. In his view, no matter how monstrous Li Hao was, it was inconceivable for him to have killed Huntian. Although Li Hao had previously defeated the Star Saint, an impressive display, it was ultimately just that, an achievement far from the prowess needed to rival a supreme saint, let alone one as formidable as Huntian, who ranked among the strongest supreme saints, especially with his body sanctified in flesh. Even the Dragon Saint paled in comparison. No matter how monstrous Li Hao was, killing Huntian was impossible. After all, defeating a supreme saint and killing one were two entirely different matters. Supreme saints were intelligent. If defeated, they could retreat strategically. With countless means of survival, they were highly unlikely to be slain. Even for the Divine King himself, killing a supreme saint would be incredibly challenging, requiring meticulous effort and planning. Otherwise, if the opponent solely focused on escaping, it might not even be achievable. Hearing the Divine King's urging, the Source Ancestor's thoughts returned to the sculpture before them. However, his cautious nature prompted him to ask Li Hao, "Earlier, the Dragon Saint said you possess an absolute divine weapon. Is it a fortune you obtained from the ancient hall?" "Merely a broken blade, its sole value lying in its sharpness." Li Hao understood the Source Ancestor's suspicions. Simply attributing everything to the Dragon Saint's madness wouldn't suffice, so he directly revealed the remnant blade, letting both of them examine it. Then, in one swift motion, he slashed its edge toward the distant Dragon Saint. The Dragon Saint, rushing wildly forward, immediately roared in outrage, "You're asking for death." Bloodlight surged all over his body, and his palm transformed into a dragon claw, slamming down toward Li Hao's head. But the remnant blade tore through the bloodlight, piercing his palm before arcing back into Li Hao's hand. What an unbelievably fast blade! The Source Ancestor's eyes narrowed, and even the Divine King's gaze shifted slightly. Both were somewhat surprised that Li Hao truly wielded a divine weapon of such sharpness. They both knew that the Dragon Saint's physical body was incredibly robust, second only to Huntian, and ranked among the top in all heavens. Yet, that remnant blade easily pierced his palm, exuding a terrifying sharpness. As the remnant blade returned to Li Hao's hand, the Dragon Saint's palm had already regenerated and healed. He lunged forward, determined to engage Li Hao in battle. The Source Ancestor frowned slightly. Seeing the Dragon Saint's frenzied state, he worried about disturbing the statue. His saint domain suddenly unfolded, seemingly slowing the flow of time. In the next moment, the Dragon Saint's overwhelming momentum began to wane. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. This was the first time he had seen the Source Ancestor take action. That saint domain seemed to possess the ability to reverse time. It was truly terrifying. "If you don't want to die, stay quiet," The divine king turned as well, shouting sternly. The dragon saint, suppressed by the source ancestor, had an aura that flickered and dimmed. A phantom image of the dragon emperor appeared behind him as he gasped heavily, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the edge of madness. You're shielding him? You'll regret this. The source ancestor ignored him, instead turning his gaze toward the remnant blade in Li Hao's hand. The moment Li Hao had revealed it, the source ancestor sensed that it was merely a broken fragment of an immortal artifact, lacking an artifact soul. This weapon of yours, so sharp, it might be a fragment of an immortal artifact. The source ancestor said in a low voice. Perhaps. For now, though, it's simply sharp enough. Li Hao replied. By revealing the remnant blade, he was also showcasing a part of his own strength, aiming to increase his value in the eyes of the two, discouraging them from acting rashly. The divine king glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. He had already discerned the blade's limitations. It had no use beyond its sharpness. Though it had pierced the dragon saint's palm earlier, it ultimately amounted to little. Such an attack could not kill a supreme saint. Even if pierced 10,000 times, the wounds would heal in an instant. It's just a broken weapon. Against other three calamities saints, it might pose a substantial threat, though. The divine king shook his head, casting a glance at Li Hao. What luck this one has. Still, during his earlier exploration of a side path, he had also recovered some treasures. Once we reach the immortal divine road, perhaps you might have a chance to repair it into a true immortal artifact in the future. The source ancestor said to Li Hao. But to him, it was merely a fragment and thus not especially precious, far inferior to his 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon. Besides its sharpness, his Emperor weapon possessed unique powers and Tribulation power, enough to threaten even supreme saints. Dragon Saint, since you intend to enter the immortal divine road, you shall lead the way. The source ancestor said to the Dragon Saint. The Dragon Saint glared at the three of them and said, There's great danger in there. You want to use me as a pathfinder? Dream on? That's not up to you. The divine king let out a cold snort, and with almost no words spoken, he and the source ancestor reached a tacit agreement. Though bitter enemies, the two acted in unison at this moment to subdue the Dragon Saint. Li Hao stepped back slightly, inwardly sighing. Indeed, only interests are eternal. Even mortal enemies of tens of thousands of years could, for the moment, set aside their grievances. Using me as a pathfinder. Why not him? The Dragon Saint roared, his infuriated voice booming with rage and indignation. His emotions oscillated wildly, his bloodshot eyes filled with venomous resentment and hatred. Because you're too noisy. The Divine King responded coldly. Divine flame surged from beneath his feet as his saint domain intertwined with the source ancestor's saint domain. Origin and destruction, two forces of profound repression, caused the Dragon Emperor's phantom to dissipate instantly. Even the bloodlight over the Dragon Saint's body was forced back into his scales, leaving momentary clarity in his eyes. You. The Dragon Saint was so enraged that he coughed up blood. These two didn't believe Li Hao had the strength to kill Hun Tian, so the weakest target should logically be Li Hao. Yet they had chosen him instead. He erupted in resistance, but against the combined might of the Source Ancestor and the Divine King, two of the most dominant forces in all heavens, his saint domain was shattered to pieces. His entire body was suppressed, leaving him utterly helpless to resist. Li Hao's palm grew damp with cold sweat. If the Source Ancestor and the Divine King were to join forces against him, he too would have no way to withstand them. Their combined efforts made it so that not a single soul in all heavens could escape their suppression. Yet, alas, there could only be one king. Open, the Source Ancestor raised his hand, lightly pressing on the statue. Like before, the statue seemed to come alive, exuding an immense oppressive aura. The Source Ancestor's expression subtly changed, but his vast knowledge allowed him to discern that the statue wasn't alive. It merely bore residual traces of its creator's time-worn presence and was purely meant to intimidate. With a push of his hand, he moved the statue aside, revealing a pitch-black fissure behind it. From within that fissure emanated a boundless, ethereal presence. Simultaneously, waves of grim and destructive energy spilled forth, unsettling and unnerving. Go! The Source Ancestor hurled the Dragon Saint's body inside before immediately following. The Divine King likewise quickly passed through. Li Hao hesitated for a moment but ultimately stepped forward to follow them in. Upon entering the fissure, Li Hao saw that within lay an expansive starry sky. At the forefront of this starry sky stood an ancient, towering door. Intricate and bizarre patterns were etched upon the door. A mere glance at it left Li Hao dizzy, his mind reeling as if it were about to explode, and a wave of nausea surged within him. That's a door? The eyes of the Source Ancestor and the Divine King both changed, followed by an intense glimmer of greed. They could feel it, a presence even more profound and immense than before, constantly spilling out from that door. That power did not belong to the heaven and earth energy of the Land of All Saints. It was a breath only felt when touching the heavenly Tao, the legendary immortal Qi. Li Hao could also feel the immortal Qi emanating from within that doorway. What is immortal Qi? It is the primal origin connecting all things under heaven and earth. That is immortal Qi. Earlier, Li Hao had managed to capture a trace of immortal Qi, which allowed him to transform to immortal. Yet now, that faint immortal Qi was directly flowing out from behind that ancient doorway. It was like a tempting aroma wafting from a delicious feast. Li Hao felt a sense of awe. If he could cross that doorway and touch the true immortal Qi behind it, he only needed to absorb and master it to instantly cultivate to the sixth extreme realm. At the moment, the obstruction of that doorway merely emitted faint ripples. The immortal divine road, it's real after all. The Source Ancestor's eyes gleamed with light and then suddenly erupted with his saint domain, which surged toward the Divine King. The Divine King, as if anticipating this, ignited his divine flame within the saint domain and slashed out furiously with a sword, cleaving at the Source Ancestor's saint domain. A crack appeared in the Source Ancestor's saint domain. With a turn of his hand, a long whip resembling a duster materialized in his palm. That was his 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon. This long whip exuded dense tribulation power, immediately summoning tribulation clouds that churned in the void, birthing lightning out of nowhere. HMPH, without the help of all saints this time, do you really believe you can kill me? The Divine King cast a cold glance at the whip, followed by a sneer as he addressed the Source Ancestor. It's been a long time since you tasted the bite of the sky-suppressing whip, hasn't it? The Source Ancestor replied coldly, his tone calm. The chill in the Divine King's eyes deepened. In the past, he had been wrought to utter ruin under this very whip. His divine bones shattered, his flesh torn, and eventually suppressed in despair. You can't kill me, nor can I kill you. If you have the guts, wait until we enter the immortal God world. Let's both cultivate for another 10,000 years and see who prevails in the end. Face grim yet entirely rational, the Divine King spoke. He had come for revenge, but he knew it would be almost impossible to kill the Source Ancestor. The Divine Clan's army could not enter the ancient hall, and thus he could not leverage sacrifices on a massive scale, rendering some of his methods unusable. For now, he had to endure. The Source Ancestor sneered, but, just as he was about to respond, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he abruptly looked toward the doorway. Amidst their clash, the Dragon Saint had already rushed to the doorway, slamming his palm against it in an attempt to enter. You're here to scout the path, not to take the first step. The Source Ancestor struck out instantly, his origin saint domain suppressing the Dragon Saint. The Dragon Saint revealed his true form, a body spanning dozens of miles, stretching across the starry sky as he roared. Blood lightning erupted from his dragon claws, attempting to rip apart the Source Ancestor's saint domain. Upon witnessing this, the Divine King also swung his sword, severing one of the Dragon Saint's claws. The two, who had been battling fiercely merely a moment ago, now simultaneously redirected their attacks toward the Dragon Saint, immediately overwhelming him. Li Hao stood quietly on the sidelines like an invisible figure, silently observing. Yet he knew both the Source Ancestor and the Divine King had already taken note of him. Precisely because he made no reckless moves, he avoided provoking their killing intent. Once the Dragon Saint was subdued, the Source Ancestor and the Divine King both charged toward the doorway in unison. Soon, they reached the eerie, ancient doorway towering before them. Enormous, at least dozens of feet high, it stood in the starry sky. On the other side of the doorway was an impenetrable barrier, as if an unseen force blocked the way. Li Hao had long been aware that, though this place appeared to be in the starry sky, the surrounding area was enclosed by a barrier. The myriad stars visible in the distance could only be gazed upon but not touched. Yet for some reason, these stars gave Li Hao the impression of being deeper and more resplendent than those he had seen outside. Be cautious, both of you. There may be danger behind this door. Li Hao feigned a reminder. In truth, he did not need to say it. The faces of both the Source Ancestor and the Divine King had already grown grim. The aura emanating from that sculpture earlier had now clearly emerged from within the doorway. In addition to the vast immortal chi, waves of somber and oppressive killing intent were spreading, filling them with an uneasy sensation. The Source Ancestor remained silent. The immortal divine road lay within reach. Retreat? He could not allow the Divine King to go first. Should the other enter and destroy the doorway, then ascend alone in the immortal realm to cultivate to an immortal divine, he would surely return to exact vengeance. The Divine King fixed his gaze on the doorway and slowly raised his hand, pressing it against the door. The Source Ancestor watched intently, his focus locked on the Divine King's palm but made no move. At this moment, the intricate patterns upon the doorway suddenly seemed to come alive, surging with dazzling silvery white light. With a resounding crash, the radiance burst forth like the flash of a supernova, impossibly fast and impossible to evade. The Source Ancestor and the Divine King were blasted backward by the immense force. Even their saint domains were corroded and annihilated by that wave of power. Blood seeped from the corner of the Source Ancestor's mouth. His saint domain crumbled like snow under sunlight, leaving him gravely injured. Although his saint domain could be reforged, the saint path within it was severed by that force, rendering it irrecoverable in the short term. The Divine King looked equally grim. Like the Source Ancestor, he too had been severely wounded. His saint path had been cut off, greatly reducing his strength. While their saint domains lay in ruins, the Dragon Saint broke free of his suppression. Witnessing the state of the two, he burst into uproarious laughter and said, "I was going to scout the path for you both, but you refused to take the favor and insisted on stepping forward yourselves. How does it feel now?" Amid mocking taunts, his figure spiraled rapidly as he charged toward the Source Ancestor in fury. Compared to Li Hao, his rage at the Source Ancestor burned brighter at this moment. The Source Ancestor's expression turned cold. With a sudden motion, the sky-suppressing whip in his hand lashed forward fiercely. Explosive shockwaves akin to stellar detonations rang out continuously in the void. Thick tribulation power enveloped the Dragon Saint, and with each thunderous impact, his dragon body erupted in 9 bursts, shattering into pieces of flesh. Not only was his body torn apart by the sky-suppressing whip, but even his saint domain was obliterated, and his saint path was affected as well. The fragmented remains of the Dragon Saint's body fled into the distance, glaring at the Source Ancestor with wrath and terror. "This whip has never lashed you before, you don't know pain, do you?" The Source Ancestor cast a cold glance at him, then turned to the Divine King. Seeing the latter's condition was no better than his own, he felt slightly relieved. His gaze then shifted to the door before them. The patterns on the door, which had twisted earlier, had now reverted to their original forms. The Source Ancestor's eyes flickered. As the oldest saint, it was no exaggeration to call him the most learned. This appeared to be the handiwork of an immortal, forbidding others from touching it. An immortal had sealed this portal with power, shutting the path to the immortal divine behind it. Nearby, the Divine King steadied his injuries and once again soared toward the door. However, this time, he refrained from rash action and instead focused on scrutinizing it. The Source Ancestor drew closer as well, observing for a moment. Suddenly, he saw an anomaly in the pattern. There was a gap. It was precisely this gap that allowed wisps of immortal chi to seep out, enabling them to detect the unusual energy behind the statue. It seems the power of the immortal divine is beginning to wane. Thoughts flashed in the Source Ancestor's eyes. He exchanged a look with the Divine King. Though rivals, they had once been the most familiar with each other. No words were needed to understand one another's thoughts. The Divine King nodded slightly, and the two simultaneously joined forces. The Divine King swung his sword, while the Source Ancestor brandished the sky-suppressing whip. Energy roiled through the starry sky like a stormy sea, converging onto their weapons, condensing to a single point, and then suddenly striking the gap in the pattern. A loud boom echoed as another brilliant explosion of light appeared. This time, the two were prepared and retreated quickly upon striking, yet the speed of the reverberating light was too fast, it still swept them. Both of their bodies were thrown backward, and they discovered that the saint path had been severed further. Yet as for the door, it remained completely intact. The gap in the pattern showed no change, nor did it widen. The combined might of the two was still insufficient to break through this door. Their eyes revealed shock, but this quickly gave way to a firmer resolve. This was the power of the immortal divine. As supreme saints, they had already glimpsed the heavenly Tao, but the immortal divine power was far more mysterious and terrifying. The abilities of the immortal divine were simply unimaginable. Li Hao stood silently at a distance, observing, and noticed something they had overlooked. In the gap within the pattern, there was a faint slit. This door, in fact, was traversable. However, the Source Ancestor and the Divine King seemed unaware of it, or perhaps incapable of perceiving it. The slit was so narrow that only the faintest immortal chi could pass through. Haha, you can't get in. It's sealed off. What good is finding the path? Someone once claimed this place was an abandoned realm, and it turns out they were truly right. The Dragon Saint, witnessing the scene, let out a deranged laugh. Scarlet light encircled his figure, spilling from his scales. His expression alternated between ferociousness and mockery as he stared at the Source Ancestor and the Divine King. The Source Ancestor said nothing, simply continuing to stare at the door. After a long time, he slowly turned his head and looked toward Li Hao. Li Hao thought this was merely a casual glance, but when his gaze met the Source Ancestor's, he suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. A sense of unease arose in his heart. That gaze. It seemed to hint at something. The Divine King, meanwhile, continued to fixate on the door in silence, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Hao Tian, do you have a way to get inside? Suddenly, the Source Ancestor's voice echoed within Li Hao's mind. Li Hao's heart clenched at this, his tone helpless as he responded, you and the Divine King can't do it. How could I possibly manage? Not necessarily. I've heard that the immortal divine once departed because of a great event. Perhaps this sealing of the realm was intentional. However, the outside prohibition may require your power to open. It's possible the immortal divine deliberately left a path. A passage that can only be crossed with the power of your sixth extreme realm. The Source Ancestor's voice continued. Li Hao could sense the Source Ancestor's deep and calculating mind. It was alarming how far he had considered this possibility. Indeed, Li Hao felt that if he entered his transformed to immortal state, he might be able to squeeze through the gap in the door. But if he truly exposed this ability, it wouldn't bring him praise, it would bring calamity upon him. These two would never allow anyone to enter the immortal divine road before them, for fear that whoever entered first might destroy the path or reinforce and seal it further. The path to supreme power was fraught with distrust. Who would willingly entrust such a path to another? What you say makes sense, but I truly can't do it. Li Hao replied with a bitter smile. The Source Ancestor's voice came to him softly. Why not try? If you succeed, I'll hold back the Divine King for you. I trust your character. If you can truly open this road, all heavens will be grateful to you. Li Hao sneered inwardly at these words, unmoved. He knew full well that if he didn't act in some way, the Source Ancestor wouldn't let him go. Then I'll give it a try, Li Hao said through the transmitted voice. He then began walking toward the door. The Divine King noticed Li Hao approaching and turned to glance at him, his eyes filled with icy intent. The Source Ancestor said, let him try. He has the power of the sixth extreme realm, a power similar and likely originating from the same source as the energy within the door. He may have a way. The Divine King's gaze flickered, but he said nothing further, nor did he extend his killing intent toward Li Hao again. Li Hao, seeing this, approached the door. In front of the two, he entered his transform to immortal state before raising his hand to touch the door. In his ultimate immortal transformation, Li Hao's body merged with the heavens and earth, allowing him to subtly flow through the gap in the door. Li Hao thought to himself that, just as he had observed before, he could indeed enter, but only with painstaking slowness. Yet if he truly did squeeze through, the process would inevitably be noticed by the Source Ancestor and the Divine King, who would then intervene. Li Hao instead let his power ripple at the gap without delving deeper. After putting on this act, he withdrew his hand. I can't do it, Li Hao said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. The Source Ancestor fixed his gaze on him. The prohibition didn't attack you. It proves your power shares the same source. The Divine King also stared hard at Li Hao, his eyes glinting coldly with killing intent. Li Hao's expression subtly shifted, and he nodded. That could be the reason, perhaps. Hand over your method of cultivating the sixth extreme realm. For the sake of your acquaintance with my clan's goddess, I will spare your life. The Divine King said icily. The Source Ancestor's demeanor was comparatively gentle. Hao Tian, you are the only one to have accomplished the sixth extreme realm. If you have any insights into it, they could benefit the Saint Path and spread your renown across all heavens. You could receive endless incense fire offerings. Li Hao's heart sank. There was no escape after all. These two had now shifted their focus to the sixth extreme realm itself. At first, they had viewed him simply as a key, but now, they wanted his cultivation as well. This method cannot simply be taught, it requires personal enlightenment. Even if I explained, would either of you truly believe me? Li Hao said. The Divine King responded coldly, you're not even 30 years old, yet you've reached this level. The sixth extreme realm didn't take too much time for you to master, did it? Even if our aptitude is 10 times worse than yours, 10 years. 10 years should suffice to cultivate it if your explanation is sincere. If we fail within 10 years, you alone will bear the blame. The Source Ancestor was silent, merely gazing at Li Hao steadily. At this point, there was little need to maintain pretense. They both sought the sixth extreme realm. For now, at least touching the door without being attacked would allow them to study it closely and determine how to open it. The sixth extreme realm, the more you desire it, the harder it is to achieve. Without true enlightenment, even centuries or millennia would be futile. Li Hao replied, so you refuse to speak? The Divine King narrowed his eyes. Li Hao remained silent. 10 years, this implied not only divulging all his insights but also spending 10 years under their close watch. If they failed to cultivate the method, they would undoubtedly blame him. If they succeeded, they would likely eliminate him. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Li Hao muttered quietly. The Source Ancestor spoke in a soothing voice, Hao Tian, you're a wise man. This matter concerns all heavens. You need not dwell on your misgivings. We merely wish to access the immortal divine road, to ensure that no one else reaches it before us, and prevent anyone from jeopardizing this path. If I enter the immortal divine road, I will ensure that the path remains open so that all realms can attempt to ascend to immortality together. Li Hao nodded slightly and said, you don't want others to enter first because you refuse to entrust your fate to someone else. In that case, why should I trust you and hand over control of my own destiny? Hao Tian, do not oppose all heavens. The Source Ancestor said quietly, even if you refuse to speak, we will eventually decipher it ourselves. Then enlighten yourselves. Li Hao replied, I can promise that before you've cultivated the method, I will leave this place and never approach it again. I have no intention of exploring the immortal path. As it stands, I'm still young. With the vastness of all heaven's world, I haven't even tired of the mortal world yet. Ingrate. The Divine King abruptly interrupted Li Hao, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This is your last chance, will you speak or not? Upon hearing the Divine King's furious roar, Li Hao remained silent. After a long pause, he spoke softly, if I pass it on to you both, and you each cultivate in turn, some will be faster and some slower, what happens then? This statement was meant to bring hidden tensions to the surface preemptively. The Divine King exchanged glances with Source Ancestor before coldly replying, 10 years. Whichever of his masters it first must wait until the other has also, only then can we jointly comprehend the immortal gate. Source Ancestor nodded faintly. Indeed. Li Hao shook his head slightly and said, you two lack an understanding of the sixth extreme realm, though you've seen my display. It's evident that this realm greatly enhances combat strength. The two of you are evenly matched now, but if one of you masters the sixth extreme realm first, the balance will certainly be broken. Would either of you truly wait? The sly kid, Source Ancestor thought to himself as he listened to Li Hao. With these words, Li Hao had deftly redirected the focal tension onto him and the Divine King. The mysterious sixth extreme realm, its exact boost to power remained unclear to them. Yet, from witnessing Li Hao's use of it, they could sense his aura surging explosively. They couldn't tell, however, if Li Hao was still restraining or hiding aspects of its power. For a moment, both the Divine King and Source Ancestor fell into silence. If the power imbalance was too great, they understood neither would truly wait for the other. As they pondered, Li Hao stood motionless near the doorway, appearing as though waiting patiently for their answer. Kid, clever to a fault. After a brief silence, the Divine King stared coldly at Li Hao, saying, trying to exploit our conflict as a way to escape. Clever, but the contradiction you mention isn't unsolvable. You simply need to pass on the technique, and we'll handle the rest. Source Ancestor spoke to the Divine King. The two of us could join forces and seal this place for 20 years. Only after those 20 years would this area reopen. With such measures, even if one of us comprehends it first, they couldn't come here alone. 20 years, if the other still hasn't deciphered it by then, they would have only themselves to blame. Fine. The Divine King nodded. Given that Li Hao had grasped the sixth extreme realm, with his guidance, They believed they could comprehend it within 10 years. If not in 10 years, then 20. If 20 years still proved insufficient, that was simply fate. The Divine King remained supremely confident in his talent. After all, he had single-handedly pioneered the extreme path to saint ascension and was the divine clan ancestor, a figure who had reigned over several eras with unmatched might. Li Hao silently sighed inwardly. Achieving supreme saint status truly demanded more than physical strength. Here intellect reigned supreme. They had swiftly come up with a way to neutralize the tension. He hesitated slightly, then secretly transmitted his voice to Source Ancestor, saying, "Source Ancestor, what if we joined forces to slay the fiend? I'll pass you the true skill and give the Divine King a fake one. Within 20 years, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. However, after I pass on the skill to you, you must promise to spare my life. Deal?" Source Ancestor suddenly heard Li Hao's transmission but remained entirely composed, his expression unwavering, his gaze steady. Sly kid. Source Ancestor couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he admired Li Hao's resourcefulness. To recognize their murderous intent and devise such a strategy in this desperate situation spoke volumes of his intelligence. Though admiration was one thing, it didn't mean he would alter his plans. "Agreed. I will surely protect you," Source Ancestor transmitted back. Li Hao smiled and, after transmitting to Source Ancestor, proceeded to transmit an identical message to the Divine King. The content was the same, simply switching the intended recipient. The Divine King, just like Source Ancestor, showed no outward reaction. He transmitted back with equal calm, "No problem." Seeing both agree, Li Hao sighed inwardly, though his face erupted with a bright smile as he spoke aloud. Cultivating the sixth extreme realm requires sensing the heavens and earth. As I've mentioned before, to fight without fighting, to understand by not striving, to be invincible by relinquishing pursuit. The secret of this realm lies in the connection of all things. He spoke vaguely, seemingly teaching them the true skill, but in reality, both would receive false instructions. Once Li Hao finished speaking, he secretly transmitted two different fake techniques to Source Ancestor and the Divine King. After instructing them, the expressions of both Source Ancestor and the Divine King eased. Exchanging glances, Source Ancestor spoke softly. "Heoshin, you are undoubtedly the most intelligent person I've encountered since the ancient times." Indeed. The Divine King echoed his sentiment, but his icy demeanor remained as he said, "A pity that bright minds often meet premature ends. Today, your journey concludes." Li Hao looked stunned. "Divine King, you, clever as you are, you overestimated yourself. During your transmission, we had already conferred and predicted your schemes. Do you truly think such tricks would play us like pawns?" The Divine King's tone was icy. "You can transmit messages to me. I naturally considered the possibility that you might also relay them to Source Ancestor." "Correct." Source Ancestor nodded, "But you two are enemies." Li Hao's face showed disbelief. Source Ancestor sighed. "Yes, but no one knows each other better than adversaries. Now, at least you can die knowing why." The Divine King sneered as divine flames surged around him. His devastating saint domain materialized. A domain of annihilation, bearing down upon Li Hao. "Ancestor." From a fissure came a cry of alarm. Li Hao turned his gaze to see a figure clad in azure blue, Ying Xiaoxiao. Hurriedly arriving, Ying Xiaoxiao's expression transformed as she witnessed the Divine King attack Li Hao. Panic filled her face. Li Hao simply glanced at her and, with no opportunity to respond, released his eternal Dao domain while his body moved at full speed toward a gap within the doorway. In his current transform to immortal state, his being was already merged with the heavens and earth. What appeared of his form was but a portion of his physical body. The rest blended silently into the surroundings, slipping toward the gap unnoticed. Boom! The eternal Dao domain shattered as the Divine King's destructive saint domain, wielding the power of the extreme divine realm, thundered forward. It was horrific and unstoppable, like an avalanche crushing down toward Li Hao. "What are you doing?" Source Ancestor suddenly noticed Li Hao's actions and his expression changed drastically. Li Hao looked at him coldly and said, "Sorry, I never trusted any of you from the start." His power is dissipating. He seems to have found a way to enter the door. At this moment, the Divine King also noticed the shifting aura of Li Hao. His face turned grim, and he roared furiously, radiating dazzling light as he charged toward Li Hao. The Source Ancestor likewise erupted with a breathtaking energy. The extreme realm radiated fully from him and his body seemed to tear through the void, instantly appearing before Li Hao. The sky-suppressing whip in his hand lashed toward Li Hao's body. With a loud impact, Li Hao's body was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the sky-suppressing whip, scattering apart. Previously, Li Hao had consumed Hun Tian's monstrous body, causing his physical form to grow and rival the strength of the 5 Tribulation Emperor weapon. Yet under the force of the sky-suppressing whip, it disintegrated instantly, unable to resist. However, as a portion of his body scattered, another part of Li Hao's corporeal form had already slipped through the opening, entering the doorway. "Farewell, I'll be back." As his body dissipated, Li Hao's consciousness gradually dispersed, leaving behind only an echo. The Divine King reached the doorway as Li Hao's aura shattered entirely, ruined under the blows of the sky-suppressing whip. Yet they could sense that part of Li Hao's body had already transitioned into the door. In his current state, he was gravely injured but far from dead, and he had already stepped onto the immortal divine road. "Damn it!" The Divine King roared in fury, feeling utterly deceived. "He won't destroy the immortal path, will he?" Source Ancestor's face turned pale. That was the wish of countless eras. A reverent dream that could finally shake his composure. If Li Hao severed the immortal divine road, the despair would be unbearable. He couldn't contemplate such devastation. The Divine King's face darkened, almost as if water might drip from it, but he gave no response to Source Ancestor. In this moment, how could he not understand? Just moments ago, Li Hao had firstly brought up the potential conflict between himself and Source Ancestor, giving them pause and securing time. Then, his transmission of the cultivation method had served the same purpose, earning yet more time. All the while, Li Hao had been stealthily transferring his body into the door. Li Hao had never relied on them to survive. Everything had been a delay, a strategy to occupy them, divert their focus. They thought they had seen through Li Hao's schemes, but they realized now they were on the 2nd level while Li Hao was already operating on the 3rd. Heoshan. Ying Xiaoxiao froze in place, seemingly piecing together what had happened. She was a little stupefied, feeling both relieved and anxious, tension clawing at her heart. The Ancestor, by all appearances, seemed thoroughly enraged. Source Ancestor stared at the doorway, his face ashen. In all the eras that had passed, few things had shaken his psyche as intensely as this. A deep sense of regret surged within him. Regret at not directly killing Li Hao earlier. Even without the 6th Extreme Realm cultivation method, spending more time and years would have meant he'd inevitably grasp its profundities. It was only a matter of time. But now, if Li Hao severed the immortal divine road, hope would be fully extinguished. The Divine King raised his fist, wanting to smash it into the doorway, but he hesitated when recalling the earlier shockwaves. No longer striking, he suppressed his fury, though the rage simmering inside him only grew heavier. Damn it all! He stomped forcefully, causing the surrounding starry sky to shudder faintly. In the distance, Dragon Saint, cloaked in blood-red light, grinned coldly with perverse satisfaction. Yet thinking of Li Hao, the hatred in his heart reignited. Why couldn't these people perish together? Why couldn't they all just die? At this moment, waves of saint-level auras rapidly approached. Behind Ying Xiaoxiao, more and more saints began gathering. What's the situation? The starry sky, that doorway. The arriving saints saw the abnormalities present and, after entering the starry expanse through the fissures behind the sculptures, they were struck with awe. Quickly, their attention shifted to the doorway standing amidst the stars, changing their shocked expressions into one of fervent excitement. No doubt remained. That was the immortal divine road. The immortal divine road truly exists. The aura emanating from within the doorway, I've never experienced anything like it. Source Ancestor and Divine King are here as well. It seems we've found the right place. Many saints converged, and amongst them, Sword Saint, Sword Master, Literary Saint, and others gathered as well. Sword Master surveyed the area, taking in the sights with a hint of amazement. Soon enough, his attention was similarly drawn to the doorway. Listening to the fervent discussions of those surrounding him, his gaze moved across the scene but lacked any sight of Li Hao, causing his brows to furrow slightly. At that moment, several Supreme Saint auras appeared amidst the crowd. Named Saint, Mo Family Saint, and others of supreme rank had also arrived. As more individuals gathered, Source Ancestor and Divine King's expressions grew darker and heavier. Is this the immortal divine road? Named Saint looked toward the doorway, his gaze shimmering. Turning to Source Ancestor, he asked, "Is there some hidden mystery? Why are the two of you hesitating here?" He didn't rashly try to open the door, For Source Ancestor and Divine King to linger meant trouble, some abnormality that could not be ignored. The other saints overhears and calmed themselves as well. All looked upon Source Ancestor and Divine King with suspicion. Was there truly an obstacle here? Neither Source Ancestor nor Divine King had the mood to respond, their faces instead darkened by rage. Noting the scene, Dragon Saint sneered coldly and remarked, "This door cannot be touched unless one has mastered the 6th extreme realm. That Haoshin earlier already forced half his body into it. You all better not celebrate too early. He's a ruthless one. If he severs the immortal divine road, none of us will ever set foot upon it again." The saints surrounding him froze upon hearing this, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Mo family's supreme saint, name saint, medical saint, and others were momentarily dumbfounded. They immediately turned their gaze toward Source Ancestor and Divine King. When they saw the two's grim expressions, they instantly realized Dragon Saint's words were no lie. "You all. How could this be?" The name saint looked at the Source Ancestor and the Divine King with disbelief, unable to comprehend. How could these two, combined, let Haoshin slip through that mystical gateway right under their noses? Allowing Haoshin to scout the path? Or could it have been that their mutual hostility allowed the other party to take advantage? The expressions of Saint Mo and the medical saint grew complex as well. Had they, after so much effort, found the immortal divine road only for it to be severed like this? All their hope now hinged on whether Haoshin had a magnanimous heart, whether he could accommodate them. The Swordmaster, upon hearing the Dragon Saint's words, was momentarily stunned. His expression subtly shifted. He glanced at the mystical gateway, secretly exhaling a breath of relief. Not catching sight of Hun Tien earlier, he had feared the worst, but it seemed Li Hao was unharmed. "Gentlemen, there is no need to worry. Haoshin is of a detached temperament. If the immortal divine road truly proves passable, he would most likely return to aid everyone. He certainly wouldn't burn bridges after crossing," the Swordmaster said. Many people turned to look at him upon hearing his words, well aware of the connection between the Swordmaster and Li Hao. Yet, at this juncture, in the face of the allure of immortality and divinity, for the Swordmaster to still believe in Haoshin, was it because their relationship was truly deep, or because the Swordmaster was somewhat naive? Or could it be that Haoshin was truly as the Swordmaster described? But hadn't Haoshin flattened the Buddhist sect, destroyed the Void Holy Land, and indiscriminately swept across one faction after another earlier, appearing as a ruthless man who harbored a hatred for evil? "Haha, you're far too simplistic in your thinking." The Dragon Saint burst into laughter upon hearing the Swordmaster's words, mocking as he spoke. Under ordinary circumstances, perhaps there might still be a 30% chance, but just now, Haoshin provoked the killing intent of those two. Forced into that gateway by them, he will undoubtedly sever the immortal divine road. If you wish to meet him again, it will only happen if he becomes an immortal divine and returns to this realm for revenge. The gathered saints froze, their expressions instantly changing as their gazes unanimously fell on the Source Ancestor and the Divine King. Chased and forced into that gateway by them? If that were the case, then surely he would bear a grudge. The name Saint, Saint Mo, and others suddenly understood, their thoughts crystallizing. No wonder the faces of the Source Ancestor and the Divine King were so unsightly. To think they, in each other's presence, had allowed Li Hao to seize the opportunity first. It all made sense now. "You all." Saint Mo looked at the Source Ancestor, shaking his head with a sigh. The name Saint furrowed his brow and said, "Joined together, yet you still couldn't stop him? With the strength the two of you possess, you could have killed him in an instant, could you not?" The Divine King merely cast him a cold glance before shifting his gaze to the Dragon Saint, a glint of killing intent rising in his eyes as he said, "I didn't have time to deal with you earlier. You've spoken far too much nonsense. Let's see what madness has muddled your mind to make you ramble so senselessly." Even as he spoke, he suddenly launched an attack on the Dragon Saint. The Dragon Saint's face twisted, both furious and panicked, as he shouted, "Are you insane? You offended Haoshin yourself. Let him slip through, and now you're taking your anger out on me? If not for you, perhaps he would have left the immortal divine road behind. It's you who caused its severance." His earlier outburst, which pointed this out, had arisen from an agitated mind, intending to divert everyone's ire onto them. If not for the influence of that strange blood, he would have never spoken up under normal circumstances. Die. The Divine King's killing intent surged as he clashed fiercely with the Dragon Saint, his destructive saint domain descending. With just one strike, he severed the Dragon Saint's body, showcasing terrifying power. Despite being a supreme saint, the dragon saint was subdued with a single blow and fell into a disadvantage. The gathered saints watched in horror, backing away instinctively, yet none stepped in to help. Even though the Source Ancestor had previously referred to the Divine King as a member of the demon race, such claims only served to deceive the common folk. Now that the Source Ancestor had not intervened, no one else dared provoke the Divine King either. Many saints cast their gaze toward the Source Ancestor, but at this moment, the Source Ancestor appeared to have lost his will to fight. Standing pale and stricken before the mystical gateway, he seemed disoriented, a dazed figure that left the saints stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen the Source Ancestor in such a state. Over countless eons, this man had always exuded an air of calm detachment, as though no worldly matter could ruffle his composure. But now, it suddenly dawned upon everyone. Was the Source Ancestor aging? Slowly descending from that supreme pedestal, succumbing to time? In the crowd, Xiao Tianyu gazed at his master, shaken. He had never seen his master lose composure like this before and felt the urge to cry out but held himself back. Source Ancestor, what should we do now, and what of the Divine King? The named saint couldn't help but send a voice transmission to the Source Ancestor. He too had been one of the supreme saints who encircled the Divine King all those years ago. His earlier decision not to cooperate with the Source Ancestor had stemmed from a desire to let them balance each other out on the immortal divine road. But now that the path was blocked, possibly severed entirely, the Divine King was clearly a looming calamity. If the Source Ancestor refused to act, and the Divine King sought revenge against every supreme saint involved in his past persecution, no one would be able to stop him. The Source Ancestor heard the named saint's words but seemed unresponsive, simply staring blankly at the gateway. For a long time, amidst the earth-shaking echoes of intense battles, the dragon saint cried out in anguish, escaping through the fissures. Much of the blood aura surrounding him had been shattered, and he seemed to regain some of his clarity, choosing to flee from the place entirely. The Divine King, however, did not pursue. Though Li Hao had already entered the gateway, the Divine King still chose to remain there, watching for any further developments. Do you think, if the aura beyond the gateway remains unchanged, it might signal that the immortal divine road hasn't yet been severed? Suddenly, after a long silence, the Source Ancestor spoke up. The saints were momentarily stunned, their gazes turning toward the mystical gateway. They could all sense the vast and ethereal aura seeping out from within. The medical saint's eyes flickered as he said, "Fellow saints, with nearly all the saints of the all heavens gathered here, why don't we pool our collective strength and try to resolve this gateway? Perhaps, with the power of all saints combined, we might be able to unlock it." Upon hearing her words, Source Ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, the all heavens saints each had their own fateful opportunities. While he was the oldest saint, he dared not claim that his knowledge could rival the combined insights of all the all heavens saints. Some saints ventured into other forbidden lands and ruins or obtained some unknown opportunities, which might allow them to establish a connection with this mystical door. After all, those who could cultivate to become saints invariably possessed rare and profound hidden fortunes. Precisely. Before he destroys the immortal divine road, let us each think of a way. When the door opens, we shall step onto the immortal divine road together. Source Ancestor immediately declared. The saints exchanged glances. At this point, it seemed there was no other choice. The Divine King, seeing this, remained silent. He simply sat to the side, tending to the damage inflicted on his saint path by that mystical door earlier. As the combined efforts of the saints worked to unravel the engravings on the door, on the other side, Li Hao's body entered through the door and, passing through the opening, arrived at a dim and shadowy passage. This passage was pitch black. Li Hao's divine sense seemed shrouded in darkness, rendering him unable to perceive his surroundings. Unable to discern directions, he could only advance forward continuously. The aura of immortal power grew increasingly dense, but at the same time, waves of low, murmuring malice floated around him, as if intending to enclose him. His entire body began to feel a chilling cold. After walking forward for a long time, at last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. When Li Hao stepped out into the light, his senses finally returned, and he could take in the scene before him. It was an ancient path shrouded in mist, with towering mountains on both sides, as though he was in a grand canyon. Li Hao turned back. The path he had come from was not a road, it was that mystical door. The door was identical, and the engravings on it seemed the same as well. Similarly, Li Hao noticed the same gap at the engraving, in the exact same position. The dark region he had traversed earlier seemed to be a mustard seed-sized space within that gap. Li Hao was momentarily dazed but quickly refocused, immediately gathering his power to condense his physical form. Earlier, his physical body had transformed to immortality, dispersing into the heavens and earth. Part of it had been severed and destroyed by the Source Ancestor and Divine King, with only a small portion entering the gap and arriving here. His strength had significantly diminished compared to before. Li Hao glanced at the gray, misty canyon ahead, feeling a sense of unease. Everything in front of him seemed to differ from his expectations of the immortal God world. There were no vibrant sounds of nature or fragrant flowers. Instead, there was an overwhelming feeling of desolation, coldness, and lifelessness. After some thought, Li Hao refrained from immediately exploring further. Instead, he sat down in front of the mystical door, once again entering the transformed to immortal state. Simultaneously, he released the all-heaven star vein to gather power and heal his injuries. Earlier, to avoid revealing his plan to the Source Ancestor and Divine King, he had entered the gap extremely slowly, resulting in less than a quarter of his body making it through. His injuries were severe. Fortunately, he could undergo blood rebirth. As long as even a single drop of blood remained, he could regenerate entirely. As the all-heaven star vein manifested, Li Hao's perception quickly detected something amiss. Vast and boundless power surged into his body, rapidly healing his injuries. At the same time, Li Hao sensed that the power drawn by the all-heaven star vein was far more terrifying than before, as though it could fill his body to capacity in an instant. This star power. Li Hao couldn't help but look up. The gray fog above obscured his sight, preventing his naked eye from fully penetrating it. Yet, amidst the thin mist, he could still make out a few bright stars shining. Those appeared to be actual stars. Li Hao was momentarily entranced. He felt as though the true essence of the all-heaven star vein could only be realized in this place. Before long, Li Hao's aura regained its vigor, and his injuries were completely healed. Li Hao realized that the all-heaven star vein needed only to exert 10% of its power here to achieve the effectiveness of fully unleashing it before. Moreover, the surrounding ambient power was exceedingly pure. As soon as he absorbed it into his body, it seamlessly integrated, carrying a transcendent yet vast majesty. The power was extraordinarily light and pristine. Under the influence of this power, his Dao bone and divine blood seemed to undergo subtle changes as well. Li Hao could sense that if he stayed here longer, his physical body would surely ascend to new heights, growing even more formidable. So this is a place where immortal divines reside. Li Hao's eyes flickered. He felt that even if an ordinary martial artist came here, simply eating and sleeping in this place would allow the pervasive power to reshape their physique dramatically. However, aside from the dense concentration of this power, the ever-present aura of malicious intent was profoundly disturbing. If a normal person were here, they would likely have descended into madness by now. This sensation, it's somewhat akin to what I felt around the Dragon Saint earlier. Could that strange blood have originated from this place? Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the canyon ahead, his heart filling with caution. He activated his primordial spirit, extending his divine sense outward, only to experience some resistance. The previously absorbed, transcendent star power that he hadn't fully refined yet existed in the void like countless specks of dust, restricting his probing range to just over 10 miles. Along the path he was able to investigate, Li Hao saw a trail littered with shattered black stones and, scattered across the ground, many skeletons and broken weapons. This place, it seems to be a battlefield. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. He moved forward, stopping by the first skeleton he encountered. This skeleton had been reduced to stark, pale bones, lying atop a dark corpse. Its skull had fallen off, one arm and one leg bone were missing, and several ribs were broken. In its remaining hand, it clutched a battle blade tightly. The battle blade had lost all its luster, its edge dulled and bent. On its body were a few tattered strips of silk cloth, fluttering in the harsh gale of the canyon. Li Hao crouched down, carefully examining and picking up the scattered bones on the ground. To his surprise, as soon as he held them, he realized that these bones were exceptionally heavy, as if lifting dense iron. Just a single finger-length white bone weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Li Hao was somewhat shocked. Upon closer inspection, he noticed fine, silvery patterns on the surface of the bone. But these were not ordinary bone patterns. They were a type of Dao pattern. The Dao etched upon the bone. This looks like a Dao bone. Li Hao's expression shifted. His own bones now exhibited similar characteristics, but possessing Dao bones was one of the prerequisites for cultivating the Wen Dao extreme realm. Could the owner of this skeleton have also mastered the Wen Dao extreme realm during their life? Amongst all heavens, even supreme saints might not achieve the Wen Dao extreme realm. Yet now, this random skeleton he had encountered possessed Dao bones. Unfortunately, its flesh had long been reduced to decay, and the white bone in Li Hao's hand had dimmed in luster. Though still heavy, when Li Hao applied a slight amount of force to press it, it shattered. It seems, it's been dead for an unimaginably long time. Li Hao's thoughts raced as he considered the source ancestor, born during the ancient times, a period when immortal divine beings had already vanished. Could these white bones before him be remnants from that era? If that were the case, the fact that these bones had decayed this far without fully disintegrating was utterly terrifying. After all, even a supreme saint surviving to the present day was an extremely rare miracle, let alone a corpse lasting this long after death without complete decomposition. Li Hao felt a sinking weight in his heart, realizing that the owner of these bones might be one of the legendary immortal divine beings. Now lying dead here, with over a dozen skeletons of a similar nature discovered within the 10-mile radius he had explored. It seems that the immortal divine beings were numerous, and furthermore, even such entities battled amongst themselves. Li Hao muttered quietly to himself. Immortal divine beings, existing beyond supreme saints, capable of living as long as heaven and earth. Yet they too engaged in strife. Was this the essence of life itself, a cycle of mutual consumption from the moment of creation? His mood grew heavier as he picked up a battle blade from among the bones. He found it even weightier still, over 1,000,000 pounds, but it displayed no trace of energy fluctuations, resembling the inert rocks surrounding him. Its material was simply more refined, a lifeless object. Li Hao suddenly thought of a fragment he carried. He retrieved it immediately and lightly scraped it against the battle blade. Unexpectedly, the fragment left only a damaged groove on the blade, but did not cleave it completely. The indestructible fragment had, for the first time, met resistance, unable to cut through the blade directly. Li Hao's eyes flickered as he stowed the battle blade into his heaven and earth space, then continued onward. Before long, beside some mountain rocks, he encountered another skeleton, seemingly sitting in eternal repose. On its shoulder bone, a jade pendant lay fallen, its brilliance dulled, covered in dust. The clothing was shredded, hanging on the sharp protrusions of the skeleton, yet was not carried away by the wind. This seemed to have been a woman, perhaps beautiful and radiant in life, but in death, she was now reduced to a haunting skeleton. Li Hao silently picked up the relics beside her, a fractured sword and a necklace hanging from her neck. These were likely once top-tier treasures, but now they had lost their former luster and commanding presence, much like their late owner, now lying here, sealed in silent oblivion. Li Hao stored them away and then pressed forward. The skeletons he encountered along the way grew progressively sparse, some reduced to mere scattered fragments of bones strewn across the ground. Apart from these remains, Li Hao also discovered a bronze chariot, partially broken and irreparably damaged. Intricate carvings on its surface depicted ancient exotic beasts, their forms terrifyingly fierce and savage. Even their outward appearance exuded an overwhelming presence. Li Hao, moving like a scavenger, placed this shattered bronze chariot into his heaven and earth space as well. Then, as he continued on, passing by one skeleton after another, he ventured deeper into the canyon. A vast canyon, with no end in sight, was littered with white bones along the path. After a while, Li Hao suddenly froze in his steps. With his divine sense sweeping the area 10 miles ahead, he spotted a cluster of mangled skeletons, alongside another enormous white skeleton. Unlike the prior human-like skeletons, this massive bone structure belonged to some kind of exotic beast. It appeared tremendously ferocious, its skeleton adorned with sharp spikes. The claws extended into long, curved bones, impossibly sharp. Li Hao could hardly envision whether its scales or flesh would have been similarly razor-edged. Could it be an entity that battled against the immortal divine beings? Or perhaps their enslaved mount? Li Hao's eyes flickered as he approached the massive white skeleton cautiously. Upon arriving near its remains, Li Hao examined the surrounding traces carefully, quickly deciphering the site's evidence. This exotic beast skeleton and those immortal divine beings had mutually slaughtered each other. There's actually an exotic beast that fought against the immortal divine beings. Was it a demon that evolved to their level? Li Hao pondered as his eyes swept over the ground, searching for remnants. He found fragments of scattered, broken weapons, which he promptly collected. Pausing briefly, Li Hao then resumed his journey. The deeper he ventured into the canyon, the more numerous the skeletons became. Li Hao continued to gather abandoned weapons, along with 4 additional bronze chariots. Traveling several hundred miles, the terrain gradually grew steep, and Li Hao could see what looked like the canyon's end ahead. A sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in Li Hao's heart, as though the world outside this canyon might be even grimmer. Carrying this heavy feeling, he continued pressing forward. Eventually, ascending the increasingly steep slope, Li Hao finally emerged from the canyon. Upon arriving at its exit, Li Hao's gaze fell upon a bronze chariot stationed at the entrance. Sitting at the edge of its wheel track lay a stark white skeleton. In its arms was an ancient sword. Compared to the other skeletons, this body had been preserved in extraordinarily complete form. Li Hao glanced casually at first, then his eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt as though the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton were staring directly at him. The feeling sent chills down his spine, as if the white bone before him was alive. Li Hao's gaze fell once again on the ancient sword clasped in its bony embrace, realizing that this sword was unlike other battle artifacts. It wasn't entirely broken. Though the sword edge was dulled, the Tao patterns upon it remained distinct, exuding a faint yet undeniable pressure. Li Hao stared at the scene with surprise and doubt, refraining from approaching recklessly. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and the white bones seemed to move. Li Hao noticed the lower jawbone of the skeleton appeared to shift slightly. Just as he questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him, the skeleton abruptly sat upright, turning its head to face him directly. From its hollow eye sockets, 2 profound silver beams of light emerged and glowed. After countless ages, someone actually managed to come here. There are faint traces of immortal chi. Is it the 6th extreme realm? An ancient, weary whisper suddenly filled the air. Li Hao couldn't understand the language spoken, yet he inexplicably felt as though he grasped its meaning. His heart pounded wildly. After seeing so many skeletons along the way, he hadn't expected this one, impossibly, was still alive. As Li Hao instinctively drew back his aura, condensing his energy defensively, the skeleton seemed to perceive his actions. From its stark white bones, an eerie flow of blood surged forth, followed by the rapid emergence of veins and flesh that soon enveloped the skeletal frame. In no time, the growing flesh took on the appearance of a weathered middle-aged man. On his head, disheveled hair slowly sprouted. At the same time, a tattered set of armor materialized around him, resembling that of an ancient battlefield warrior. As the armor appeared, the figure's true silhouette seemed to emerge. A vast and overwhelming presence caused Li Hao's heart to race painfully. The man sat there, leaning against a war chariot, yet it felt as though he bore the weight of the heavens and earth. His gaze was detached yet piercing, as if the essence of the world concentrated solely on him. Senior. Li Hao's voice trembled as he spoke, feeling that a mere thought from this figure could end his life in an instant. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a terrifying existence so soon upon arriving in the immortal god world. Was this truly a living immortal divine? While Li Hao quaked in fear, the man cracked a faint smile, a smile stiff and unnatural, as if his facial muscles hadn't moved for ages and had become rigid. Don't be nervous. You've come from the ancient road, haven't you? You must be from the Emperor's Calamity fake realm. The middle-aged warrior spoke, smiling faintly. Seeing no killing intent from the man, Li Hao felt the hairs on his body flatten slightly. He hesitated and asked, Emperor's Calamity fake realm? Could it be referring to the land of all saints? Indeed, for those born in this realm wouldn't know its true name. The middle-aged warrior observed Li Hao's confusion, and let out a carefree laugh, saying, You arrived here through the mystical gate, didn't you? Not long ago, while I was lost in sleep, that thing attempted to barge through. I intercepted it in time, yet the mystical gate was still left with a scar. I had anticipated that after such a breach, someone would eventually come through. The mystical gate? Was it referring to that mysterious door? Li Hao asked. Junior indeed comes from there. May I ask how I should address Senior? Is this place truly the immortal god world? Immortal god world, ha. The middle-aged warrior let out a mocking laugh and said to Li Hao, There's no need for formalities. I'm but an insignificant soldier under the heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor's command. For someone like you to emerge from the Emperor's Calamity fake realm, you must surely be a supreme talent. As he said this, the man examined Li Hao closely, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. To have mastered the extreme realm entirely, even possessing the embryo of Saint Extreme Realm, remarkable indeed. Li Hao felt chills spread across his body upon hearing the man's words. With just a single glance, his abilities had been completely exposed. Even his deepest hidden three saints' power had been seen by this figure. How terrifying. Such talent, in the former true realm, you'd have been a prodigy among the major sects. What a pity. The man's eyes reflected wistfulness and regret as he lightly shook his head, before turning to say to Li Hao, "Before those things arrive, you should return quickly. Do not pursue the immortal divine path. Even if you gain longevity equal to heaven and earth, so what? It's merely the heaven and earth perceived by a frog at the bottom of the well. And besides, the true realm is no longer what it once was." Li Hao watched him speak, uncertain if the man was addressing him or merely voicing his own inner thoughts. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Senior, I have no way to return for now. Immortal gods and longevity do not currently captivate me. I have a long time left to live, with death far beyond the horizon. However, the path back has been blocked, so I can only stay here." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged warrior seemed surprised. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light gleamed in his eyes. The silver light soon dissipated, leaving the man's gaze filled with astonishment. "Your soul life is not even 60 years? Li Hao felt intruded upon once more, his defenses powerless against such scrutiny, and could only sigh inwardly. "It seems I've underestimated you yet again," the middle-aged warrior murmured in admiration, noting that it had been countless years since encountering such an exceptional genius, yet how unfortunate. "You say you were forced here. Are you being hunted? With such talent, it's no surprise if you've attracted envy. Yet judging by your current state, only someone cultivated to the utmost in a fake realm could take your life." He seemed to deliberate for a moment, as if speaking his thoughts aloud. Perhaps so, after all these years, entities at the bottleneck within the Emperor's Calamity fake realm should surely exist. Li Hao wasn't sure what bottleneck the man referred to in cultivation terms, but he presumed it would be at least the Saint Extreme realm. The man clearly misunderstood. Li Hao hadn't encountered such beings. There were none in the land of all saints. However, the Divine King and Source Ancestors' combined strength might be considered halfway to Saint Extreme realm. Regardless, you must return. Remaining here means death, with no chance even for reincarnation. The middle-aged warrior advised Li Hao. Li Hao asked, "Senior, what happened here?" "A terrible catastrophe." The middle-aged warrior shook his head and replied, "There's no point in you knowing more." He seemed to pause for thought, glancing down before rummaging briefly through his belongings, only to sigh with a bitter smile. "After years guarding this place, I've exhausted the immortal artifacts and immortal medicines I carried. Otherwise, I'd have given you an immortal pill to ensure your safety." "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." Li Hao could feel that the other party bore no malice. If the other party had any ill intent, with their terrifying presence, killing him would have been as easy as flipping a hand. His mood unexpectedly relaxed, and he found a stone nearby to sit on and said, "Senior, can you tell me about this? What happened in the war within the Emperor's Calamity fake realm and here? Why have the immortal divine beings vanished? Did they all come here to join the battle?" The middle-aged warrior noticed Li Hao's composed demeanor, devoid of fear or hesitation, and instantly found him more agreeable. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly froze, and the serene expression in his eyes abruptly sharpened. In that instant, the sharp intensity stirred Li Hao's previously relaxed body into tight alertness. A cold chill spread through his entire being as an overwhelming murderous intent made him shudder involuntarily. But soon, Li Hao realized that the killing intent wasn't directed at him. At the same time, the malice floating around the surroundings suddenly thickened, and Li Hao sensed sharp, low murmurs resonating in his mind, provoking his inner bloodlust and hostility, making his emotions grow agitated. "What's happening?" Li Hao was shocked and hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but his divine sense could only extend around 10 miles. This short range of detection meant that if an attack occurred, the enemy would reach him in moments. Li Hao immediately entered the transformed to immortal state, blending his body into the heavens and earth. However, this time, Li Hao quickly noticed that his transformed to immortal state felt vastly different from before. Under ultimate immortal transformation, his awareness dispersed into the realm, but this realm contained an oppressive amount of energy, threatening to inundate his consciousness. Ultimate immortal transformation cannot be maintained for long. Li Hao instantly realized that if he attempted to remain indefinitely in the ultimate immortal transformation state, his consciousness might be swallowed, dissolving within this realm. A sensation reminiscent of when he had first grasped the transform to immortal technique. Yet, contrary to that drawback, the power he wielded in this current transform to immortal state far exceeded its previous iterations, growing several times stronger. With the transformation, Li Hao's divine sense extended even further. It has arrived. Hurry and hide inside the chariot. Do not come out. Fresh blood like yours. Those creatures love it most. At this moment, the middle-aged warrior's voice came through, chillingly cold and carrying an irrefutable command. He seemed to transform into another person entirely, exuding a potent, murderous aura, a deadly energy congealed over millennia of warfare, that erupted instantaneously, truly resembling an unrivaled god of slaughter with a terrifying presence. Snapping back to reality, Li Hao extended his divine sense outward up to 40 or 50 miles, immediately sensing a series of powerful gales sweeping through the area. An enormous creature was rapidly approaching. Li Hao dared not dally and quickly followed the warrior's instructions, hiding inside the bronze chariot. As soon as he entered the bronze chariot, Li Hao sensed that its interior was no ordinary space. Surprisingly, it contained an incomprehensibly vast area, akin to an expansive square capable of holding a palace. However, the space inside was piled high with bones, neatly arranged. In front of the skeletal remains were tomb names etched onto stone slabs. Li Hao assumed this was likely the work of the middle-aged warrior. Setting aside the curiosity to further explore the chariot's interior, he extended his awareness once again toward the exterior. He saw the middle-aged warrior step forward, his ancient sword spinning as he performed a flourish, effortlessly forming a sword chi out of thin air. Stationed firmly before the chariot, his movements appeared sharp yet natural, endowed with an innate harmony radiating from the fundamental Tao. Li Hao's gaze narrowed slightly as he followed the warrior's sightline. Ahead, the mist now parted, revealing a massive and grotesque demon resembling an oversized bat. Dark red veins coursed like writhing worms across the membrane of its wings. Its bare, hairless body bore dragon-like claws, a tail resembling a giant serpent, and spikes scattered across its surface. The moment this demon appeared, Li Hao was overwhelmed with a suffocating pressure. Its aura far surpassed that of supreme saints like the Source Ancestor. It was akin to a savage beast of the barbaric wilds, brimming with boundless malice. Li Hao finally understood the origin of the malice permeating the surrounding void. The demon itself was the source. HMPH. The middle-aged warrior's eyes grew colder at the sight of the demon, tinged with bloodthirsty killing intent. He spoke no words, suddenly launching his sword toward the target, his figure moving like lightning, closing the distance in an instant, and slashing down with furious swordlight. His actions were exceptionally concise, exuding a sense of reaching the root of all things. There was a profound simplicity in his movements, yet they carried devastating destructive force. Bang! As the swordlight slashed forth, it seemed to accelerate abruptly, transcending time itself. At the moment the sword was drawn, its edge had already landed on the target. A massive wound instantly tore open the demon's chest and abdomen, spewing blackened blood in torrents. The demon roared in fury, emitting thick black mist to envelop the middle-aged warrior. However, before the black mist could fully surround him, the warrior struck it apart with a single swing of his sword before engaging the demon in close combat. What incredible swordsmanship! Li Hao watched the warrior's battle. Though he couldn't comprehend the movement technique, he could sense the sheer brilliance of the swordsmanship, immense, innate, and seemingly the true essence of the Tao of swordsmanship. This can't merely be swordsmanship at the 10th stage, it's likely far beyond that. Li Hao was deeply captivated by the warrior's swordsmanship. The power he unleashed was enough to shake the heavens and earth. Even the residual force sweeping toward Li Hao felt perilous. If struck directly, even with full defense, injury was almost certain. This black mist. As Li Hao observed the battle, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if scorching chilly water had entered them, an intense, stinging sensation. To his horror, he discovered black blood vessels appearing across his eyeballs, like he had suffered some form of contamination or mutation. What kind of attack is this? Li Hao hurriedly closed his eyes, but his eyeballs still throbbed with pain. He felt that even if he gouged out his eyes and regrew new ones, the pain would persist. This was beyond his understanding. Don't stare at it. That's the beast's strongest attack. It can devour souls and directly target the soul itself. At this moment, the voice of the middle-aged warrior suddenly echoed in Li Hao's mind. Immediately after, a flash of sword light appeared in Li Hao's mind. The sword light slashed forward at incredible speed, cutting through the darkness in front of him. The stabbing pain instantly lessened and quickly disappeared. Li Hao opened his eyes again but only glanced briefly at the battlefield. He saw the middle-aged warrior locked in combat with the demon amidst the black mist. The black mist encircled the middle-aged warrior but could not get close, as it was eradicated by the sword chi surrounding him. Li Hao dared not look for too long, only sneaking glances occasionally, yet his heart was filled with shock. He was capable of defeating Huntian, and that alone meant his combat power was at the level of a supreme saint. Yet, he wasn't even qualified to properly observe this battle. Was this the level of an immortal divine combat? Amidst the violent tremors, Li Hao saw the middle-aged warrior gradually gaining the upper hand, leaving scar after scar upon the demon's body. But these wounds seemed unable to heal. Blood seeped endlessly, and the demon let out ear-piercing screams, roaring in violent fury. Li Hao cautiously flicked his eyes back and forth. Suddenly, a warning surged from deep within his heart. Be careful, many third-rank ancient demons are approaching. The middle-aged warrior's voice once again echoed in Li Hao's mind. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly as he identified the source of the danger. Scanning his surroundings, he saw 7 or 8 massive, grotesque figures flying in from dozens of miles away. Their bodies were bat-like, each spanning hundreds of meters. Their shapes varied. Some had twisted wings, while others had broken ones, appearing as though they had been polluted by some force. These creatures belonged to the same kin as the demon battling the middle-aged warrior, but they were far smaller in size and less imposing in power. Li Hao studied them closely and couldn't help but feel alarmed. These so-called third-rank ancient demons, as described by the middle-aged warrior, all carried traces of a saint domain around their bodies. Their aura was comparable to the likes of Huntian and Dragon Saint, beings at the pinnacle of supreme saints. As the 7 or 8 third-rank ancient demons arrived at the battlefield, they glanced in the direction of the middle-aged warrior's fight and began surveying their surroundings. Their gazes quickly locked onto the bronze war chariot. Hiding inside the bronze war chariot, Li Hao felt as though his sight connected with that of the third-rank ancient demons, and both parties became acutely aware of one another. Damn it, it looks like they're here for me. Li Hao's face darkened as he took out the sharp remnant blade, ready to strike at any moment. With a deafening howl, the 7 or 8 third-rank ancient demons rushed to the bronze war chariot, but before they could act, the sword chi hovering outside the war chariot suddenly surged forward violently. The sword chi erupted with a thunderous roar, cutting through the void at lightning speed and piercing through the bodies of 3 ancient demons. The bodies of the ancient demons pierced by the sword chi dissolved like ice melting in the sun, vanishing into the heavens and earth, their auras extinguished. The remaining ancient demons hesitated in fear, hurriedly halting in their tracks. But after the sword chi annihilated the 3 demons, it dissipated. Casting a cautious glance at the distant middle-aged warrior, who was tied down by their leader and unable to intervene, the remaining demons immediately dove toward the bronze war chariot. Even before they approached, Li Hao could sense the dense presence of multiple saint domains descending upon him. At the same time, a thick stench began to permeate the air. Li Hao's expression changed slightly. He knew that continuing to cower inside the war chariot would only result in being cornered like a trapped animal. Don't come out. Those mere third-rank ancient demons won't be able to break the immortal array on the war chariot. The middle-aged warrior's voice echoed once more in Li Hao's mind. Even amidst his fierce battle, the warrior was still keeping an eye on the situation here. Hearing his words, Li Hao froze momentarily, a trace of gratitude welling up in his heart. At this moment, a torrent of saint domains descended upon the bronze war chariot. The carvings of exotic beasts on the war chariot seemed to animate, letting out low roars as a glowing array shrouded the chariot, blocking the saint domains from breaching the barrier. The low growls of the exotic beasts made the advancing ancient demons hesitate and retreat slightly, but soon, they lunged forward again, using their saint domains to wear down the glowing array protecting the chariot. Li Hao could feel that the glowing array contained power that surpassed the saint path. However, this power seemed incredibly weakened, and under the persistent assault of the ancient demons, though it might not shatter, it would be further depleted. Li Hao turned to glance at the middle-aged warrior's side of the battlefield. The 1,000-meter-long demon he was fighting was covered in scars, yet its ferocity was only growing. The middle-aged warrior, however, remained composed and deliberate in his attacks, completely suppressing the demon. Whoosh! A sudden gale surged in front of him. The ancient demons summoned winds, lightning, and swirling sands, encircling the bronze war chariot in an attempt to overturn it. But the battlefield was imbued with a power that made the chariot immovable. Take this blade of mine. No longer willing to stay idle, Li Hao suddenly unleashed the remnant blade, charging out of the bronze war chariot and slashing at the closest ancient demon. The ancient demon seemed caught off guard by Li Hao's daring attack. Taken by surprise, and coupled with the extreme sharpness of the remnant blade, its body was pierced through in an instant. However, its body quickly regenerated the moment it was torn apart and punctured. Unlike the middle-aged warrior, Li Hao couldn't prevent the wounds from healing. Even so, Li Hao didn't despair. Instead, he used his primordial spirit to control the remnant blade, continually stabbing and slashing through the ancient demons' bodies, maneuvering deftly inside them. Bang! One of the ancient demons let out a bellow, ramming its saint domain against the remnant blade with sudden force. Li Hao felt his primordial spirit tremble slightly, a buzzing sensation spreading through his mind. It was disorienting, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, incorporating the attributes of flying phase and hidden bow into the remnant blade. This expanded his attack range and concealed the blade's traces, making it elusive and unpredictable. Li Hao had already noticed earlier that his panel attributes were still effective even against supreme saints. The ancient demons before him didn't seem as terrifying as the one fighting the middle-aged warrior. These ones were merely at the saint level. Kill! Li Hao crouched on the bronze chariot's platform and fully controlled the remnant blade to slash at several ancient demons. The remnant blade remained as razor-sharp as ever, easily piercing through the ancient demons' bodies. However, due to lacking additional power, the torn wounds quickly healed. Aside from causing them pain, it didn't deal significant damage. For beings capable of blood rebirth, such healable injuries could hardly even be called wounds. They no longer dodged Li Hao's remnant blade but instead used their saint domains to relentlessly ram the bronze chariot, attempting to drain the power of the light array. Li Hao, meanwhile, continued slicing their bodies with the remnant blade. These ancient demons didn't notice that the areas Li Hao targeted kept changing, from their skulls, eyeballs, and chest cavities to their wings, tails, and various other parts. At times, the remnant blade grazed their flesh, sliding and cutting within their insides. Other than feeling pain, the ancient demons' injuries healed in the blink of an eye. They paid it no serious mind, focusing only on shattering the light array and dragging Li Hao out to consume him. Without the interference of their saint domains, Li Hao wielded the remnant blade faster and faster. His gaze grew increasingly focused, like that of an exceptionally skilled master chef intently observing his ingredients on the cutting board. The blade in hand, his eyes fixed on the ingredients. Though the blade had yet to strike, his palm seemed to gently sense the texture, bone structure, and veins of the material. With each cut, Li Hao lost track of how many times the remnant blade had pierced their bodies. Yet in his mind, a virtual image of an ancient demon's body was gradually taking shape. Every bone, piece of flesh, and vein became vividly clear in his mind. When the complete form of the ancient demon materialized in his thoughts, Li Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with an exceptionally bright and sharp light. The ancient demons, relentlessly attacking the light array, suddenly seemed to sense something, an inexplicable unease creeping over them. "Debone," Li Hao murmured. The remnant blade in his hand abruptly spun at an incredible speed, like a skipping stone gliding over water. It traced agile and smooth arcs, skimming one ancient demon's skull. In an instant, it separated bone from flesh, as smoothly as silk. In the blink of an eye, no more than a heartbeat, this ancient demon's body was reduced to a lifeless corpse. Its body had fallen into death. In just an instant, all its organs were destroyed, bones and flesh were severed. But for an ancient demon, this did not signify true death. Its primordial spirit endured, merely now detached from its body upon the physical death. Just as its primordial spirit was about to reattach to the body and initiate regeneration, Li Hao's primordial spirit transformed into a blade, slicing viciously while his other hand captured the now corpse-like form. Roar! The ancient demon unleashed a piercing screech, realizing the threat of death. The remaining ancient demons also detected the shift and hurriedly used their saint domains to shield the corpse, preventing Li Hao from taking it. If it were to be fully destroyed, the body would be rendered irrecoverable. Although capable of blood rebirth, if not even a drop of blood remained, rebirth would be impossible. leaving only the primordial spirit intact. Li Hao's object control power was blocked by several layers of saint domains. His primordial spirit, transformed into a blade, aimed to slay the ancient demon's primordial spirit. But the opponent's primordial spirit suddenly radiated a burst of dark light. As soon as Li Hao's primordial spirit touched the darkness, he felt agonizing pain. A corrosive force surged toward him, as if melting his primordial spirit. What kind of attack is this? Li Hao's expression changed sharply. He quickly withdrew his primordial spirit, but in just a fraction of a moment, its vitality had plummeted significantly, leaving it injured. Be careful, these ancient demons specialize in devouring souls. They're extremely damaging to primordial spirits. The voice of the middle-aged warrior echoed in Li Hao's mind. It carried hints of both surprise and approval as he said, "Just hold them off, I'll finish my fight soon." Hearing this, Li Hao glanced over at the warrior. Noticing the great demon he was battling was already fleeing, with the warrior in close pursuit. Li Hao inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare send out his primordial spirit again. Instead, he resumed controlling the remnant blade, slashing at the other ancient demons' bodies. The earlier ancient demon, taking advantage of the reprieve, swiftly reattached its primordial spirit to its body, which then healed rapidly, restoring life to what had been a corpse. Meanwhile, Li Hao directed the remnant blade toward another ancient demon. In an instant, the blade, as smooth as a surgical scalpel, severed the life from its body, turning it into a corpse just as quickly. Another ancient demon's primordial spirit was forced to detach, while the rest hurriedly used their saint domains to guard its body, allowing its primordial spirit to return. Seeing this, Li Hao could only continually use the remnant blade to slaughter their bodies, forcing them into a defensive posture instead of attacking. These ancient demons possessed supreme saint-level power and coordinated seamlessly to protect one another. Killing them outright was nearly impossible for Li Hao. In a one-on-one fight, there might have been a chance, but Li Hao wasn't in a rush. He only needed to hold them off until the middle-aged warrior returned. As the remnant blade continued cutting with relentless speed, the ancient demons' bodies were repeatedly slain by Li Hao. The blade was so swift they began sensing its terrifying power. Though they tried to resist and evade, it was already too late. In just a heartbeat, the remnant blade could strike them down. Only now did they realize that the attacks from this human were not random strikes but careful explorations of their bodies. But it was already too late for regret. Forced to evade and cover for one another, they no longer had the opportunity to attack the bronze chariot. After a few consecutive strikes, suddenly, several ancient demons seemed to sense something. They abruptly stopped and immediately turned their gazes to a certain spot. Then, in a panic, they scrambled to flee in the opposite direction at full speed. Leaving now? Too late. The voice of the middle-aged soldier descended, this time not transmitted telepathically but echoing directly from the sky. Immediately after, a sword shadow pierced through from the distant void, driving itself straight into one of the ancient demons, shattering its body. The demon's body collapsed on the spot, disintegrating into black mist before vanishing entirely into the heavens and earth. Then, the middle-aged soldier stepped forward in an instant, arriving outside the bronze chariot. With a casual flick of the ancient sword in his hand, a terrifying sword light erupted forth, dazzling like a galaxy, slicing several ancient demons in half. That sword light contained an immense, horrifying power. The struck ancient demons screamed wretchedly before collapsing and disintegrating into oblivion. The middle-aged soldier glanced sideways, seeming to let out a cold snicker, then promptly retracted his sword edge and descended in front of the bronze chariot. These beasts, cunning yet foolish, returning again and again just to die. The middle-aged soldier sounded like he was muttering to himself. After finishing, he turned his gaze toward Li Hao atop the chariot platform, his eyes carrying a trace of amusement as he said, "What kind of technique was that? You managed to instantly destroy their bodies in such a short exchange, and you've already figured out their physical structure?" Li Hao relaxed slightly upon the soldier's return and chuckled, "I'm a chef. These beings may be strange, but to me, they're just ingredients. Handling ingredients inevitably requires understanding their anatomy and various parts. Pity I didn't get a chance to cook them piece by piece for a taste." The middle-aged soldier froze at his reply, a rare reaction. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and couldn't help but mutter, "You are truly an eccentric fellow." He casually planted the ancient sword onto the ground, wiped the bloodstains off his body, and cast a glance at the remnant blade in Li Hao's hand, saying, "Let me have a look at that." Li Hao, unperturbed, readily tossed it to him. The middle-aged soldier examined the remnant blade in his hand, narrowing his eyes slightly as he said, "A top-tier Taoist soldier fragment, almost an immortal artifact, but what a pity." He then threw it back to Li Hao, surveying his surroundings and said, "A pity indeed. The battles of that era were devastating. Most of the weapons here are damaged, and some have suffered irreparable harm, unable to withstand the erosion of time. They're useless now. Otherwise, you might have stumbled across plenty of immortal artifacts." Li Hao recalled the many weapons he had seen beside the corpses along the way. Their luster faded. His heart couldn't help but sigh with sentimental regret. Still, this remnant blade turned out to be of top-tier Emperor's weapon grade. No wonder it was so sharp. A top-tier Emperor's weapon. It must be a 9 Tribulation Emperor's weapon. It requires heaven and earth treasures, more than 5,000 pieces. Li Hao pondered inwardly, wondering whether scouring the entire land of all saints would yield that many heaven and earth treasures. It remained uncertain. In other words, even the combined might of the land of all saints might not be sufficient to forge a single 9 Tribulation Emperor's weapon. "You're quite bold to attack proactively. At least it helped reduce some of the chariot's energy consumption," the middle-aged soldier said to Li Hao, his face showing a smile that was noticeably softer and more genuine than before. It seemed as though the more he spoke, the less rigid his expression grew, adapting to the conversation. "Senior, were you all fighting these ancient demons back in the day?" Li Hao asked. The middle-aged soldier nodded slightly, his expression growing far more solemn as he replied, "These creatures devour souls, and when reincarnation collapsed, they slipped through the fissures, wreaking havoc across the true realm. The decline of the true realm is inseparably tied to them." Li Hao was shaken inwardly and asked, "Senior, the true realm you mentioned, would this place be the immortal realm?" "Immortal realm? We've never referred to it as the immortal realm. This is the true realm, the true world of origin." The middle-aged soldier moved to the side and sat by the chariot's wheel, leaning against it while wiping the blood from his sword edge. He said, "The world you previously lived in was a fake realm, a world created by the immortal emperor. You can think of it as the immortal emperor's Tao domain." At this point, he sighed deeply, gazing off into the distance with eyes brimming with memories and sorrow, saying, "When the ancient demon calamity descended, the great immortal sects of the true realm fought on the front lines. The immortal emperor gathered his progeny, disciples, and others into his fake realm for shelter, while he went to confront the demon gods among the ancient demons. The immortal emperor fell, and the fake realm deteriorated on its own and sealed itself away." He raised the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, saying, "But we cultivators, how could we cower in fear?" Shortly after the immortal emperor's passing, his disciples and progeny stormed out of the fake realm, joining us on the battlefield here and sealing the passage to the fake realm, preserving the fire seed. The bones you saw on your journey belong to the descendants of the immortal emperor, and among them, also his disciples." Li Hao froze, the soldier having revealed everything outright. In just a few sentences, a vivid image of an ancient and monumental war unfolded before his eyes. The immortal gods fought bloodily, holding back the ancient demons. So this is the reason the immortal divine road disappeared. It all makes sense now. Li Hao came to understand. No wonder the supreme saints couldn't find the immortal divine road. It had been intentionally sealed away. The immortal gods' absence meant they had fought here in the true realm, battling against the ancient demons. All of this exceeded Li Hao's expectations, a far cry from what he had imagined. He had thought walking the immortal divine road would lead to a vast and flourishing immortal god world, teeming with life like a divine realm. Instead, this place had been ravaged by calamity and countless immortal gods had fallen. "Senior, could these ancient demons have spread across the entire true realm without detection when they first sprouted?" Li Hao's mind churned as he asked in confusion. If the true realm is dominated by immortal divines, these ancient demons being of the other clan should have been noticed as a threat early and prevented from growing. It was only when the reincarnation collapsed that they were released. No one could foresee it, everything happened too suddenly. The middle-aged soldier shook his head lightly, glanced at Li Hao, and said, "Now you know the state of the true realm. Do you still yearn for it? Or perhaps you'd be better off returning to the Emperor's calamity fake realm. Though the mystical gate has a breach, it can still fend off the ancient demons unless their great leader comes personally." Li Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, I was truly being hunted and forced to come here. They should be guarding the gate right now." The middle-aged soldier froze momentarily, then rubbed his forehead, saying, "I've gotten a bit muddled, I've already forgotten what I just said." He sighed and said, "It's a pity I can't pass through the mystical gate myself, otherwise, breaking its seal would render it ineffective. If not for this, I'd accompany you on your journey." He looked down again at the sword in his hand and shook his head lightly. This was his only weapon. If he had a second one, he would lend it to Li Hao to use against his foes. "In that case, you'll just have to stay here with me and wait for death." The middle-aged soldier's lips curled into a faint smile, a smile not of sorrow or self-pity, but of acceptance. "When the day comes that I die in battle, you can take this sword. If you manage to survive, you can use this sword to return. Over in the fake realm, I believe no one will be able to challenge you." Buzz. The sword in his hand let out a faint hum, as if whispering something. The middle-aged soldier was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. "Enough stubbornness. Rarely does anyone come by. If I die, staying by my side will be useless to you. If even one of us manages to survive, that alone is enough." The sword edge emitted another quiet hum, trembling as if it were struggling. The middle-aged soldier hastily comforted it, saying, all right, I won't talk about this anymore." Li Hao glanced at the sword in his hand, recognizing it as an immortal artifact. Yet he harbored no greed for it. This sword had accompanied the soldier in countless battles over the years, and their bond was profound, something that could not be measured by ordinary standards. "Senior, are you the only one left here? Why haven't you left this place?" Li Hao asked. The middle-aged soldier gently shook his head and said, "As far as I know, I am the only one left to leave. I wish I could, too. But this ancient road is sealed, and ahead lie remnants of numerous ancient demons wandering about. With my current strength, I cannot fight my way through." Li Hao couldn't help but gaze into the distance, but even with his transformation into an immortal, he could only see less than 100 miles. "Are there ancient demons littering the path ahead? Isn't there another route that can be taken?" Li Hao asked, but immediately felt he'd spoken superfluously. If there were another path, the soldier would have taken it long ago. The middle-aged soldier shook his head slightly again and said, "There is no other way. The only road left to me is to shed my last drop of blood for the heavenly calamity immortal emperor, keeping guard over the mystical gate for as long as I can." Li Hao fell silent. He hadn't expected that although he'd made it to the immortal divine road, his way forward was completely blocked. "Well then, I'll keep the senior company here." Li Hao jumped down from the wagon board and sat beside him, smiling as he said, "At least with two people, we can chat and relieve some boredom." The middle-aged soldier was stunned. He had expected Li Hao to despair upon learning their predicament, but he hadn't anticipated that he could still laugh. Moreover, the soldier could see that Li Hao was entirely genuine. His disposition was naturally carefree. "You are quite open-minded." The middle-aged soldier couldn't help but smile as well. He had fought here for countless years and had long grown indifferent to the concept of life and death. On the day he met his end, he thought his heart would feel tranquil because he had already prepared for it countless times. Pessimism won't change anything, so might as well find moments of happiness even in a sorrowful environment. At least it lifts the mood a little. Li Hao said with a smile. The middle-aged soldier pondered this and then nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Senior, do these ancient demons appear at random, or do they come here in patterns? Since they know you're here, why haven't they come to eliminate you directly?" Li Hao asked with curiosity. The soldier had mentioned the road was blocked by ancient demons, making escape impossible. This implied the demon's numbers and strength clearly surpassed his own. "Hey, I've been marked by one of the ancient demons as prey. Until it dies, other ancient demons won't come near. They've already divided me up as food." The middle-aged soldier sneered as he explained. "Is it that ancient demon from earlier?" "That's correct. It's a first-level ancient demon, its strength equivalent to a true immortal. Add to that the ancient demon clan's unique ability to devour souls through innate secret techniques, and even ordinary true immortals may not be its match." The middle-aged soldier's eyes were deep as he continued, "And such ancient demons, there are at least a dozen along this road. The further ones are even stronger, and whenever you find such numbers of first-level ancient demons, there's always the small chance an ancient demon commander presides over them." As he spoke, the dark intensity in his gaze seemed to dissipate, and he added calmly, "And thus, I'm just waiting for death here. That ancient demon earlier, I could kill it, but if I do, there will simply be another one in its place. In fact, before it, I'd already slain 7 others. In my current state, I can't fight anymore against so many, I'm merely prolonging the inevitable. Li Hao realized this was akin to using that ancient demon as a barrier, keeping others from launching any attacks. Li Hao then asked more about the ancient demons, learning from the soldier about their strength and classifications. He also came to understand that the third-rank ancient demon he'd encountered was the weakest of its kind, yet it was already saint path perfection and a match for a supreme saint. A second-order ancient demon is already a being that exists between the limits of a supreme saint and a true immortal. A first-order ancient demon can devour an average true immortal. Only a seasoned warrior at the peak of true immortal strength can slay one. Even the weakest third-rank ancient demon rivals a supreme saint. The starting point of the ancient demon race is unbelievably high, Li Hao said. Even top-tier races like the Dragon Clan and the Ancient Phoenix couldn't compare to such exaggeration. Ancient demons don't belong to the myriad races of the heavens. They emerge from reincarnation, not only terrifyingly powerful but also possessing an incredibly exaggerated growth rate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put the true realm through an apocalypse back then. The middle-aged warrior slightly shook his head, seemingly unwilling to delve further into this topic, as his flesh and blood gradually withered and shriveled, to the point of becoming emaciated. He said to Li Hao, "To preserve my strength, I usually keep my divine blood sealed, don't be startled." His flesh and blood shrank into skeletal remains, reverting to his previous state quickly. Li Hao shook his head and glanced around. Earlier, the few third-rank ancient demons killed by the warrior had directly disintegrated upon death, leaving not even a corpse behind, which was a pity. "Senior, next time ancient demons come around, could you leave their corpses intact?" Li Hao said. The middle-aged warrior was a bit surprised and replied, "What, feeling pity, gone soft?" "I'm just hungry." Li Hao said, "Senior, have you forgotten? I'm a chef." The middle-aged warrior's hollow eye sockets stared at him for a while before asking, "Your soul life is barely 60 years, yet you've reached this level of cultivation, and you're telling me you're a chef?" "My cultivation was purely accidental," Li Hao said ruefully. He'd never seriously cultivated, except for attaining the extreme realm state of mind. Perhaps this casual attitude was why he had been able to easily grasp the sixth extreme realm back then. The middle-aged warrior fell silent for a moment and said, "All right then, next time, if there's an opportunity, I'll keep a body for you. But you'd better not let me down when the time comes." "Thank you, Senior. I definitely won't disappoint you." Li Hao smiled. The middle-aged warrior didn't say more, leaning against the wheel tracks to rest. Seeing this, Li Hao refrained from disturbing him and walked to the side, releasing faint fishing lines that extended outward, setting up a fishing net around the area as an alarm to detect ancient demons. Although the middle-aged warrior was resting, his mind hadn't fully slipped into slumber. He kept observing Li Hao's every move. Upon seeing Li Hao lay down extremely concealed energy lines with peculiar techniques, he couldn't help but feel intrigued and slightly curious. After countless eons, could it be that the cultivation system in the fake realm had turned this unconventional? Once his fishing lines were in place, Li Hao brought up his status panel, first glancing at the warrior and noticing no particular reactions. Confirming that the warrior couldn't see the panel, he relaxed. Earlier, after killing the mixed heaven saint, Li Hao had ascended the cooking Dao to the 10th stage. Li Hao obtained a Heart of Dao entrance and some skill points. Currently, however, he had an abundance of skill points but struggled with cultivating his state of mind. Previously, I advanced my physical body into the Dao and sanctified it. Now, should I choose Control Dao or Sword Dao? Li Hao stared at the panel, wavering between 9th stage Control Dao and 9th stage Sword Dao. Enhancing Control Dao would affect primordial spirit power, object control abilities, divine sense, and even his soul, all of which would see improvements. On the other hand, Sword Dao would directly enhance visible combat strength. Initially, Li Hao had planned to use the second Heart of Dao entrance to further his swordsmanship, elevating it even higher. Yet now, facing the ancient demons that could appear at any moment on this ancient road beyond the heavens, Li Hao hesitated. During the recent battle, he had experienced the ancient demons' peculiar traits firsthand. Even with his primordial spirit cultivated to the extreme realm, he'd still sustained injuries. If my primordial spirit could continue to ascend, and my object control abilities were raised alongside it, I'd wield the remnant blade faster. Even if surrounded by a dozen third-rank ancient demons, I could swiftly destroy their physical bodies, forcing them into a defensive state and rendering them incapable of attacking me. Li Hao's eyes glimmered. After careful consideration, he chose Control Dao. When opportunities arise to enhance fishing or chess Dao to the 10th stage, he could reinvest into sword Dao later. Although sword Dao boosts combat power, he currently lacked a suitable weapon. Even if his swordsmanship grew stronger, he couldn't annihilate the ancient demons in a single strike. As long as one strike couldn't kill, they would regenerate, which rendered it pointless. After all, while the 10th stage of sword Dao was formidable, it only barely reached the ritual path to Saint Ascension level. Having made his decision, Li Hao didn't hesitate anymore. As he embedded the cooking heart of Dao entrance, his control Dao finally leveled up again. Congratulations, control Dao has advanced to the 10th stage. Letters leapt before his eyes. At that moment, Li Hao felt an overwhelming surge of information, and the world around him underwent a colossal transformation. Countless colors manifested and vanished. Simultaneously, the previously murky gray mist surrounding him appeared to clear. His extended divine sense expanded rapidly, stretching from mere miles to tens of miles, and in no time, it reached hundreds of miles, continuing to grow. The 10th stage control Dao realizations in his mind triggered instinctual transformations in his body. Amid these changes, a deep rumble suddenly resounded from above Li Hao's head. Waves of tribulation energy surged forth, and a cloud of tribulation emerged within the gray haze, dispersing the mist. The middle-aged warrior, leaning against the wheel tracks, was startled by this sight. His vacant eye sockets grew fleshy eyeballs, staring in astonishment at the tribulation cloud above. This was a holy tribulation? He looked over at the cross-legged Li Hao nearby, perplexed. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing. He could tell that Li Hao was already a saint and had combined 3 types of power: ritual path, incense fire, and extreme Dao. That extreme Dao trajectory was exceptionally secretive, yet it had somehow leaked into the fake realm. But with 3 saint paths already established, how was he now summoning a holy tribulation? Soon, the middle-aged warrior discerned subtle differences within the tribulation cloud, instantly realizing this was a sacrificial tribulation cloud. You've comprehended a second Dao entrance level power? Shock flooded the middle-aged warrior's eyes. He had witnessed countless monsters within the true realm immortal sect, including peerless prodigies born with innate immortal bones. Yet, by this measure of soul life, it was exceedingly rare to see someone reach such heights. In less than 60 years of soul life, Li Hao had grasped 2 forms of sacrificial Dao. At this moment, tribulation clouds loomed, emitting waves of oppressive power. Li Hao felt the destructive energy within but remained calm. With just a glance, he immersed his consciousness in comprehending the insights of the 10th stage of controlling Dao. Controlling Dao allows one to glimpse the operational rules of all energy. The primordial spirit is also a form of energy. In the past, Li Hao merely used the primordial spirit for direct attacks, akin to a crude warrior relying on brutish fists and kicks without any technique or method. But now, as he absorbed the insights of controlling Dao's 10th stage, Li Hao suddenly gained several new understandings and control over the use of his primordial spirit. Moreover, the various divine soul skills he had collected from the mortal world and the land of all saints were deduced to higher levels, integrated, and refined to extract their essence. Li Hao vaguely glimpsed a profound method for controlling the primordial spirit. While he was immersed in his insights, the tribulation clouds overhead had completed their brewing. Typically, before crossing tribulations, other saints would swiftly set up various formations around themselves and consume rare elixirs to elevate their power to withstand the heavenly tribulation. The middle-aged warrior saw Li Hao meditating and seemingly immersed in his insights, narrowing his gaze slightly. With Li Hao's talent, reaching this step meant he wouldn't be careless. If someone else intervened in this tribulation cloud, it would only escalate its might, and the intervener would also be punished with a corresponding tribulation. Boom! The heavenly tribulation descended abruptly, tearing through the void and striking directly at Li Hao. Li Hao sat cross-legged, enveloped in the lightning. His flowing hair danced in the air, yet his body was as unmoving as a boulder, showing no reaction. The middle-aged warrior was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. His thoughts filled with amazement. This young man has achieved sanctification through his physical body, and he follows the body-refining sect, the most time-consuming path. Even after a short time together, Li Hao had brought him too many surprises and astonishments. As the tribulation faded, Li Hao's physical body remained unharmed, his aura unchanged, and his hair imbued with divine power, not a single strand falling away. Immersed in his comprehension, Li Hao felt a tingling, comfortable sensation throughout his body, as if soaking in a hot spring. During his first holy tribulation, he could easily defend against the tribulation clouds. Now, after his body absorbed the monster's physique from mixed heaven, it had grown even stronger. Though it hadn't reached the physical body divine realm, it was close, and resisting this tribulation required no effort. After all, this tribulation was merely at the level of a sacrificial Tao catastrophe. Li Hao paid it no mind but focused deeply on his sensations. He summoned his primordial spirit out above his head, an exact replica of himself emanating resplendent brilliance. As the second tribulation descended, Li Hao's primordial spirit suddenly moved, grabbing the tribulation within its palm. The tribulation light flashed continuously, as if Li Hao were controlling thunder. The middle-aged warrior narrowed his eyes at Li Hao's actions, recognizing that he was experimenting with primordial spirit secret skills. The lightning trembled briefly before dissipating within Li Hao's primordial spirit hand. After that, tribulations fell one after another, with increasing speed and ferocity. Li Hao's primordial spirit bathed in the tribulation light, either grabbing the flashes or swimming through the clouds like a flying fish. What is the final realm of the primordial spirit? Li Hao couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps, once he reached the 11th stage of controlling Tao, he'd finally touch it. For now, however, he faintly felt that though the primordial spirit was powerful, capable of absorbing sun essence and moonlight, reaching distant places with a single thought, it was still insufficient, as if missing something. Soon, the grand and majestic holy tribulation gradually concluded. Having successfully crossed the tribulation, Li Hao received a gift transmitted from the profound depths of the world. A supreme will from the heavenly Tao itself, far more terrifying than the power he sensed in the land of all saints. In the land of all saints, he could faintly perceive the will of the heavenly Tao, but here, he could only sense a trace of its ethereal aura, and even that single wisp bore an oppressive force capable of subduing countless stars, filling one's heart with dread. Could it be that every world has its own heavenly Tao? And could heavenly Taos vary in strength? Li Hao's eyes gleamed with thought. An immortal emperor can create a fake realm, and the vast land of all saints was surprisingly a man-made creation, unbelievable. Creating a fake realm is akin to crafting a heavenly Tao. Li Hao reflected on the heavenly Tao embryo formed by the three saints in his body. Could this be the prerequisite for becoming an immortal emperor? As he contemplated, Li Hao withdrew his primordial spirit. The power bestowed by the heavenly Tao had rendered his primordial spirit more crystalline and translucent. The primordial spirit was the limit, yet now, the energy it housed seemed to surpass that limit. The excess had begun condensing faintly into a golden thread within the primordial spirit. This golden thread, resembling veins or a spine, stood within the primordial spirit, lending it an unshakable quality. Li Hao faintly grasped a truth: primordial spirit. Could it be that the ultimate level of the primordial spirit transcends the physical body, where the primordial spirit itself becomes the body? A transcendent form capable of independent existence, unaffected even if the physical body perishes, with its power remaining undiminished? This idea was terrifying, yet once it surfaced in Li Hao's mind, it took root, refusing to fade. If one could truly cultivate to such a level, how fearsome would it be? Inconceivable, far beyond imagination. A true god indeed? You practice dual cultivation of body and technique, walking two great paths simultaneously, ambitious and impressive. The middle-aged warrior observed Li Hao after his tribulation and sighed. Such a monster, to be blocked on this ancient road, was a pity. If he could enter the true realm and apprentice under the remnants of the immortal sect, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Someday, he might rise to dominate an entire realm. Li Hao opened his eyes and smiled at the middle-aged warrior, saying, "Senior is too kind." The middle-aged warrior shook his head slightly. He could see Li Hao's terrifying potential. His physical body could easily withstand heavenly tribulation, far surpassing others of the same realm. In the future, Li Hao would surely achieve greatness. Unfortunately, this ancient road was blocked, and no matter how extraordinary his talent, Li Hao was fated to remain buried in this desolate, broken battlefield, or to return to the fake realm to live out his days in quiet obscurity. Li Hao restrained his aura to avoid attracting more ancient demons. The scenery here does have a unique charm. Li Hao opened the heaven and earth space, retrieved a brush, ink, and painting board, and set them up. The middle-aged warrior before him might be able to provide substantial artistic path experience. Currently at the 10th stage of the artistic path, his experience value had reached 10 million. Painting a 3 calamities saint would only yield 30 to 40,000 experience points. The middle-aged warrior noticed Li Hao's actions and was a bit surprised but said nothing. Li Hao quietly began painting, condensing the desolate and solemn scene before him into brushstrokes and ink. Having transcended to the realm of entering saint in the artistic path, Li Hao focused on his work, and waves of Taoist charm emanated from his painting, as if the principles of the Tao were gathering here, pulling the heavens toward him. The middle-aged warrior sensed the disturbance and couldn't help but feel astonished. Such a phenomenon was the hallmark of the Tao entrance level. "Your painting has entered the Tao?" the middle-aged warrior couldn't help but ask. It was known that achieving Tao entrance in art was akin to cultivating the sacrificial Tao, a considerable test of skill and dedication. Yes. Li Hao nodded, his brushwork gradually sketching the figure of the middle-aged warrior. Though the middle-aged warrior was sitting across from Li Hao, his divine sense allowed him to see the depiction emerging in the painting. He realized his own figure was included, and that it seemed ready to step out of the canvas. He froze for a moment, his gaze toward Li Hao now layered with complexity. Li Hao's displayed talent earlier had merely left him feeling regretful, but the brilliance now revealed by his artistic gift indicated Li Hao's potential was even greater than he had imagined. With a finite soul life, managing to divert attention to such depth in cultivation was remarkable. If Li Hao could be afforded more resources and care, he was certain to soar to unimaginable heights. "I didn't expect that before my end, I'd encounter someone like you after all." The middle-aged warrior's eyes reflected his regret, but almost immediately, memories of the battlefield surfaced. Countless peerless geniuses, those who had dazzled the true realm, unimaginable monsters, immortal lords, even the supreme immortal emperor, all had fallen here. His regret gradually faded, leaving only desolation. No matter how exceptional Li Hao's talent was, even if it bordered on monstrous, in the end, he was still like those awe-inspiring figures who had gone before him, destined to fall, to turn into nothing but dust. He shook his head slightly, no longer lingering on these thoughts, letting his spirit settle into silence. Li Hao felt the subtle shifts in the middle-aged warrior's emotions as he painted but did not inquire. He simply continued to depict them faithfully in his art. Soon, as the painting reached completion, an experience notification popped into view. Artistic Path Experience plus 3,482,993. Li Hao was momentarily stunned and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After rechecking carefully, he confirmed that the number was correct. Nearly 3.5 million experience. Li Hao was taken aback. He knew that as the artistic path advanced, the expectations for his creations increased correspondingly. Previously, painting a semi-saint had brought over 30,000 experience points. Now, painting such figures would yield no more than 10,000, a significant decrease. Yet, drawing the middle-aged warrior had somehow gifted him with such an astonishing amount of experience. It was truly terrifying. If he continued painting the warrior a few more times, he might be able to fill his 10-stage limit of artistic path experience solely from this individual. Moreover, beyond the middle-aged warrior, what if he depicted the first-level ancient demon from earlier? If that ancient demon could battle the middle-aged warrior, it likely offered 2 to 3 million experience as well. It seems the experience will be filled quickly. However, accumulating experience is not the hard part. It's understanding the state of mind. To surpass the bottleneck at the artistic path's 10th stage and progress further would require insight into a higher realm. Could it be the immortal realm? Li Hao's eyes shimmered with thought. Fortunately, even though understanding the state of mind was difficult, the process itself was deeply captivating. No matter what, first, he would fill his experience gauge. Li Hao stored the completed painting away and quickly resumed his work, only to find the subsequent experience had dipped significantly, almost by half. This barren land offered little amusement, but Li Hao, passionate about the artistic path, didn't find the repetitive task tedious. Even if he remained here for tens of thousands of years, he would still find joy in his craft. The middle-aged warrior noted the faint smile that unintentionally graced Li Hao's face. This youth seemed to be in high spirits despite the sorrowful, despairing surroundings. Was it because he hadn't grasped the depth of this hopelessness, or because he truly had the ability to rise above it? With every painting, Li Hao's artistic path experience quietly accumulated, already approaching 8 million. Suddenly, the gaze of the middle-aged warrior shifted, directing attention toward a distant spot. Li Hao sensed it too and immediately paused his brushwork, his expression turning grim. Quickly, he stowed away his painting board, not bothering to finish the incomplete sketch. "They're here again. Smelled fresh prey, and they're hungry," the middle-aged warrior muttered in a low voice, his flesh and blood manifesting, returning him to his physical form. He gripped his sword, his aura flaring, and addressed Li Hao, "Hide in the war chariot and be careful." "Senior, you need not worry about me," Li Hao replied. He unleashed his primordial spirit, his divine sense rapidly spreading, soon extending beyond 100 miles to much farther out. Within those 100 miles, malevolent intent saturated the air, expanding ominously. A fierce wind surged as colossal, grotesque figures charged forth. It was the ancient demons. Fresh from their previous bottle's respite, they had returned, and Li Hao felt the crushing weight of surviving in such a place. Whoosh! The void suddenly tore. A massive ancient demon appeared before Li Hao as though materializing out of nowhere. Li Hao knew that his perception range was not as far as the opponent's sprint range, so the opponent seemed to suddenly appear right before him. The middle-aged soldier seemed prepared, immediately charging at the ancient demon. This ancient demon, previously scarred and fleeing, was now fully recovered to its peak condition and clashed once again with the middle-aged soldier. Li Hao glanced at their battle, feeling reassured about the middle-aged soldier, and promptly hid within the bronze chariot. His divine sense noticed 100 miles away a group of third-rank ancient demons rushing over. Their numbers were even greater than before, numbering over 20, with one among them far larger, reaching several hundred zhang in height, its body emanating a terrifying aura. Li Hao's heart tightened at the sight and recalled the middle-aged soldier's words. This ancient demon was likely a second-order ancient demon. At the same time, the middle-aged soldier's voice came into his mind. "That's a second-order ancient demon, be careful, stay inside the chariot." Li Hao replied briefly but drew the remnant blade in his hand. If the opponent continued to surround the chariot, he would use the same method as before to counter them. If that second-order ancient demon couldn't destroy the chariot, it would give him the opportunity to slice and probe its body. Soon, those ancient demons roared as they flew closer. The towering second-order ancient demon led 10 third-rank ancient demons in an assault toward the middle-aged soldier. "Watch out, senior," Li Hao quickly shouted a warning. The middle-aged soldier noticed them as well and, his face turning ice-cold, launched even fiercer attacks. The rest of the third-rank ancient demons headed straight for the chariot, surrounding it in an instant. Their saint domains enveloped the area, quickly activating the light array on the chariot, blocking them from advancing further. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. 10 ancient demons, equivalent to 10 supreme saints surrounding him, but he had already figured out their bodily structure and was no longer as intimidated as before. "Die!" Li Hao controlled the remnant blade with his primordial spirit, sending it flying suddenly. Swoosh! The remnant blade shot out at lightning speed, instantly slaughtering the physical body of one third-rank ancient demon. This unexpected change stunned the 10 ancient demons. They were shocked, even scared. They could only sense the unfamiliar aura of a young immortal, but the attack from the opponent seemed far more fearsome than what they had perceived. Could it be a true immortal? Some of the ancient demons hesitated and seemed to want to retreat. But Li Hao fixed his sights on the ancient demon whose physical body he had just slain, letting his primordial spirit suddenly strike out. The ancient demon sensed Li Hao's intention and let out a piercing scream. The other ancient demons reacted immediately, hurriedly using their saint domains to block Li Hao's primordial spirit, hoping to suppress it. At the same time, bursts of black mist-like energy spurted forth, carrying a corrosive effect that strongly targeted souls. Before, encountering this would have made Li Hao retreat and continue using the remnant blade to keep them at bay. But now, an intense killing intent surged within him, paired with a desire to test the control Dao mastery he had just comprehended. Primordial Spirit, triple-stacked blade. Li Hao's primordial spirit suddenly transformed into a sharp blade glow, piercing through the saint domain, tearing toward the black mist. The black mist indeed had exceptionally powerful devouring properties, staining the blade glow as if rust was forming on its surface, dimming the radiance of his primordial spirit. Yet the primordial spirit still pushed forward, reaching the ancient demon's primordial spirit that was about to merge with its physical body. Suddenly, Li Hao's dimmed primordial spirit seemed drained and depleted, but in an instant, it shed its disguise and erupted with dazzling brightness. The outer shell fell away, revealing the true blade within. Boom! The primordial spirit struck, slicing the ancient demon's primordial spirit apart under its startled gaze. As the primordial spirit cleaved through, it scattered countless hook-shaped threads, completely shredding the ancient demon's primordial spirit. After this, Li Hao's primordial spirit darted rapidly to the other side of the black mist, then veered sharply, returning to his physical body from another direction. An ancient demon reacted extremely quickly, roaring as it utilized black mist and saint domains to hunt down Li Hao's primordial spirit, enveloping it swiftly. But Li Hao's primordial spirit broke through the black mist directly, flashing briefly as it pierced the saint domain and returned to his body. The ancient demon froze in confusion, evidently failing to grasp what had just happened. Li Hao, however, knew that his primordial spirit had executed returning ruins, embedding the saint path within his primordial spirit, achieving such an effect. All this happened so rapidly it seemed instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, by the time Li Hao's primordial spirit returned, the ancient demon's physical body had already completely perished. Without its primordial spirit, its body was nothing more than a corpse. Even though it could undergo blood rebirth, with its primordial spirit dead, its physical body, though intact, had lost the ability to act. It would merely rot and decay over time. Roar! The other ancient demons recovered, unleashing angry snarls filled with rage and murderous intent. They now clearly perceived that Li Hao's aura wasn't that of a true immortal. He was merely at the same holy level as them. But this kind of existence managing to kill one of them so swiftly was utterly unacceptable. Since the birth of ancient demons, they had overwhelmingly dominated their peers among the 10,000 clans at the same rank. This originated from their innate gift. The ability to directly corrode souls and attack the spirit, making beings of the same level flee in terror. Only a select few monsters relying on supreme treasures or rare secret techniques could escape from their grasp. But now, this member of the human race had outright slaughtered one of their kind. And it happened so quickly, as if in the blink of an eye. They couldn't grasp how the member of the human race managed to separate their kin's physical body from its primordial spirit and kill it in an instant. It seemed as though he knew their bodily weaknesses intimately, as if he had dissected them countless times. Killing one is just the start, there are still 9 left. Moreover, my primordial spirit is injured. Li Hao ignored the roars of the ancient demons, his expression calm and composed. Although he had just slain one of the ancient demons, his primordial spirit had been corroded and needed time to recuperate. Even so, being able to claim the head of 1 out of 10 ancient demons was already an extraordinary feat. Li Hao wasted no time and activated the All-Heaven Star Vein. In an instant, starlight filled the sky, enveloping him entirely. Around him, countless starry domains began to manifest. 1,464 celestial stars shone brightly, surrounding Li Hao. Their sizes varied, but each glittered with unparalleled brilliance, making him appear as if he were the Lord of all stars. As a surge of celestial power, more vast than even the land of all saints, poured into him, Li Hao's strength rapidly recovered. His primordial spirit was slowly mending, and if it had been physical injuries, they would already have healed in the blink of an eye. While healing, Li Hao reflected on the earlier battle. He sensed imperfection in the method he used to strike down his foe. Reducing the damage to his primordial spirit would allow him to kill more effectively and with greater speed. The 9 remaining ancient demons, furious, attacked the bronze chariot during Li Hao's healing. They sought to deplete the light formations, aiming to kill him. While mending his primordial spirit, Li Hao simultaneously controlled the remnant blade to slice through the ancient demons' bodies, killing their physical forms and holding them at bay. Although the light formations of the chariot dwindled at a painfully slow rate, who could say how long this situation would drag on? Moreover, Li Hao couldn't afford for these formations, designed as a sanctuary for middle-aged warriors during critical moments, to be excessively consumed under his watch. Li Hao persistently wielded the remnant blade to stall for time. Half an incense stick later, his primordial spirit had mostly recovered. Locking onto another ancient demon, Li Hao struck out with the remnant blade once more, swiftly destroying its physical form. The ancient demon howled, its primordial spirit struggling to merge with its body. Though its physical form had been repeatedly slain by Li Hao's remnant blade, as long as the merger succeeded, it would heal instantly. This time, however, as its body collapsed, Li Hao's primordial spirit suddenly struck. Earlier, Li Hao had felt dissatisfaction with his execution of the triple-stacked blade technique. Primordial Spirit Sword Dao. Li Hao's primordial spirit condensed abruptly into a blade, infusing itself with the principles of only me swordsmanship. In an instant, his primordial spirit slashed forward explosively. The released sword intent cleaved through the thick black mist surrounding the ancient demon. Seizing the opening, his primordial spirit darted through. Boom! Primordial spirit sword light severed the ancient demon's primordial spirit directly. The residual fragmented primordial spirit was then hooked and torn into countless pieces before being swept up and carried to a distant point. Li Hao's primordial spirit moved at an astounding speed, quickly reaching a faraway location. The remaining ancient demons gave chase, but they couldn't match the blistering pace of Li Hao's primordial spirit. Drawing an arc through the air, it re-entered the bronze chariot and reunited with his body. This time, Li Hao emerged unscathed. A look of joy flashed across Li Hao's eyes. The ability of his primordial spirit to wield sword intent pleasantly surprised him. However, the technique was extremely difficult to execute, requiring at least the 10th stage in Control Dao to barely manage. With a second ancient demon defeated, the killing intent in Li Hao's eyes intensified, no longer held in check. He wielded the remnant blade while coordinating with his primordial spirit. Targeting another ancient demon, the remnant blade pierced through the Saint Domain, cutting through the black mist as if it were butter, tearing apart the ancient demon's body effortlessly. Following this, his primordial spirit charged forth, casting sword light that ripped through the mist. With returning ruin instantaneous movement, it reached the ancient demon's side in a flash. Boom! The ancient demon, terrified, revealed a primordial spirit dark as ink, radiating a destructive wave of energy. But just as the destructive wave began to take shape, Li Hao's primordial spirit severed it immediately. As the destructive wave was cut off, Li Hao's primordial spirit unleashed numerous hooks that shredded the ancient demon's primordial spirit, utterly annihilating it. With the third ancient demon swiftly slain, fear and fury intertwined within the remaining foes. Fear, however, began to outweigh their anger. What kind of human race is this? Although at the same cultivation level, his primordial spirit was terrifyingly overwhelming beyond compare. Li Hao didn't pause. Supported by the inexhaustible power of the all-heaven star vein, he quickly headed for the fourth ancient demon. Swish! The targeted ancient demon immediately attempted to flee. The others, sensing the threat, seemed to reach a silent agreement and combined their saint domains to suppress Li Hao. However, the airborne remnant blade abruptly shifted its trajectory, targeting another ancient demon. Its physical form was destroyed with lightning speed, and Li Hao's primordial spirit struck almost simultaneously. The fourth ancient demon fell. Taking the offensive, Li Hao's cold gaze glinted sharply as he continued his assault. The remaining 6 ancient demons were utterly terrified. This was simply too horrifying. Despite their numbers advantage, they were helpless against Li Hao. Hiding within his bronze chariot, he could launch repeated attacks, each near instant lethal. Among beings of the same cultivation stage, they had never encountered such a fearsome entity from the true realm. As Li Hao attacked once more, 6 ancient demons began to distance themselves from the bronze chariot. Trying to flee, Li Hao controlled the remnant blade, pursuing them relentlessly. Soon, the slowest ancient demon was slain. As they continued their desperate flight, Li Hao utilized the flight attribute to double his attack range, effortlessly catching up to them. Before long, 2 more ancient demons fell in quick succession. Only 3 managed to flee beyond Li Hao's perceptive range. Surveying the lifeless bodies of the fallen ancient demons, Li Hao, wary of any surprises, gathered their corpses and placed them beside the bronze chariot. Then, he cast his gaze toward the middle-aged warrior's battlefield. However, the warrior's combat had shifted 100 miles away, and Li Hao could only make out the waves of intense battle from afar. Hesitating briefly, Li Hao weighed his options. Given his current ability to slay third-rank ancient demons, he could provide support. But doing so would carry significant risks. Looking at the floorboard of the chariot beneath him, Li Hao quickly dispelled his hesitation and charged out of the bronze chariot. Although he had only spent a brief time with the middle-aged warrior, the other man had provided him shelter with the war chariot. Such a favor could not be ignored or met with apathy. However, Li Hao didn't act recklessly. He avoided rushing to help, lest he became a burden instead. He concealed his aura and quietly approached. When he got close to the battlefield, Li Hao saw the second-order ancient demon from earlier leading 10 ancient demons, reinforcing the battle from the outskirts. They unleashed a vast expanse of black mist, shrouding that entire section of the heavens and earth. Li Hao could no longer see the figure of the middle-aged warrior, but being trapped in such black mist would surely have an impact. Li Hao noticed that the second-order ancient demon, along with other third-rank ancient demons, seemed to be performing some sort of formation, concentrating all their power into a unified force. After observing for a moment, Li Hao suddenly made his move. As soon as he acted, it was a full-force explosion, revealing all of his extreme realm capabilities. At the same time, he entered ultimate immortal transformation, his consciousness merging with heaven and earth. His mind instantly became incomparably clear, and the black mist before him seemed to fade significantly. He could sense the aura of the middle-aged warrior. Swish! The remnant blade suddenly struck. Almost instantly, it pierced through the body of a third-rank ancient demon. With lightning-like speed, it dismembered its physical form, killing it outright. The ancient demon seemed unable to react before being slain, its primordial spirit separating from its body. At the same moment, Li Hao's primordial spirit transformed into a sword, slashing out in a returning ruins strike. Bang! The opponent's primordial spirit was also torn asunder. But this was only the beginning. Li Hao did not pause, accelerating his attacks as the remnant blade targeted the second and third ancient demons. The sharp remnant blade darted like a flying needle, swiftly weaving through the bodies of several ancient demons. Li Hao's primordial spirit followed close behind, striking with precision. In the blink of an eye, 5 ancient demons fell in rapid succession. By this time, the other ancient demons had finally reacted, their expressions filled with shock as they locked onto Li Hao's figure. The second-order ancient demon's entire focus remained on the middle-aged warrior, locked in a ferocious battle with their leader amidst a deadly encirclement. It had no choice but to stay fully on guard. But the sudden turn of events brought it back to its senses. When it noticed Li Hao and the 5 lifeless bodies of its kin nearby, it froze briefly before its expression shifted to one of anger and disbelief. It glanced at Li Hao and, with just one look, realized that this member of the human race wasn't even a true immortal, merely holy level. Furthermore, his tribulation power was shallow, seemingly only at the level of a second tribulation saint. In actuality, Li Hao was merely at the first tribulation stage, having undergone 2 sacrificial Dao trials. Roar! The second-order ancient demon let out a furious roar, its rage tinged with incredulity that a human of holy tribulation level could instantly slay 5 of its kind. Could he have used an immortal artifact? It growled lowly, commanding the remaining 5 ancient demons to charge at Li Hao. It couldn't free itself, for doing so would expose a gap that might allow their leader to be injured. As the 5 ancient demons rushed forward, Li Hao remained unshaken. Seeing that the second-order ancient demon wasn't moving, he actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. Facing the charging 5 ancient demons, Li Hao manipulated the remnant blade to attack once again, with his primordial spirit trailing closely behind. Bang! One ancient demon's body was destroyed, its primordial spirit torn apart immediately afterward. This time, the other ancient demons clearly witnessed Li Hao's means of attack, their expressions filled with alarm. To think he could instantaneously destroy their physical bodies. His blade was incredibly sharp. Yet the blade appeared to possess no other power, sharpness being its sole attribute. However, in Li Hao's hands, this sharpness exerted an awe-inspiring and terrifying form of deterrence. Swish! The remnant blade carved a graceful arc, arriving in a flash to slay another ancient demon. By now, the remaining ancient demons had closed in on Li Hao. He swiftly invoked the eternal Dao domain. Under ultimate immortal transformation, combined with the all-heaven star vein, his whole body radiated with fearsome power. Especially with the addition of the extreme strength saint path inherited from the mixed heaven saint, his saint path was growing increasingly formidable. Bang! Li Hao abruptly unleashed his capability, slashing forth with a single sword. This sword strike was a mortal guide. Breaking all forms, it combined with the extreme strength saint path and the power of ultimate immortal transformation. This strike was not only exquisite but also terrifyingly powerful, outright blocking the attacks of 3 ancient demons. Simultaneously, Li Hao controlled the remnant blade to strike again. Soon, another ancient demon fell. The remaining 2 ancient demons were filled with rage and terror, sensing the looming threat of death. They overlapped their saint domains defensively, no longer daring to attack rashly. The second-order ancient demon grew increasingly anxious and frustrated. At the same time, it felt a hint of dread. This remnant blade was too sharp. It suspected that if it were struck, even its physical form might be instantly destroyed. Fortunately, it observed that while Li Hao's primordial spirit was formidable, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill it outright. Bang! Suddenly, a violent tremor jolted the second-order ancient demon back to its senses. The black mist dissipated, and a pained howl rang out. Immediately after, the hulking ancient demon leader bellowed in fury, retreating into the distance in a desperate escape. Upon witnessing this, the second-order ancient demon's eyes filled with fear. Without hesitation, it abandoned concern for Li Hao, hastily following its leader in flight. It can leave, but you cannot. The figure of the middle-aged warrior suddenly appeared before it, bringing his sword down in a swift, decisive slash. The second-order ancient demon let out a piercing shriek, swinging its claws to block, only to have its claws split in two alongside the sword's strike. The wound was irreparable, and even its primordial spirit seemed to be torn in half. The middle-aged warrior intended to annihilate it outright, but a thought of Li Hao's earlier words caused him to change his sword momentum mid-swing, slashing out once more. The second-order ancient demon's body exploded into fragments, its massive form reduced to scattered chunks of flesh throughout the sky. The two remaining third-rank ancient demons attempted to flee, but Li Hao had already locked onto them. Acting immediately, he sent the remnant blade out, swiftly slaying them in succession. The battlefield quickly returned to silence. Li Hao and the middle-aged warrior exchanged glances. Their eyes met, and surprise flickered in the warrior's gaze, followed by an irrepressible smile. I didn't expect that just a damaged top-tier Taoist weapon could help you instantly kill a third-rank ancient demon. Truly impressive. Li Hao's display of combat prowess left the middle-aged warrior in awe. With such strength, had Li Hao joined the Emperor's army under the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor in the past, he would have been more than qualified. Li Hao chuckled. He had originally worried about the other man being surrounded and injured, but now it seemed he had been overly concerned. To be able to defend this place for countless ages and still survive, how extraordinary. You said you wanted to keep the body, I've kept it for you. The middle-aged warrior spoke to Li Hao. Li Hao surveyed the scattered fragments, each as large as a boulder. Though not finely broken, it wouldn't affect the cooking process. All right, we're in for a hearty feast. I wonder what ancient demon meat tastes like. Li Hao remarked. The middle-aged warrior laughed upon hearing this and replied, this thing's meat carries little nutrition. We've captured it for army provisions in the past, but found it quite difficult to digest. Let me process it and see, Li Hao said. He gestured, gathering the scattered chunks and simultaneously retrieving the corpses of other third-rank ancient demons he had slain. Soon after, he and the middle-aged warrior returned to the bronze chariot. Li Hao raised his hand, and within moments, the Chaos Divine Fire materialized in his palm. Seeing the Chaos Divine Fire in Li Hao's hand, the middle-aged warrior's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Chaos Divine Fire? This is a secret technique from the artifact refining immortal sect. Li Hao was slightly surprised, but when he thought about the countless experts among the immortal divine, it wasn't surprising that someone had detected the Chaos Divine Fire. For cooking, it's an excellent divine fire, Li Hao smiled faintly. He then began controlling the fragments, processing the ancient demon's body and roasting it midair using the Chaos Divine Fire. The heavens and earth became his stove as the Chaos Divine Fire seared the ancient demon's flesh. Under Li Hao's precise control, even the thickest, most robust pieces were roasted to a crispy exterior with a tender interior. Next, he retrieved numerous jars and bottles from the heaven and earth space, containing seasonings, some of which he had refined himself. The middle-aged warrior watched Li Hao's actions with astonishment. You're really a cook? Li Hao chuckled and replied, it's just a hobby. You seem to have quite a number of hobbies. Recalling Li Hao's earlier painting, which had reached the Tao entrance level, the middle-aged warrior found it hard to imagine such a soul, less than 60 years old, diving into the artistic path with such dedication and passion. As the roasting continued, Li Hao sprinkled seasonings, and the aroma gradually began to waft through the air. When the middle-aged warrior smelled the enticing aroma, a long-lost sense of appetite quietly emerged within him. He looked at Li Hao and asked, earlier, you used your primordial spirit to execute a swordsmanship technique. If I'm not mistaken, it seemed like the immortal guide technique from the Dream 9 Abyss sect. Li Hao thought of the name recorded on his panel. The prefix of immortal guide indeed belonged to Dream 9 Abyss. So, it turned out there was such a sect. Yes. Upon hearing Li Hao's affirmation, the middle-aged warrior sighed emotionally. No wonder. Dream 9 Abyss was founded by the second disciple of the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor. That immortal king was a peerless talent in sword Tao. His 9 abyss swordsmanship consisted of only 9 moves, yet it said that apart from the immortal emperor, no one could withstand the full 9 strokes. With a look of reminiscence in his eyes, he continued, "You came from the fake realm, so I reckon you're a descendant of that master." Traces of his legacy must have been left in the fake realm. Unfortunately, during that battle ages ago, the Dream 9 Abyss sect also participated and suffered devastating losses. I don't know if their Dao Tong is still intact. As for the true realm beyond this ancient road, what kind of state it's in now, I'm unsure. Sometimes, I even wonder if I'm the only one left in the entire true realm. His expression carried a hint of sorrow. Li Hao's assistance triggered many memories from his past. If the Dream 9 Abyss sect has indeed perished, then you might barely count as its one and only half heir. The middle-aged warrior murmured. Seeing such pessimism in him, Li Hao felt a faint heaviness in his heart. A disaster of this magnitude unfolding across the true realm. What could the state of the outside world be like? "Senior, how have you managed to survive this long?" Li Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. The question was a bit forward, but the middle-aged warrior merely cast a glance at Li Hao without taking offense. Pain flickered across his face as he answered. "You might think I'm a deserter, and yes, I am a deserter." Li Hao shook his head and said, "Senior, don't misunderstand. I don't think that at all. Guarding this gate for so long under the immortal emperor's orders, you could never be a deserter." The middle-aged warrior responded bitterly, "During that massive battle, they all died. By the time our reinforcement unit arrived, the battlefield was nearly overrun. My comrades had all fallen. Only I survived. As I was about to perish, one of the immortal kings saved me. Using that immortal king's chariot and treasures, I narrowly escaped death. When I awoke again, countless ages had passed. The battle was long over, but remnants of the ancient demons still lingered here, wandering this place." Li Hao fell silent, realizing that the man's self-proclaimed desertion likely referred to his inability to die alongside his comrades. Having grown up in the Divine General Mansion, deeply influenced by the tales of battlefield warriors, Li Hao could empathize with their anguish. The middle-aged warrior gazed at the distant stars and spoke softly, "My only wish is to see what the true realm has become before I die. Has it been entirely overrun by ancient demons, or did we win that war? Could this battlefield have merely been buried, leaving no one to come here?" Li Hao remained silent, equally curious. If the true realm had been overtaken entirely, then there would truly be no immortals left. The ultimate pursuit of cultivation would lead only to despair and dead ends. At that moment, the aroma of the roasted meat pulled Li Hao's wandering thoughts back. He said lightly, "No matter what, let's eat first." The middle-aged warrior glanced at him and noted the unwavering optimism that seemed to emanate from this young man. An unyielding kind of freedom. With your current strength, you should be able to return to the fake realm by now. Staying here with me serves no purpose." The middle-aged warrior said. Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing these words. Having reached the 10th stage of controlling Tao, his myriad techniques had advanced significantly. If faced with a source ancestor or divine king, he was confident he could hold his own, even retreat if necessary. "Let's try my cooking first." Li Hao spoke. The middle-aged warrior set his gaze on the roasted ancient demon meat, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Though he hadn't tasted it yet, he could sense that Li Hao's culinary skill was undeniably remarkable. Li Hao skillfully cut a slice using the remnant blade, offering it to the warrior before beginning to eat his own portion. "This flavor." The middle-aged soldier took it and quickly began eating, but after just one bite, his eyes widened in surprise. A rich aroma of meat wafted through, and the flesh seemed to contain some special power. As he swallowed, that power flowed through his body, leaving him feeling refreshed and even nourishing his primordial spirit. The ancient demon flesh contains soul power, and it's an exquisite delicacy. Li Hao was also savoring the ancient demon flesh. Beyond the pure enjoyment of flavor, he had cooked the soul power in the flesh as a seasoning. If one were to swallow it raw, it would be impossible to absorb, but his cooking techniques, having entered Tao, could integrate even soul power. The effect rivaled alchemy and was easier to absorb without side effects. Delicious, amazing. The middle-aged soldier's eating sped up noticeably, devouring ravenously, barely paying attention enough to comment. He could tell that the ability to cook ancient demon flesh into such a rare delicacy was no ordinary skill. It was comparable to some high-tier alchemical immortal masters. "Don't rush, there's plenty more," Li Hao watched him eat and couldn't help but laugh. As a chef, the best compliment a diner could give was to devour the food ravenously, which brought him a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. The two focused solely on eating, wolfing down their portions. As chunks of ancient demon flesh entered their stomachs, Li Hao felt as though his primordial spirit was ablaze, a scorching sensation coursing through him. The power accumulation spiraling within his primordial spirit had nowhere to release, and ultimately, like breaking out of a shell, condensed into a golden vein of energy. Li Hao noticed a second golden vein gradually manifesting within his primordial spirit. As the vein took form, he distinctly felt his primordial spirit growing more robust. His thinking became sharper, and his divine senses reach expanded significantly. If this cultivation continues like this, perhaps I'll be able to reach the primordial spirit final realm. Li Hao thought to himself, a thrilling intuition stirring in his heart. In a previous clash, the Supreme Saint had already cultivated their primordial spirit, which left little room for Li Hao's to show its superiority. Yet, Li Hao knew the true strength of a powerful primordial spirit. If he faced someone who hadn't reached the primordial spirit extreme realm, killing their divine soul would be as effortless as snapping fingers. Before long, the prepared ancient demon flesh was divided and devoured entirely by Li Hao and the middle-aged soldier. The two were left with greasy mouths but wore expressions of bliss, still craving more. I didn't expect you could truly turn ancient demon into a peerless delicacy. The middle-aged soldier patted his stomach and regarded Li Hao with astonishment. Not only had his taste buds been thoroughly indulged, but his primordial spirit also benefited. Years of battle had left his primordial spirit somewhat drained and riddled with hidden scars, yet this moment brought noticeable healing. If he ate more, he felt he might even return to his peak, or perhaps ascend further. If left to his own devices, he would have merely devoured ancient demon flesh raw, which would lead to indigestion and be entirely meaningless. Even roasting it thoroughly wouldn't help, he'd still get no significant results. The physique of the ancient demon is rather unique, but it's just another ingredient, albeit a more challenging one to handle. Li Hao explained with a grin. If his cooking hadn't entered Dao, he might not have been able to turn it into a delicacy at all. Such top-grade ingredients were far harder to process than dragon meat or phoenix blood. If the preparation weren't done properly, eating it might even result in poisoning, not only failing to become a gourmet dish but bringing harmful effects instead. The middle-aged soldier looked at Li Hao with a mixed expression. Earlier, he had hoped Li Hao would leave quickly to avoid the dangers here. But now, he wanted him to stay. After tasting such supreme cuisine, he felt reluctant to let him go. Still, he said nothing. If Li Hao truly chose to leave, he would not stop him. This ancient road was simply too despair-inducing. Senior, do you play chess? After finishing the meal, Li Hao stretched and casually asked the middle-aged soldier. The man froze momentarily. Chess? His thoughts grew hazy. Playing instruments, chess, painting, and other leisure pursuits were memories from a long, long time ago. Here, amid the endless battles against ancient demons, his body and mind only retained instinctive responses for slaughter. I've long forgotten. He shook his head. Li Hao seemed disappointed and could only set up his fishing lines. Earlier, when ancient demons came rushing over and touched his lines, he had managed to reap a fair amount of fishing experience. Once the lines were laid out, Li Hao continued painting, the only pastime he could enjoy here. You're not planning to leave? The middle-aged soldier watched Li Hao and couldn't help but ask. Li Hao shook his head and smiled. If I leave, obtaining top-quality ingredients like these will become much harder. The middle-aged soldier was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter, his gaze at Li Hao softening. He couldn't discern whether Li Hao's words were genuine, but this perilous place filled him with faint hope at the thought of Li Hao staying. After all, countless years had passed, and he felt immensely lonely. I'll withdraw my divine blood and rest for now, the middle-aged soldier said, his flesh and muscle receding, revealing pale bones. Li Hao nodded. He continued painting, sketching the ancient demon corpses. Soon, he amassed substantial experience. Initially, he used these experiences to assess an opponent's strength, but since these ancient demons were dead, the experience gained could no longer serve as a reference. However, as he painted corpse after corpse, completing a grand mural of clustered ancient demon corpses, Li Hao's artistic path experience surged close to perfection. With time passing, Li Hao alternated between resting when tired and cooking ancient demon corpses when hungry. After exhausting the second-order ancient demon's remnants, he moved on to feasting on the remaining third-rank ancient demons. Whenever Li Hao completed a dish of ancient demon flesh, the middle-aged soldier awoke to share the meal with him. Each time an ancient demon was consumed, the abundant soul power nourished the primordial spirit, causing Li Hao's primordial spirit to condense a golden thread. Li Hao's primordial spirit grew increasingly stronger, and the middle-aged warrior experienced the same results. Every internal injury within his primordial spirit healed, breaking free from some kind of shackle. His primordial spirit began its transformation, condensing golden veins. It is said that when the primordial spirit reaches its ultimate state, even if only the primordial spirit remains, the physical body can be regenerated. The middle-aged warrior's wounds were mended, and his primordial spirit enhanced. His entire being seemed radiant. The buried sorrow and despair deep in his eyes faded, replaced by a glimmer of hopeful brilliance. He looked at Li Hao with sincerity, no longer treating him as a mere accidental visitor, destined to have no further ties once he returned. A dozen days of companionship had led to countless conversations during their meals, and he had developed a deep fondness for this young man. The ancient demons are almost finished. Li Hao gazed at the remaining half-carcass. It would only suffice for one last meal. Over the past dozen days, no new ancient demons had attacked. According to the middle-aged warrior, this frequency was normal. After all, if they attacked constantly, the middle-aged warrior would never have survived here for so long. Typically, they appeared only once every few decades. The recent surge in activity was caused by the presence of Li Hao. His aura was detected by the ancient demons when he arrived. The middle-aged warrior swallowed a bite of sizzling roast meat and exchanged a glance with Li Hao. The two stared at each other before breaking into smiles. "Are you really planning to stay here with me and fight against the ancient demons?" The middle-aged warrior chuckled, admiring Li Hao's bravery and unrestrained attitude. "If you can hold off the first and second level ancient demons, I can handle the rest." Li Hao replied. He acknowledged the extraordinary efficacy of ancient demon flesh in cultivating the primordial spirit. It was impossible to find anything comparable outside this place. Even when he consumed the cursed body of a primordial ancient ferocious beast named Huntian earlier, it had only strengthened his physical form, leaving his primordial spirit untouched. The primordial spirit, which evolved from the divine soul, was difficult to cultivate. After its transformation, progress became even harder. Absorbing sun essence and lunar radiance merely preserved and nurtured it, it couldn't improve further. Only the sacrificial Tao tribulation and heavenly Tao feedback had previously allowed him to break through the extreme realm, condensing his first golden thread within his primordial spirit. Now, the enhancement from ancient demon flesh rivaled the blessings of the heavenly Tao, offering him the chance to condense more golden threads and strengthen his primordial spirit, a rare opportunity indeed. Yet, despite the numerous benefits, the dangers here were ever present. Whenever ancient demons came, survival was never guaranteed. Otherwise, countless immortals and saints wouldn't have perished and left their bones here. On his journey thus far, Li Hao had faced lethal tribulations far exceeding his usual combat capabilities. Only because he was exceptionally powerful for his level had he managed to barely survive each encounter. No problem. Against the first-level ancient demon now, I don't even need to conserve much strength. Light flashed in the middle-aged warrior's eyes as he spoke. Somehow, deep within his heart, he felt a faint glimmer of hope. As if this boy had brought the dawn of salvation. Perhaps this was his chance to carve a path through the ancient road. The arrival of the youth seemed like a reward from the heavenly Tao, sent to free him. If they could consistently slay ancient demons and consume their flesh to strengthen themselves, then maybe, just maybe, the ancient road could be breached. Before, he had hesitated to fight the first-level ancient demons outright, always wary of damage to his primordial spirit. But now, with ancient demon flesh nourishing him, those worries had vanished. "Then let's try it," Li Hao said. A small spark of ambition to clear the ancient road lit up in his heart. Though not fervent, if the chance arose to break through this cursed road, wouldn't that be a wondrous accomplishment? At the very least, the plight of the human race wouldn't be so desperate, and he could explore the true realm in the future. Furthermore, the mystical gate had gaps. If he returned to the land of all saints and chose to live in invincible solitude, as the years unfurled, no guarantee existed that ancient demons wouldn't invade. Without the power of immortal divines, they would simply wait to perish. All right, the middle-aged warrior nodded and immediately shared intelligence about the ancient demon he had been observing. Over the years, aside from guarding this place, He had stealthily probed the ancient road ahead, where he discovered numerous other first-level ancient demons. The sight left him in despair, convinced the ancient road was insurmountable. "Wait here for me, I'll scout the ancient road once more," the middle-aged warrior said to Li Hao. Li Hao hesitated, worried about the older man's solo venture. "Don't worry. I've survived all these years with certain tricks up my sleeve. My movement technique and covert skills have allowed me to avoid trouble. If it weren't for the densely clustered first-level ancient demons at the road's end, I might have snuck out already." The middle-aged warrior smiled at Li Hao. Relieved, Li Hao relaxed. Given the countless years the man spent battling here, he must have honed fearsome expertise. After bidding farewell, the middle-aged warrior vanished silently, heading for his exploration. His figure dispersed before Li Hao's eyes, like a breeze dissolving into the heavens and earth. Li Hao was taken aback, completely unable to trace the departure or detect any signs. He didn't see the returning ruins open either. It seemed to be a terrifyingly advanced movement technique. Without the middle-aged warrior beside him, Li Hao grew cautious, retreating to the bronze chariot to wait. 2 days later, the middle-aged warrior abruptly reappeared beside the bronze chariot. During those 2 days, Li Hao couldn't even muster the mood to paint, worried the man might meet disaster. "The situation isn't looking good," the middle-aged warrior said gravely as he climbed into the bronze chariot and spotted Li Hao. His expression was heavy. Li Hao jumped out of the chariot and, seeing that he was unharmed, asked, "What's the situation?" The middle-aged soldier immediately began to recount the intelligence he had gathered to Li Hao. The ancient road beyond this canyon stretches far into the distance, and outside of the ancient road lies the chaotic rift created by the battle between the immortal emperor and the ancient demons. It is a terrifying scar of destruction. If touched, even true immortals would perish within. Thus, they could only tread along the ancient road to escape this battlefield. Ahead on the ancient road, small groups of first-level ancient demons roam. The ancient demon that launched the earlier attack was named Zheng, and it was surrounded by hundreds of third-rank ancient demons and 7 second-order ancient demons, all under its command. During the Great War of the past, these first-level ancient demons were akin to centurions within the ancient demon army. Behind Zheng were over a dozen other forces of first-level ancient demons whose strength rivaled Zheng's. According to what the middle-aged soldier had explored back then, their numbers hadn't diminished. In fact, near the exit of the ancient road, the number of ancient demons guarding the area appeared to have even increased. This situation left the middle-aged soldier uneasy. Countless years had passed, yet these ancient demons were not only still lingering here but their numbers were steadily growing. Could it be that the true realm has truly fallen, allowing the ancient demons to proliferate further? He was aware of the ancient demons' rapid reproductive ability and accelerated cultivation speed. Precisely because of this, they could swarm like locusts and devastate the entire true realm. However, another possibility existed. Perhaps the battlefield outside the ancient road was still embroiled in a conflict between the true realm's immortal divines and the ancient demons. If attempts were being made to purge this battlefield, it might explain the ancient demons guarding this area. If that were the case, breaking out of the ancient road might lead them to the armies of the immortal divines. "Senior, you can understand the language of the ancient demons?" During the discussion, Li Hao discovered that the middle-aged soldier was extremely familiar with ancient demons and had even mastered their secret language. Ancient demons, when wanting to communicate with immortal divines, could do so directly via mental projection, allowing both parties to perceive each other's intentions. But if they intended to conceal their messages, they would use their own language, making it impossible for immortal divines to understand their words. "Caught an ancient demon earlier and learned it from them," the middle-aged soldier replied, then turned to Li Hao and asked, "Now that you know the situation, are you still willing to accompany me on this journey? Let's walk for a while. If we can't get through, we'll deal with it then." Li Hao smiled. The middle-aged soldier was earnest, but seeing Li Hao's casual demeanor, he knew Li Hao was equally serious. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Then let's give it a try." He immediately began sketching out what he had seen. Although his drawing lacked the artistic essence Li Hao's works possessed, it still depicted the terrain of the ancient road and the distribution of the ancient demons up ahead. Afterwards, the two of them formulated their battle plan based on this map. Engaging directly in combat would risk alerting too many ancient demons, creating a dire situation. They could only advance step by step, ambushing covertly. "We have to slowly weaken Zheng's forces," When it realizes the situation and tries to call for reinforcements, we'll execute a quick kill. But before that, we need to eliminate the ancient demons around it first. If even one of them escapes, they'll alert the others. The middle-aged soldier explained. Once their plan was set, Li Hao finished cooking and devouring the remaining half of an ancient demon. After satiating themselves, the middle-aged soldier rested for the night before setting out with Li Hao under cover of darkness. This time, the middle-aged soldier brought the bronze chariot along, driving it as they charged down the ancient road. Traveling hundreds of miles, they arrived at the edge of the ancient demon territory. The ancient road was desolate, its surroundings strewn with skeletal remains, all of which the middle-aged soldier collected into the chariot, leaving only a few scraps of abandoned weapons, their radiance long lost. Li Hao temporarily ignored these remnants. As soon as the chariot stopped, he exchanged glances with the middle-aged soldier, who then rushed ahead into Zheng Demon's territory. He masked his aura to remain unobtrusive yet deliberately revealed traces of it to lure the attention of the first-level ancient demons, splitting up with Li Hao. Meanwhile, deep within Zheng Demon's domain, inside a towering cave mansion, Zheng coiled itself in the depths of the cave. Its gargantuan figure loomed, with pitch-black eyes that seemed capable of consuming light. Opposite Zheng was another ancient demon of equal size, known as Man. Zheng, it's been so long, and you still haven't dealt with that true immortal. Why don't we team up? Afterward, we'll split their immortal soul 50-50? Man chuckled at Zheng. Ancient demons were capable of ravaging the 10,000 clans of the true realm, thanks not only to their terrifying power but also their exceptional intelligence. We competed for it, it's mine. A deal is a deal. Zheng replied coldly. But after all this time, you must understand, you alone can't kill that true immortal. That true immortal has survived till now and is far stronger than others. If it weren't trapped here, it might have already ascended to become a true monarch. Man remarked indifferently. There's residual power here from the demon god. They can't cultivate and will eventually wear out and die. Zheng sneered, clearly unwilling to share the delicacy it had guarded for so many years. After all, the environment outside the ancient road wasn't favorable for finding such a prize anymore. Besides, recently a young immortal had appeared, providing even more potential sustenance. Moreover, the young immortal's arrival seemed to signal that the Taoist sect pathway might soon open. This pathway, created by the heavenly calamity immortal emperor, was a fake realm rich with resources and filled with countless delectable souls. Only Zheng currently knew this secret, and it wouldn't let anyone else intervene. The immediate obstacle was the true immortal. Once it could kill them, the heavenly calamity immortal emperor's fake realm would become a massive treasure trove ripe for the taking. Don't be so stingy. How about 60-40? You take 60, I take 40. You're also aware of the situation outside. Soon the commander will likely gather us all to fight. Who knows if we'll even make it out alive from that battlefield. Man spoke coldly. Zheng frowned. This was something that had been troubling it recently. Once something enters my mouth, there's no precedent for spitting it back out. You should just leave. Zheng rejected coldly, preparing to dismiss the guest. You don't know what's good for you. Man gave Zheng a sharp look and could only rise to leave. But just as it was about to step out of the cave mansion, suddenly, both their expressions changed. Man's eyes showed surprise, while Zheng's revealed shock, followed by rage. Within the Zheng demon's territory, a middle-aged warrior silently approached a third-rank ancient demon and killed it with a single sword strike. His movements were utterly silent, but the abrupt disappearance of the demon's aura was sure to alert the others. After all, these ancient demons were supreme saint-level beings and weren't so sluggish as to not notice such a disturbance. It's that true immortal. It dares invade here unprovoked. Kill it? Quick, report to the leader. The other ancient demons quickly gathered, unwilling to face such a threat alone, knowing it would mean certain death. Their outrage burned. Over these years, this wasn't the first time the enemy had dared to invade their territory. Previously, the intruder had done the same, charging in as though seeking death, and had somehow escaped in the end. Seems like that food in your mouth intends to deal with you directly. Inside the cave mansion, Man sensed the presence of the true immortal and couldn't help but sneer. Zheng's face darkened. Compared to the invasion, what it feared more was Man interfering in the matter. Want some help? Man mocked with a gleam in its eye. I can handle this myself. You won't be seeing me out. Zheng spoke coldly. Man chuckled, its gaze flickering before retracting its aura. Then I will watch and see your performance. Saying this, its figure disappeared from the cave mansion. Jung's face was grim as it realized man wasn't far away. It had to kill the true immortal to shatter man's hopes, otherwise, it might seize the opportunity. Gather! With a roar, Jung stormed out of the cave, summoning its demonic forces. 7 second-order ancient demons gathered immediately, while hundreds of third-rank ancient demons raced toward the cave mansion. The middle-aged warrior had anticipated this and knew the demons possessed a demon formation. Once they formed it, his only option would be to flee. He infiltrated the area not to kill the leader but to weaken its forces first. Once they were sufficiently diminished, he would strike swiftly to eliminate it. Whoosh! His silhouette darted through the air, charging toward the second-order ancient demons. Sword edge slashed furiously, unleashing a streak of starlit sword light. Instantly, one second-order ancient demon failed to evade and was cut down with a single strike. Jung roared in fury and charged toward the middle-aged warrior. But the warrior paid no attention to Jung and focused his attack entirely on the second-order ancient demons. The 6 remaining second-order ancient demons flinched. The enemy had suddenly launched a wild assault against them, ignoring the leader, an approach that left them bewildered. In mere moments, the middle-aged warrior killed 2 more. And at this moment, Jung revealed an innate ancient demon killing move, a soul-devouring black mist that engulfed the warrior, intending to inflict severe damage. Whoosh! The warrior swung his sword fiercely, dissipating the black mist, engaging Jung in direct combat. The remaining 4 second-order ancient demons sighed in relief. With their leader holding the true immortal at bay, they could aid from the side. Form the formation. One ancient demon roared. The hundreds of gathered third-rank ancient demons erupted with glowing black mist. At this moment, from a distant point, a dazzling blade's shadow shot forward. Bang! A third-rank ancient demon was pierced by the blade and killed on the spot. The sight shocked the remaining demons. Could there actually be someone else? Soon, they recalled earlier reports. They hadn't expected even the young immortal to be here. Accompanied by roaring, a second-order ancient demon suddenly charged forth, leading 10 demons toward Li Hao. Li Hao's gaze turned sharp. He and the middle-aged warrior had come only to harass the enemy, intending to kill as many as possible without aiming for total annihilation in one strike. The sheer numbers made that impossible. Whoosh! He wielded the remnant blade, unleashing an all-out attack, its speed now triple what it had been before. In mere moments, 3 demons were killed, their bodies destroyed. At the same time, Li Hao's primordial spirit moved like a blade, cutting forth with incredible speed. The bright sword light rivaled the blade's swiftness. The 3 demon spirits hadn't even reacted before being annihilated by the primordial spirit sword light. Li Hao's primordial spirit now gleamed with 5 golden cracks. The 5 golden lines greatly enhanced the power of Li Hao's primordial spirit, accelerating the speed at which he could wield objects. Together with Control Dao's innate ability to quicken object control, Li Hao faced the 10 demons. Even without the protection of the bronze chariot, he was able to kill them before they could get near. Roar! The second-order ancient demon bellowed in anger, its eyes flashing with fury and astonishment. Li Hao's aura wasn't particularly strong, but his speed at wielding objects was terrifying, and his primordial spirit equally formidable. The golden light within it filled the demon with a sense of oppression. It was almost unbelievable. Whoosh! Li Hao ignored the demon, wielding the remnant blade for another slash. In just a single arc, the blade shot through 4 demons, dismembering their bodies instantly. The primordial spirit sword energy immediately followed, killing another 4 third-rank ancient demons. The 3 remaining demons trembled in fear. This power was horrifying, akin to that of confronting a true immortal. The second-order ancient demon also shuddered internally, though it was stronger in realm than Li Hao and stood between true immortal and holy level. It refused to believe this human could kill it. Since the birth of ancient demons and their reign over the true realm, rare were the instances where a member of the 10,000 clans could kill beyond their level. As it closed in rapidly, the second-order ancient demon appeared before Li Hao in an instant, spewing out a dense cloud of black mist that enveloped him, while simultaneously unleashing streaks of blood-red light, imbued with the power of destruction. Li Hao immediately unfolded his extreme realm and stepped into the ultimate immortal transformation. His hair fluttered wildly, silver strands flowing in the wind, and his golden divine eyes blazed like a true fighting god. He unsheathed his blade and struck fiercely, barely managing to deflect the blood-red light. Immediately after, the remnant blade slashed out at incredible speed, piercing through the second-order ancient demon's body. The structure of this second-order ancient demon differed slightly from that of a third-rank ancient demon. Even with Li Hao cutting at full speed, he was unable to kill it instantly. This resulted in his attacks being quickly regenerated on its body. The damage inflicted healed as soon as the remnant blade left its flesh. Roar. The second-order ancient demon roared in fury, shocked by the razor sharpness of the remnant blade, which exceeded its expectations. Was this perhaps an immortal artifact? Fortunately, the remnant blade possessed no other force, it was purely sharp. Though its body healed rapidly, the pain caused by Li Hao's unrelenting slashes left it seething with anger. Still, Li Hao could not pose the same level of threat to it as he had to the third-rank ancient demon. As the black mist engulfed the area, the second-order ancient demon's innate power unfolded. Li Hao became deeply ensnared in the mist, which isolated the returning ruins in an instant, making the fissures of the world disappear. Forcing his way through would be akin to running through a sea of flames, inflicting immense harm. Li Hao's expression turned tense as he felt an ominous tremor in his soul. The black mist seethed like a corrosive acid. Untouchable, or his soul risked being devoured and torn apart. Break. Suddenly, Li Hao's will surged as he took control of a third-rank ancient demon corpse he had defeated earlier, swiping it fiercely into the black mist. Whoosh! The ancient demon corpse swept across, dispersing the mist in turbulent waves. This sight left the second-order ancient demon's eyes widening in disbelief. Could this really work? While it was still stunned, the remnant blade controlled by Li Hao did not halt, it continued relentlessly slicing through its body. Li Hao's mind was profoundly attuned to the act of cutting, fully immersing himself as he analyzed every component of the demon's flesh and structure. His speed of slicing was exceedingly fast, tripling his earlier pace, which meant he could uncover the demon's bodily makeup even more quickly. Faster. Even faster. Li Hao maneuvered the remnant blade to sever the ancient demon's head, wings, and various other points, analyzing not just its fleshly structure but also the distribution of Dao within its body. The surrounding black mist pressed in constantly, but another part of Li Hao's will directed the demon corpse to keep the mist at bay with furious swings. Li Hao's own body dared not touch the black mist. Doing so would scorch his soul. But it was different for the corpse of the ancient demon. Being a lifeless husk, its primordial spirit had already perished long ago. Seeing its kin being repurposed as a mere tool, the second-order ancient demon became livid, landing directly in front of Li Hao. Its claws slashed toward him, blood-red energy splitting the air in jagged arcs like lightning, distorting space-time itself. Li Hao swiftly activated the eternal Dao domain, and within the domain, he unleashed his sword. The immortal guide technique led countless bursts of sword chi from the sword domain in a sweeping attack. With a massive boom, the clash sent shockwaves rippling. The blood-red slash was intercepted, but the impact sent Li Hao hurtling backward. His entire skeleton shuddered, and his blood surged uncontrollably. Without delay, he activated the All-Heaven Star Vein. An immense, boundless power surged forth, restoring him in moments. The second-order ancient demon before him roared in rage, preparing to attack again. But suddenly, its eyes widened abruptly, gripped by inexplicable panic. A deep, bone-chilling fear crept over the demon, paralyzing its being. It sensed an overwhelming aura of death. Its massive form seemed to collapse inward, as if falling into an abyss. How could this be possible? It was utterly terrified, its pupils contracting as it stared at Li Hao in disbelief. It struggled desperately, trying to take flight and flee from this monstrous member of the human race, but its entire power seemed severed, bound by a force that resembled the heavenly Tao itself, an inevitable and inescapable law. With a resounding crash, its towering body began to falter under the weight of a withering deathly energy. Realizing that preserving its fleshly body was impossible, it could only eject its primordial spirit to escape the spreading annihilation. A moment's delay could have cost its primordial spirit's demise as well. In the face of desperate peril, it even unleashed its life-defying power. This energy bore traces of the heavenly Tao, enabling it to evade the pursuit of that terrifying force. With a loud thud, the massive body of the second-order ancient demon crumbled abruptly to the ground. Li Hao was momentarily startled but quickly realized his death attribute had been triggered. However, the second-order ancient demon's primordial spirit managed to escape, remaining intact. The death attribute could kill opponents, but through life-defying power or other methods, there remained a slim chance of survival, so long as the response was swift enough. Li Hao hadn't expected the death attribute to be effective against ancient demons. It seemed attributes from his status panel were indeed the ultimate abilities. Nonetheless, had it gone on a bit longer, he would have deciphered the second-order ancient demon's bodily structure completely. Now, upon seeing its primordial spirit exposed, Li Hao hesitated not even a moment. Instantly, he transformed his own primordial spirit into a sword and unleashed his full might in a single, explosive strike. Boom! Brilliant sword intent, fused with his primordial spirit, pierced through the second-order ancient demon's soul directly, ripping it asunder. On its primordial spirit was a chain of black smoke, darker and stronger than that which bound the primordial spirits of third-rank ancient demons. The black smoke emanated piercing wails, as though countless tortured souls were trapped within. As Li Hao's primordial spirit sword slashed forth, the chain of black smoke snapped, and the primordial spirit was cleaved in two. Bang! As the primordial spirit was severed, Li Hao swiftly pressed the attack, completely shredding it. During this process, other third-rank ancient demons attempted to reinforce, but were slain by the remnant blade controlled by Li Hao, forced to a stop. When the primordial spirit was torn apart, the body of this second-order ancient demon also decayed, losing its life essence, and fell dead on the spot. Without the constraint of this second-order ancient demon, Li Hao quickly charged at the other third-rank ancient demons. Seeing that Li Hao actually killed their leader, the other third-rank ancient demons were horrified, fleeing in panic. They had never seen such a savage human, just at the holy level, yet capable of killing their leader, a spectacular presence even in those grand wars of the past. But their escape speed could not match Li Hao's object control. The remnant blade swiftly slashed out, the primordial spirit striking right after. Li Hao controlled both lines, hunting down several third-rank ancient demons, exhibiting an extremely strong momentum. Soon, the 10 third-rank ancient demons led by that second-order ancient demon all perished at Li Hao's hands. Li Hao glanced at the middle-aged warrior's battlefield, where the latter was engaged with the ancient demon named Zheng. Other ancient demons had already assisted there, but judging by the situation, the opponent was still at ease, seemingly in no danger for the moment. Li Hao did not rush to provide support immediately. The earlier triggered critical attribute was an accident. 3 second-order ancient demons remained. If 2 attacked him simultaneously, he might not rely on such uncertain power. He sent the remnant blade flying towards the body of that second-order ancient demon, which had already vanished. Yet the remnant blade swiftly slashed out, exploring its corpse. The dead body did not dodge, quietly awaiting Li Hao to dissect it, as he understood more and more about the ancient demon's body. Soon, feeling about 70 to 80% certain, Li Hao quickly went to reinforce the middle-aged warrior's side. By now, many ancient demons had gathered at that battlefield, forming a demon formation, with waves of black mist emitting a scarlet glow. The intense malice affected Li Hao's mind, stirring a sense of agitation and urgency. He controlled the remnant blade to swiftly attack. Swish! As a crescent arc flashed by, 3 ancient demon bodies at the outer edge were instantly slain. With their primordial spirits peeled away, Li Hao's primordial spirit slashed out like a swordlight. 3 ancient demons perished in a mere breath. The 3 second-order ancient demons, engaged in besieging the middle-aged warrior, were taken aback by this sight. Only then did they realize that the companion who broke away earlier to deal with Li Hao had actually died. How could it be possible? All 3 second-order ancient demons were shocked. They could see that Li Hao's aura was just holy level, very weak, with a faint hint of immortal power, a young immortal, but their ancient demon clan was naturally strong, making even true immortals bow at the same level, let alone being defeated. Accompanied by angry roars, the 3 second-order ancient demons exchanged glances. The leader needed their assistance. That true immortal was too formidable for them to divide their forces entirely. Shortly, after a brief discussion, 1 second-order ancient demon left the demon formation, leading 30 ancient demons to attack Li Hao. Those 30 ancient demons formed a saint domain, displaying terrifying might. Li Hao's expression turned grave as he unleashed the remnant blade. The moment the remnant blade entered their saint domain, Li Hao felt great resistance. However, it was weaker than he anticipated, or perhaps the sharpness of the remnant blade alleviated his burden. Swish! The remnant blade traced an arc of light, attacking an ancient demon. Within the saint domain, the arc of light slowed somewhat. The ancient demon sensed the danger and swiftly evaded, but its body was sliced open, though not killed outright. Still not fast enough. Li Hao took a deep breath. Golden veins on the primordial spirit erupted, raising the arc of the remnant blade. Bang! Slicing through, piercing an ancient demon's body, the rapid draw delivering a fatal blow to its body. Then, the primordial spirit, from a distance, performed a sword momentum. The primordial spirit itself didn't enter the opponent's saint domain. Otherwise, the overlapping saint domains of more than 30 ancient demons would severely damage it. This time employing a remote strike, the sword momentum vibrated, affecting the opponent's primordial spirit, cleaving it open. But the opponent's primordial spirit quickly healed. Li Hao couldn't deliver a second sword, and his expression changed slightly as he saw the leading second-order ancient demon dive towards him, swiftly turning to flee. The second-order ancient demon's movement technique was extremely fast, catching up in an instant. In terms of movement technique, Li Hao hadn't developed other artistic skill states, despite having enough skill points, being stuck at the 6th stage. His cultivation time was really too short, leaving many things unformed. Bang! Li Hao struck back with a sword, the all-heaven star vein bursting forth, pouring all his might into it. This mighty blow, like the finger of an immortal, momentarily halted the second-order ancient demon, awed by the sword's power. Yet it soon realized the blow couldn't inflict a fatal wound, accelerating its pursuit once more. Li Hao seized the opportunity to flee towards the bronze war chariot at full speed. The strategy he and the middle-aged warrior had earlier decided on was to weaken the ancient demon's forces, not to crush them in one stroke. As the bronze war chariot neared, the ancient demon pursuing him again closed in. Li Hao wielded his sword with full force repeatedly, each strike a peak blow. Though killing the second-order ancient demon was impossible, he could barely slow its pursuit speed. Roar! The second-order ancient demon roared in anger, growing anxious upon seeing the bronze war chariot, knowing that the immortal array on it was immensely powerful, not something it could break through quickly. If allowing this human race member to escape inside, killing him would become difficult. It couldn't linger here indefinitely either, as the leader's situation was not optimistic and it wanted to swiftly kill Li Hao before returning to assist the leader.